Everything's you live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where you go? Where you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Welcome, operators. The time has come. Ubisoft has teamed up with the Esports Club to create a comprehensive esports ecosystem in South Asia for Tom-Clancys-Rainbow-Six-Siege. Over the course of the year, players from all over the region will have the opportunity to partake in events as they work to earn a spot in the brand new South Asian Nationals. The South Asian competitive ecosystem will consist of two stages, the TEC Pro Series and the main event that is the South Asia Nationals. Players and teams from across South Asia will join in a new set of events called the Esports Club Pro Series for Rainbow-Six-Siege. These events will have 3 editions: spring, summer, and fall. Each carries its own prize pool of $2,000, but more importantly, grants the top 8 teams coveted SA Nationals qualifier points. After the conclusion of the TEC Pro Series Fall Edition, the 8 teams with the highest number of SA Nationals qualifier points collected throughout the year will move on to play the first ever edition of the new South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege. The South Asia Nationals represents the highest tier of competition in the region and carries a prize pool of $10,000 split among the top teams. The event will be divided into 2 phases. First, all 8 teams will compete against each other in the league stage in a round-robin system with best of 3 matches and no possibility of a draw. The winning team receives 2 points and the losing team will receive 1 consolation point if they manage to win a map. At the end of the league stage, the top 4 teams will move on to the playoffs, where they will face off in a best-of-3 double elimination bracket. The grand finals will be a best-of-5 contest to determine the 2022 champion of the South Asia Nationals. We hope you're as excited as we are to get this started. To be sure you don't miss any important updates about Rainbow Six Esports in South Asia, follow the Esports Club on Instagram and Twitter, as well as the official Twitter handle R6 Esports SA. Another warm welcome to all of our viewers back once again for the South Asia Nationals here at the Esports Club, of course, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zota Gaming, hosted at the Esports Club, and alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. It's another warm late afternoon, quite warm, almost too warm for my taste, as I, your host, Blackjack, will be joined by my co-host, Bullet, alongside, of course, all of our admins and producers in the back end to bring you day 3 of the South Asia Nationals. Bullet, how are we feeling on this fine, I guess you could call it early evening at this point?
I'm feeling good, bro. Yesterday we did also join in for an amazing matchup between two of the finest teams in our region. Today we'll be taking a look at how the schedule is going to look up, how will be teams will be facing up each other. But before that, we'll be taking a look at the SAN prize pool. There you have it, 11,000 USD dollars on the line. Of course, the first team to win that will be taking the lion's share, 5,000 USD dollars. The second one will be taking home 3,000 USD dollars. Third one will be taking home 1,000 USD dollars, and fourth one will be taking home 700. So by so, fifth one will be taking home 250. Sixth place will be also taking home 250. Take a look at the MVP, the most valuable player of this whole South Asian Nationals, will be taking home 500 USD dollars. So there's a lot of money on the line. Of course, players will be definitely be really happy with the fair amount of the prize pool being on the line. But yes, Hunters LFO, our first matchup will be Hunters LFO versus facing off Militant Esports. Also, we'll be talking about how the roster looking up. But for before that, we'll be taking a look at the all of the 8 teams will be taking part. Will be taking participating in the South Asian National. Of course, as you heard in the Blackjack's voice, these 8 teams are the teams who have accumulated the maximum points from the Pro Series. There you have it. Won't Stop Peaking, the Shaheens, MercenarieZ, Hunters LFO, Team UWU, KIRA Esports, Militant Esports, and none at last not the least, but Team Phalanx. Of course, all of the teams are playing it out really well in the Pro Series. Taking a look at the schedule for the group stages, round number 2, 4:30 p.m. IST, and soon to begin. Hunters LFO up against Militant Esports, and after this one, we'll be seeing a matchup between the side of KIRA Esports up against Shaheens.
Oh, yes. And mind you, these aren't the only matches. There's going to be some matches tomorrow that you can see in front of your screens right now as well. At 5 p.m. tomorrow, it's Team UWU taking on Won't Stop Peaking. 2 teams who have yet to win a match will be going up against each other. So that should be a very head-on-head battle. And of course, the Hunters returning once again to face Phalanx. So again, matches are going to be plentiful, and all of them are going to be exciting in some way or the other. Right now, let's zoom into the first match today. Hunters versus Militant Esports will be going live in just a short while here, folks. And right after that will be KIRA Esports taking on the Shaheens. KIRA Esports, of course, making their first outing here at the South Asia Nationals. It's been a hot minute since we've seen this team, and I do hope to see some good improvements coming in from them, because they unfortunately finished, I believe it was 5th or 6th position in Pro Series Season 3, continuing a trend of decline that we've seen from them in the recent months, because after all, they placed 3rd twice in Pro Series 1 and 2, but in 3 they placed 6th and really didn't look all that good, and their form has kind of been going down further and further. So we do hope to see KIRA Esports fire back into their full potential. As we look at the group standings updated after yesterday's games, of course, Hunters, 2 matches, 2 wins, they stand at 4 points, while on the complete opposite end of the spectrum, Won't Stop Peaking and, of course, Team UWU, 2 teams who have yet to win a match so far, will be facing off tomorrow. So one of those 2 is getting a point, maybe both, depending on what the score is. If it's a 2-0 or a 2-1, then at least one of those teams can claim 1 point. Phalanx and Militant, they've only won 1 map so far, having lost their games 1-2 respectively, and thus 1 point to each. MercenarieZ and Shaheens having won their first matches, 2-2 to them. Now, Militant, they would like to make, their second match a win. But the thing is, folks, they're facing off, and we've talked about this before, of course, they're facing off against the Hunters. If there was ever a big fight that the Militants had to truly, truly fear, today is that fight.
Yeah, Hunters LFO, winners of two Pro Series back to back, winners of, I would say, if you take a look at their team roster, it's more of like all of the players are the playing the game since what? Alpha stage, close beta, if I remember it correctly. Will it be Spark or will it be Jittery? They are playing together in many different rosters. We take a look at the map video for the side of Hunters LFO up against Military Esports. This is going to be the first map of our evening. Yes, it's going to be the side of Border being picked up by Militant Esports, the side of Theme Park getting picked up by Hunters LFO, and we have then the decider map of Oregon. Let me remind you, folks, Hunters LFO will be attacking first in all of the three maps. So this is going to be interesting one. But what do you think? We saw Border yesterday also. We saw Theme Park yesterday also. Blackjack when we were seeing a matchup between Shaheens and Team Phalanx. So what do you think? Like Border on the map of Border, we have seen Hunters LFO performing quite well. So, what do you think about the map of Border and theme park? What can we see from the side of Military Esports? Just to take a team, not to say a team. I can just compress like I can say them, the Titans, man, because they have won what two Pro Series back to back, and then coming into South Asian Nationals. This is some like a very very big Titan, which like Military Esports have to face off and just try to get the victory straight away.
Not just that, of course, when it comes to Border, Hunters have a special history, at least, in terms of what we've seen in the last few months with this map, because this version of Border, after its map buff, wasn't really played all that much. We saw it very sparingly, right, if at all, in the Pro Series 1 and 2. But I think it was in Pro Series 2, if I recall correctly, that Hunters brought out Border first, and then they absolutely dominated matches on it. Well, it wasn't a full domination, of course. Border largely retains the playstyle of the map that it had before its map buff, with some things haven't been changed, and the Bathroom Teller site just becoming so much more viable because of that site in particular being completely reworked, along with the room above, which is, of course, Fountain and Office. But all of that aside, I do love the way Hunters play Border. They were the ones to really popularize it and show that, yeah, you know what, Border strats, we can make them work. And if we can, then of course the rest of South Asia is soon to follow. And that is exactly what has happened. Now, the difference here is militants are the one who have brought out Border here today. And they're the one who are taking, hunters to this map. So I'm very interested to see what they have in store for us. They'll be defense first, of course, hunters getting the side pick on the map of Border, and they have decided to go on attack. Theme Park, of course, we saw yesterday. We see it nearly every time the hunters are on screen. They love playing this map just as much as they love bringing out Skyscraper against MercenarieZ. So we'll have to see what they do on map number 2. Of course, Militant Esports were the ones to get the side pick, and they have decided to go defense first on Theme Park. A smart move, all things considered, especially given how defender-sided Theme Park is. But Hunter's attack on Theme Park, it is no laughing matter.
Yeah, especially when when I see theme park, of course, if Militant Esports are on the defensive side, as we can see on the map veto. Yes, I feel like on the side of theme park, you can try, push towards the side of some of those objective areas, try to play a little bit of flank, because we saw how Phalanx also did try the same kind of thing, but in the end, it was the side of Strange to win that up. But yes, theme park on the map of theme park, Militant Esports can definitely try up, win a maximum of the defensive rounds. But on the map of Border, yes, I feel like Hunters LFO would have a little bit of edge because the past experience says that same thing. Hunters LFO have quietly kind of dominated the maps, and especially talking about Hunters LFO, they can experiment the maps if they want to play in a competitive tourney a little bit slowly. First, they master it up. First, they play it up with all of those strats. Because I have seen that personally in this particular competitive year season. So in the first Pro Series, I guess we didn't see the map of Border. On the second Pro Series, I remember they were playing on Border up against, I guess, MercenarieZ or KIRA Esports. Slowly and steadily, they're trying to pull out the map, some extra maps. Okay, we can play on this particular map too. So that's a very, very good trade coming in from the side of team like Hunters LFO. Yes, on the side of Militant Esports, there are some quite a bit of like what I can call them veteran players like Ninja Freak who have been a part of uh, international tourney winner from the side of other teams when he was, I guess, playing up from the roster of mercenaries. So yeah, there are some players that have been there scattered along from each other side. But of course, we are straight up into the ban phase of the side of Hunters LFO up against Militant Esports.
Here we go, folks. Match number 1 of day 3 of the Nationals is here, and it is Hunters versus Militant. Hunters on the attack, Militant on the defense, and Militant have the first ban. They have decided to get rid of Osa off the get-go. Understandably so. Osa with the Talon Shields is a very gnarly operator to go up against, and of course, one that can truly squeeze a ton of pressure onto the opponents just by her presence. And in the meanwhile, Hunters will get rid of Flores. I love these bans coming in from these teams, not just because it's not Thatcher and Jackal for once, but also because these are genuinely really smart bans. Sure, Thatcher can be dealt with, and Jackal's not really all that much of a nuisance, but Osa and Flores have proven that attacker pressure comes from so many different angles now, especially with RC Rotero drones that can bypass pretty much 90% of the defense's tactics and just destroy everything if there's no mute jammer in play. And of course, defenders would like to have mute, but they don't want to feel like they're forced to play it. And Hunters playing the long game as well, they don't want their defense hampered by that operator at the same time. Valkyrie will be banned. I mean, understandably so. Yesterday's game in Shaheens versus Phalanx, I believe it was, we saw the power of the Valkyrie in the match on Villa where she was unbanned. And of course, Kaid with the final ban of this first map, actually. I was going to say of the day, but we're only getting started, of course. Kaid makes sense. There's Flores is taken care of. So is Osa. Thatcher will be in play. So you want to keep Mira. You want to keep Azami, operators who would get banned otherwise had, say, Valkyrie not been banned. And of course, we see the results of that. Valkyrie can be very dangerous, but Azami and, Mira, they provide just the kind of utility that you really love for a team. Reconstruction, information gathering, killing potential. Those two have it all. Meanwhile, Kaid, Thatcher's available, right? So bringing Kaid is a bit of a no-show in any way because Thatcher can just disable the Kaid Electroclaws, right? All he needs to do is know where the Electroclaw is, and boom, EMP out, done, wall breached. Kind of, you're just through, right? So mute will be in play a lot. Expect mute to be a mainstay on this game. That much is for certain.
Smoke.
And Smoke, of course. It's theme park. It's defender set of map, and Smoke just obliterates the competition any single map that he goes to. Again, all you need is a great Smoke player, right? Of course, we're not expecting Pengu level performances from everybody here in South Asia, but Smoke isn't exactly the hardest operator to play either. A couple of matches and you'll get used to him pretty quickly, actually, all things considered. It's just how you handle the SMG and then canister combo, because the shotgun, we all know how shotguns work in this game, right? You need to commit to the bit. If you don't, the shotgun will sense it and it will not give you the kill. So you gotta commit when you've got a shotgun in hand. But anyhow, jokes aside, the bans, of course, are taken care of. Osa and Kaid from Militant Esports, and Flores and Valkyrie from the side of Hunters LFO.
Yeah, especially talking about the Flores band. Previously, when I was on desk with you for this second Pro Series and the first Pro Series, there were a lot of Flores play from all of the teams from our region, especially when the Thatcher was getting banned. After I would say, kind of like a major rework, I would say, because EMP grenades are now EMP impact grenades are now available as a secondary gather for many of those operators. So yeah, even if you ban Thatcher, those impact grenades can be worked upon. So I guess that is also one of the major reasons of the key reasons. So like why we are not seeing much of the Thatcher bans these days lately. But talking about the Flores ban, yes, we did saw Flores rotator drones can be a lot better option rather than taking pitch. Just place up your rotator drones pretty quick, and you have just destroyed half of the utility. Jaeger radius gone, Kaid electrocores are gone, and then you have a My Magnets gone. But for now, yes, like I said, we can say a lot of mute and smoke plays. Talk about the smoke, yeah, we have Rattler who loves to play smoke. We have also seen Jitsi playing up smoke. In some of the previous matches, we also seen Beat playing up smoke. But for now, as we see the operator composition, we can see a Thatcher getting picked up by Sandy, Beat on Zofia, Rattler picking up Sledge, G3 with that Yana nades, and Sparko going up for that Ace Aqua thermal charges. Talking about the defensive side, we got Mute playing up by Heko, Spy Time going for Azami, Cheesy playing up with that Alibi, Papa Phoenix with that Jaeger, of course, nice name. Ninja Freak with that goal. Of course, talking about Ninja Freak, this guy is such a old player from our scene. I'm definitely expecting some top tier plays, some of the top tier like C4 connections popping up, getting those double and single kills with that C4, especially on the map of border. Let's see what's going to be the action in the first round itself.
And there you have it, folks. Round number 1 is about to get started. I would do the roster introduction, but I believe, of course, Bullet took care of that already. So let's get into the first map, into the first round, excuse me, of this game that we've got going here. Of course, the site, no surprises that it is on second floor armory and lockers. Armory Archives, excuse me. I didn't. I said lockers accidentally. It's Armory Archives, folks. As we have an interesting defensive setup here by Spidey Time, taking a bit of damage already on the east stairs. Couple of Azami barricades that are protecting that player from getting shot from either side, the east balcony or the other east balcony, if you will. As Cheesy's going to take a bit of damage here in CC. Grenade comes in. Jittery with the first kill. Beautifully done. Nearly catches a second. Sandy comes in to find Spidey Time. In the meanwhile, the Azami on east has been cleaned up. And a couple of very quick kills firing off from the Hunters as they start off strong on the map.
A lovely couple of kills coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. Definitely, I wasn't expecting Ninja Freak to go out like that. I'm just thinking for that. There were Jaeger areas on that particular room or not? Because as we can see, Rattler is also trying to make up a push from the side of office. Sandy's already in. They're already much into the side. And here comes Sandy with a double kill. Takes up Papa Phoenix, already a 5v2. Here goes another one. Cheesy MLT is down. It's going to be all left to the side of Peko in a 1v5 scenario. Maybe with that SMG-11, he can do it. With that smoke canisters. But nope, Sandy comes up with that quad, I guess. A triple kill coming in from the side of Sandy. Takes out the final guy. And there you have it, the first round going into the favor of Hunters LFO. What a clean and that tidy flawless round coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. Definitely, I wasn't expecting to, Ninja Freak just going out like that with that nade. Definitely, there's going to be a calm happening in between the side of Jaeger and Ninja Freak. Where was that ADS? Jaeger ADS, where was it? Because especially when you're seeing a particular guy trying to hold up that particular room, especially where it's a very common room where the push gets from the side of any kind of attacking team, whether it's Hunters LFO, whether any kind of team. It's a very basic and a common strat. So there should be Bomai Magnet, there should be Jaeger areas in that room. So I'm just thinking, like, if it was there, maybe it could have burned by smoke and flashbang. If not, that was some minor mistake coming in from the side of MLT.
I think it's more to do with the overall setup that MLT had out towards east, right? Spidey Time, who was playing the Azami in the last round, had the double Kiba barrier set up on east stairs, right, to protect from the balcony. That is, of course, the break room balcony on the east side of the map. No, that's the south side of the map. And of course, the other balcony that connects to archives and has the door that goes into east stairs. So that's, I guess you could call it east balcony. So south balcony, east balcony, both entryways converge at the east stairs, and that's where the Azami had to be. So I guess if I had to hazard a guess, there were probably a couple of ADSs there. One definitely inside, and that really doesn't leave the Jaeger free to put any more ADSs anywhere else. So Spidey Time with the Wamai. Oh, wait a minute. Big peek. Looks like Papa Phoenix has just started things off in absolutely amazing fashion, finding both the Nook and the Sledge. Two Grenadiers basically gone right now. Sandy and Rattler. Sandy, of course, the one with the triple kill from the last round, and Rattler, who was, I think, the one who started things off in the meanwhile, no longer available. And the Hunters definitely reeling, as they were the ones to initiate the entry towards the side of customs. They got punished very hard for it.
Yeah, man, because Papa Phoenix, it's a Jaeger. He doesn't have any impact nades and such whatnot. And he just came in, probably a lack of, I would say, comms between the side of Hunters LFO, like who's going to go first. Nate comes in, Cheesy MLT takes a bit of damage, probably left up with a 40% HP. Another nade going down from the hands of Jittery. Now they know its location, but hey, Jittery picks up Cheesy. Another one going down, but no, it's going to be Papa Phoenix to flick that one up. Gets a triple, makes the situation on 2v4. Paco going on with a gunfight with that particular hallway, but no, comes up with a beat. Papa Phoenix goes down. It's the 2v4. Still a very, very open kind of scenario looking with that hallway. This cannot be very, very easy for the side of attackers. Two guys left in. Maybe they want to make sure that office is pretty much clear. Gets rid of that particular default cam. Still, for the side of defense, the side of particular bomb A, if I'm not wrong, yeah, it's going to be the bomb A, which is kind of looking very, very much open, just with one defenders left out. But for now, Sparko's still trying to make sure if somebody comes up with that hallway, maybe he can get that one easy kill. For now, Spidey time looking for a little bit of flank, but nope, it gets detected because he was going outside with that map, trying to create a little bit of distraction as much as they can waste the time of the attackers. With 50 seconds left on the clock. Yes, it's a 2v3. They still have what, 2 C4s left on the side of defense. They can use up it up a little good. But for now, yep, attackers beat and Sparkle. Still not sure where to push in from and where to do. But oh, Sparkle comes up, takes out Hecko. Now it's a 2v2 scenario, equalized on person. And this can be that one point where they can take an entry toward the side of bomb A and go in for a plant.
This could actually work out for them. They just have to make sure that they know what's going on towards metal stairs right now. There goes the Womai. It's all down to Ninja Freak right now. And there you go. A trade between Beat and Ninja Freak. But that means the attackers will win because the ace was already inside the side. Beautifully done by the side of the Hunters. Put in a bit of a spot of bother early by, Papa Phoenix, the Jaeger. But they recovered very, very well. A 3v5 that they had to play that entire round, and they played it very, very smartly indeed, even with Phoenix taking down a third operator and pushing it into a 2v4. Of course, they still managed to do it. And it really just came down to the Zofia being on the archive door outside on the balcony. The Barber was there, sure, but both the Wamai and the Goya were more preoccupied with Archive's desk and metal stairs, which had to rotate into Fountain, or at least a line of sight. So they weren't really watching the... they weren't really watching Archive's door. So even if the barbed wire was taken out, I don't think they would have heard it. Or even if they did, they probably assumed it was something else, or... I'm going to go with they didn't hear it, because if they did hear it, there's no reason to not react to that, right? So they probably didn't hear it, and of course the Zofia got free entry into the site, cleaned up the Wamai, and got into the building. Hecko, of course, who was in Fountain, we did see what happened, got distracted by the drone that was active right next to the door into Archives, the other door, that is. Tried to get it out, and that's exactly when the ace Sparko pushed in to get that kill. So, really unfortunate as it were. That's twice now that we've seen a defender from Militant get distracted by a drone and get shot because of it. So something that Militant definitely has to be aware of that has been going wrong for them so far. One of the big tells, as it were. Speaking of which, the site is first floor tellers and bathroom. Like we said before, one of the sites on this map that is so very, very good now after the map buff. Ninja Freak doing well, taking a bit of damage. As I think that's the Melusi upstairs, the lone roamer for the side of Militant that we at least saw the shadow of. Yes, that is still there. All the way out towards east stairs, it feels like, maybe in Fountain. There's now a second shadow, a second defender that has joined them. There you go. Both of them in the Fountain archive, in the Fountain office and east balcony side of things. There's a C4 that's about to be popped any minute now, and that's a down. Nice. Not a kill, though. Sandy's not out of it just yet. He can be revived, and that's exactly what they'll be trying to do. But that is still going to keep the Nook at bay for a little bit at least, because only 20 HP left on Sandy means he'll have to be careful about the gunfights he decides to take. Nice. Long angle, and Spidey Time finds the first blood.
First blood coming into the favor of Militant Esports. Nice and smooth for now. But yes, I guess that how, yes, it was the side of Sandy, who went down with the C4. Maybe they could have tried to confirm that one up. But for now, yep, Hecko MLT is down with that nade, if I'm not wrong. Oh, Beat finds Spidey Time. He didn't have it. Again, I had no idea. Ninja Freak comes up, takes out BJ with that retreat happening on Papa Phoenix. Makes it up a 3v3. Sparko gets another one. There you have it, cheesy MLT, if I'm not wrong, all left out alone in that objective. For now, I'm trying to find out where's the Hecko. Oh, Hecko is already in DBNO state. This probably is a 1v3, and Cheesy is all left out in a 1v3 scenario. Yes, he can go in, maybe try to take up with that 1v3, but it's looking very hard because two of these guys, Jittery and Spark, already on 100 HP. The Cheesy MLT on SMT, maybe he can try, but he has not that, but a C4. That's because he used that early in the round. He gets one, finds up Sandy, makes it a 1v2, 50% HP left, finds another one, but oh, Jittery will shut him down in the round number 3 and take the round victory for themselves onto the map of border. Still, I really want to talk about how the second round went in. MLT Esports did had a very good start on how this Papa Phoenix went in and straight up killed 2 guys with that run out. But after that, I feel like, yep, this is what Hunters LFO are really good at. When they have that times with, Sparko left out, Rattler, even like any of these guys from Sandy, Beat, Rattler, even Jittery, man, they think a lot. They try to, allow the defensive team or the attacking team, when they are not in a favorable, like in a man advantage situation, to make any kind of mistakes. And this is what MLT did, right? And that went in the favor of Hunters LFO. They went in to go for a, let's try to take up a flank from the, what do you say, the hallway, the main hallway. We're seeing it right now between the side of archive. It connects the archive to the main objective and to the armory. They went and tried to go and peek toward the side of fountain, and then just Sparko just comes in and takes up with that victory. And this is what Under the are very good at. They try to bait you, try to think that okay, you are one or two steps ahead of us, and then like position team just get on with it, get overwhelmed, and do a mistake. Sorry.
Well, with that, we're now going to be moving into round number 4. Hunters are 3-0 up. So, even if Militant were to win it 3 rounds back-to-back here, the best that they could hope for is a 3-3 tie going into the 7th round, excuse me, where they will be attacking. And of course, it could look a little bit better for them going into the second half attack. But again, they have to get there in one piece. And the way Hunters are playing, I don't think they really want to allow that to happen for now. Like we said before, Hunters, these last few days, they have spared no quarter against their opponents. And they are looking to continue that performance here and now. If they win today in a 2-0 fashion, which of course they look like they're going to be on track to do, then of course they will end up with 6 points, the first team to do so, and once again looking very, very strong for that top seed of the top 4. Even at this point, it really should become a consideration for the Hunters. In the meanwhile, Rattler trying to find the Azami, couldn't quite do so. The Kiba barrier came back. Cheesy playing it smart, but as a sledge, of course, the Kiba can be destroyed very, very quickly. And Cheesy knows this. He's got to hold back and play around the drones and everything that's being sent up here. Rattler finds the Mozzie. In the meanwhile, Spy Time, I think, went in for a round. Excuse me. Ninja Freak gets Sparko, though. That's your breacher gone. Huge kill by the Alibi right here. Ninja Freak might have just turned the tides of the round because, of course, we all know how difficult it is to deal with a breacher on the side of Armory. Here we go. Another kill could have happened. No, Jittery survives. And Ninja Freak takes a ton of damage, has to retreat. And it will do so. Papa Phoenix now taking damage. Everyone's on the chopping block as Archives is being pushed. There's one on the window. Hecko taking a lot more damage as well. Sandy one tap. There goes Cheesy. There goes Hecko. It's all down to Spidey time, who falls on metal stairs.
And half of the work from the side of Hunters LFO was done when they were peeking it. They were not even inside the map. So this is some Hunters LFO work being done from their side, man. 4-0 will be the score on the map of border, and things are not looking good for the side of MLT Esports. Yup. Overall, Hunters LFO are doing a lot of drone work, trying to, win as maximum of those individual gunfights, and is actually being won from the side of Hunters LFO, and this is why they are 4-0 for now. Let's see what is going to be the objective point for the side of Militant Esports. I suppose they have gone for the side of server and ventilation. Nope, they have again gone for armory and the other objective area. Yes, still trying to change up the operator picks. But this time around, we can see Cheesy going for Azami, Ninja Freak still on the side of Alibi, and Papa Phoenix going for Jaeger. Papa Phoenix, for now, if we talk about what went on from his side, we can see he has got up 3 kills too from that particular round number 2, if I'm not wrong, where he went on for a run out and killed 2 of those guys. But for other teams now, for the other players now, we don't see much of the contribution except Ninja Freak. So Cheesy, Spidey Time, Hecko needs to push up themselves a little bit, need to step up a little bit. But this is a time right now because just 2 rounds are left for the side of defense. If you don't win up your defensive rounds and then attack and defense swap is being made on the map of border, things start to get a little bit shaky for your side on the side of attack. Because of course, many people would say border is kind of like defender side. I kind of say it's after the rework, after the addition of the new balcony, a lot of space, it's kind of a balance. But still, overall, when you don't win up your first initial rounds, you are already down with 4-0, 3-0 lead, the pressure is already been there from the opponent team.
We'll have to see how Militant Esports replies to this sort of pressure. There's a couple of players actually right outside of CCTV. And of course, they're trying to get their way into Armory nice and quickly. Despite him taking some damage here on East Stairs. Has to be careful about this. Crosses over. The Malusi really playing with fire right there. But way of, falls right back into the side. Hecko finding Sandy in the meanwhile. That's a big drop, but the Zofia comes in. Beat is in here. Gets one, gets two. Suddenly things are turned around, but the Lucy comes back as Spytime and Cheesy firing onto two more of their own. Grenade from Jittery finds Cheesy in the meanwhile. Could he find another with that? No, not quite. That grenade went a bit too far. So it's now down to the 2v2, Spytime and Ninja Freak against two completely healthy attackers, as both of them have taken varying degrees of damage. Spytime has pretty much lost a full 1/3 of their health there, and Ninja Freak down to the last third on their side. So it's going to be difficult for these two to really take these gunfights. They have to play it smart, and not like that. Rattler gets the peak advantage and the health advantage as well, and Jittery comes up from the hallway, finds the kill, comes up the metal stairs, finishes off Ninja Freak, and once again, Hunters pushed on the back foot, but it does not matter. They take yet another round. There was a valiant attempt at turning the tides by Militant, and, credit where credit is due. They turned it into a 3v2, down from a 5v3 very quickly, 4v3, excuse me, very quickly, but Hunters simply, not allowing it to happen. They just walk up and say no, and before you know it, of course, you're back at the disadvantage. 5-0 up for the Hunters right now, and the Militants, well, they are quite literally staring down the metaphorical barrel at the minute.
I feel like, when you're not winning a particular objective point, I have seen this happening in the Pro Series as well. Some of the teams do change up their objective points and they're consistently, losing it back to back. But MLT Esports still going for the Armory and Archives picks after losing few of those rounds. Maybe would have taken up some, customs, maybe gone toward the side of paths from the new objective. Just maybe go toward the side of first floor, the current one, the server, and the ventilation area. But for now, yep, they have changed up the objective point. Let's see how things turns up, because for now, maximum what we can see, a 5-1 score line. Man, Hunters LFO already won 5 of the rounds straight up. And for now, we can see Sandy going for that Ash beat on Twitch. Rattler going to take up Sledge Jittery with that Yana, Sparko with that Hibana. So a lot of these, we are just looking to, just play it out real quick, just play it out and rush it out, go for those frags, try not to go for a plan. But let's see what they are up to. For now, we can see two of those defenders trying to play out towards the side of second floor. There you come. Ash comes in. Ninja Freak is already down. Jittery takes a lot of damage. I don't know from how, but I guess it was the side of Papa Phoenix as well. Papa Phoenix already is very low on HP. Things can go anywhere around between the side of Jittery and Papa Phoenix, but no. Here comes the Cupcan. Hecto takes out our beat on Twitch. He's still not out. He's still down. But for now, Sparko has got the call. Trying to make a pressure. Trying to make up a push for the side of Cupcan. Maybe he can find another one. Yes, he does. Sparko gets down. Makes it a 4v4. He doesn't know the location, but Rattler comes in. Puts up Hecko. And we will pick up his Diabino State guy. That's going to be beat. Still the situation looking quite good between the two of these sides, but overall a very good round coming in. Sandy finds another one. Spidey didn't have no clue, but now Cheesy will have the call out, go for the shotgun, and he finds Sandy. Makes the 3v2, rotate back toward the side. Papa Phoenix is down to, like I said, 10% HP. Still, I would say they have a chance. The MLT do have a chance to, to shut this down, make the score line 5-1. But take a look at the timer. Just 1 minute and 30 seconds left. A lot of action, a lot of trade has been already done in round number 6.
Oh boy, Jittery, I think that was a Capcan trap to the shins right there that might have done the, deed of downing him. But of course, he was already quite low on HP, and, he's going to just go back to 20 HP. Beat is also on 20. Rattler is just about a little under half health right there. Same with Cheesy, of course. Papa Phoenix, very low on health. So this particular round could swing either which way. It really depends on who plays it in which way. Cheesy trying to play vertical right now. Not the smartest of decisions. Beat gets that kill. It's all up to Papa Phoenix, the last one standing. 1v3. It is still possible. Everyone is mighty low on HP. He's just got to navigate this properly. Finds the diffuser drop. That's the big one to start things off. 40 seconds remain. All he needs to do is find the final 2. But no, Beat vertically gets yet another kill. All the shots that are fireable there are fired, and of course that leaves a bit of a bad taste in Militant's mouth, I believe, as they are 0-6 down going into the second half. 6-0, Hunters are on map point, and all it takes is one round for the Hunters to close out border as quickly as you like it. And of course, they're on the defense. It is the second half after all. Militants, I mean, if they want to equalize, if they want to push for OT, because that's the only way they'll win now, they'll have to play 6 rounds of the most perfect Rainbow Six they will have ever played. Is it even possible? I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, overall, I would say compared to what we saw in the last, 5 rounds from the side of Militant Esports, the last round particularly was a very good one. I was excited for a bit of an improvement coming in from their side, but now the swap is being made. The momentum will kind of shift around. But yes, talking about the side of Hunters LFO, they just need one round. Even if like they did 6-2, they did 6-3, allow Militant Esports to win few of the round. But I think like as being on match point gives you a tremendous kind of an advantage. Because you have just put in the effort, win 6 rounds back to back on a map like Border. But for now, we take a look at the attacker side. Ninja Freak with the Amaru, Papa Phoenix going for IQ. Cheesy MLT would have gone for Sledge, but for now we see the attacker repick coming into the play. Spidey time going for Yana. Papa Phoenix has now went for Twitch. So a good, I would say, operator pick coming in, trying to just open up the wall as we see the bread and butter combo. Our lovely Thatcher and Thermite. This is what I love to see. I remember my old days, we used to play up rank, just go for Thatcher. We used to say, hey, somebody pick up Thermite because we have Thatcher. But this time around, after we see the addition of the secondary MP nades, we don't see Thatcher being banned that quite often. But for now, coming back to the game, we see some kind of a run out coming in from the side of B. He takes some spy time, but now cheesy MLT will shut it down real quick. Makes the situation even. And there you have it, 4v4 very early in the round. MLT, yes, are looking very confident with this kind of a push on how you are just, getting the retrades right on the spot. But for now, Hunters LFO 6-0 on the match point of map of Border. And this is what happened yesterday also for the side of Hunters LFO on the yesterday matchups. They, the maps lasted for like 45 minutes, 47 minutes, and the second map lasted for 50 minutes. So this is actually what they want to do today also. Try to, shut down MLT as soon as possible on both maps.
That's the thing though. Hunters, they need to be a little bit careful, but if they're getting shots like that off, I don't think anything needs to be said. Jittery, but mind you, Jittery getting that kill on Papa Phoenix is one thing. Sandy, that double kill. Now that is something else. Just peek east stairs and get 2 for your leisure. It's all now down to Ninja Freak. Last one, position given away. Jittery gonna give chase as well, and he gets that kill. Oh dear me, Ninja Freak, you had an LMG. But apparently that's not going to be doing much. Armory and Throne Room is won by the side of Hunters on their first defense of the day. And of course, that leaves the situation very clear. A 7-0 for the Hunters LFO. What a map to start things off on. What a dominant way to continue their train here at the South Asian Nationals. I mean, Hunters, they were always a fantastically strong team. Don't get us wrong, folks. But today, they clearly seem to be on another level. Their improvement, of course, has always been very, very visible to us. And we said it before, Hunters are on a different class almost of team here in South Asia. And that's not to discredit any of the other teams that are fighting it out here in this region. Is it that Hunters are simply better? We'll talk about that more as we go into the highlights of the game here, folks. And one thing to remember, mind you, Militants took on MercenarieZ the other day, and they actually went 1-2. Militants did still lose, yes, but they really took MercenarieZ all the way down to the third map, and MRCZ had to fight. And some of that, of course, was down to MercenarieZ not really being the same kind of MercenarieZ we've seen at the beginning of Pro Series 1 or last year even. They've had a bit of a decline lately, but Militants are also a really good team because even after the decline, MercenarieZ is still a very, very strong team. And for Militants to have pushed that hard, it makes, you hope that, this team could really have something to say about the top players, the top teams in South Asia. But unfortunately, that does not seem to be the case here, at least not against the Hunters. And that's where, praise for the Hunters comes in. Again, it's not that Militants are, all that bad. It's just that Hunters are simply that good that even the team that took MercenarieZ to map 3 can't really do too much against the Hunters in the first map itself.
Yeah, man, especially talking about the side of Hunters LFO. like what they did yesterday, shut down the opponent team in a 2-0 scoreline. They're just trying to do that in the matchup up against MLT Esports. 7-0 on the map of border. Yes, no, we were talking blackjack. We were talking about Hunters LFO and Militant Esports when I was asking you what are going to be the map pool and whatnot, and we were kind of like, yeah, Hunters LFO will win this one, but a 7-0 scoreline on the first map. We were expecting this kind of sheer domination from the side of border, from the side of Hunters LFO on the map of border. Our next map will be the map of Team PAK, and yes, again, Hunters LFO will be attacking first. But MLT Esports, yes, you have that kind of a little bit of, like, I would say, a small advantage, not, I would say, a very big one. Just defend on the side of Theme Park. You have as a defender, you have a lot of space to work upon, a lot of spaces to put up a few flanks, right? So yeah, I guess if they do up things right, pretty right, try to analyze what's going wrong, what's going into the favor, try to pick up some other kind of like operator chemistry between the side of teams. Try to go for some kind of extraordinary picks, like when it comes to the side of Theme Park for the side of objective points. Maybe yes, we see a comeback on the map of Theme Park, but it's all come down to teams, man, how they want to play, how they want to approach the game, because they already down one map. They just don't want to allow the side of Hunters LFO to win up the second one itself, because on the previous match, like you say, they lost it. So it's kind of really necessary to win up this particular match series up against Hunters LFO to be in that top 3, top 4 of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, getting into the top 4 means you got to get a start early in any given tournament, of course, especially if it's a round robin group stage. But the thing is, the first 2 matches the Militants are fighting, as we go into the match summary here, folks, the first 2 games that the Militants have had have been exceptionally difficult games. One against Mercenaries, where they still took a point, but against Hunters, it's really not looking too good. Look at that Militant scoreboard right there. 4-7, 4-6, 4-7, 2-8, and 2-7. Not even allowed to budge Militants, as they were just shut down left and right. And of course, their cost percentages as well, and their survivability ratings, all of that reflecting what went on, what transpired in the match, as only Cheesy has a 71% cost, everybody else below 50, even more than half the team below 30% cost as well. Looking at the Hunters, though, it's a completely different story. 100% cost percentages to Beat and Jittery, who went 11-4 and 9-1 respectively, each bagging 1 kill on entry and a 1.6 and 1.4 survivability as well. And of course, 70% and above cost for the remaining players on the side of the Hunters. Just a fantastic performance from Hunters, completely dominating the side of the Militants. And a very quick map number 1 has just come to an end, with the Hunters going 7-0 up. We'll be back, of course, going into map number 2 in just a short while, but before that, we'll be taking a very, very tiny break. We'll be right back, folks. Stay tuned.
Someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people the best if I back my stumbling sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I back my stumbling sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your breath without making a mess. And you Stop myself for a while. someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it's funny before the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it's funny before the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, but I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think it would be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while.
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asian Nationals, supported by Ubisoft for Rainbow-Six-Siege, of course, powered by Zotac Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club, and of course, alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Bullet, as we are back once again to bring you map number 2 of the first game of day 3 of the Nationals group stages. It is Hunters Hunters taking on Militant Esports. Wow, I really butchered that sentence, didn't I? Kind of tends to happen every now and again, doesn't it? But Hunters versus Militant, that is the game that we are currently going through. Map number 1 was very quick. Hunters taking a very fast 7-0. And now we'll be going into map number 2, which is Hunters' pick, aka Theme Park. It's going to be a difficult game for Militant. I think we can all agree on that front. I just want to see how Militant, fires back if they are able to in the second map.
Yeah, man, this is gonna be hard because like I definitely expected, yeah, Hunters LFO will take up that first map victory, but winning that 7-0, like not allowing any one single round for the side of Militant Esports. And yes, there were a lot of, like, I would say, mistakes happening from the side of Militant Esports, especially on the side of defense. But taking a look at the map here once again, remind you folks that our second map will be the map of Theme Park, and boy oh boy, I kind of get very scared and afraid to myself to play and even on like watch teams play on the side of Theme Park. But about the side of map, that's gonna be the side of Oregon. And once again, let me remind you folks, 7-0. Hunters LFO won the last map itself, which we witnessed before the break. And yes, Militant Esports will be again defending the first 6 rounds on the map of Theme Park. Now comes up the question: attacking May. We still have Hunters LFO attacking for the first 6 rounds on the map of Theme Park. Yes, there are a lot of spaces where defenders can play really well, but if only the Hunters Alpha will allow Militant Esports to just take up Oryx, or maybe if Militant Esports picks up Oryx, try to rotate between those hatches, because Theme Park is a very very big map. You can literally play almost any defense operator among the 25-26 operator that we have in Rainbow-Six-Siege in the defensive side. Yes, Hunters Alpha will be again looking down to just shut this down real quick with another 7-1, 7-2, 7-3. Like again, I'm trying to just shut down real quick and real fast that we saw in the yesterday match of Hunters LFO itself. But on the map of Theme Park, I really want to ask you, Black Jack, what do you think? Like how so team should pick up those operator? What are the bans that we can expect? Yes, there will be Valk ban, there will be Flores ban. But I think like yes, on this particular map, we might see the Thatcher ban, because especially the objective sites on towards the side of first floor on the map of Theme Park, even on the second floor, teams do really rely just opening the common wall, wall breaches to just get that open, and then try to take up the individual gunfights rather than not banning Thatcher, then trying to play with the ace Thatcher, just going for the hard breaches and then taking up the gunfights. So I think like yes, we might see a Thatcher and Valkman, but what do you personally think?
I think we might actually see an ace ban or maybe another OSA ban coming in from at least one of the teams, specifically
Hmm.
Militant. I say that because ace and OSA are operators that hunters play a lot when they're available, and they have a really, really good
Yeah.
utility. Theme Park is a map that has a lot of reinforced walls, as it were. And we'll talk a bit more about that as we go into the match, folks. That is correct. Let's not take any longer. We'll be going straight into the ban phase. So we'll answer the question as we go along. But like I said, Theme Park has a lot of reinforced walls that need to stay reinforced. So, banning a hard breacher makes things a bit more difficult for attacking teams on the map. And since hunters are attacked first, you know, inconveniencing them would probably be in MLT Esports' best intentions, as it were. But as the
Yeah.
timer takes down, it's gonna be the Thatcher nonetheless.
Ah.
Looks like we're going to have a bit more standard banning coming in from both sides here. Hunters, of course, we've seen them, ban operators that will be more harmful for their defensive half rather than really caring about who they don't want to play in this first half. For let's see who they decide to ban. And it is going to be Jackal. All right. They are going to have Ace. They're going to have Osa. All of those operators, Flores, everyone will be available here, and we've just gone back
Mhm.
to the standard banning. So I expect a Mira and a Valkyrie ban as well to finish things off, because if we're going full standard bans, why not just finish it off with the standard bans? Am I right?
Yeah, I feel like also we might see a Mira. Oh, there you have it. Mira ban coming in from the side of Hunters LFO. Yes, on the map of Theme Park, there are a lot of places where you can play the black window. But for now, we might see a Valk ban maybe. I feel like, or maybe we can see a Kaid ban, because the MLT Esports, they're on the side of defense. They want the maximum utilization. But yeah, it's going to be a pretty usual Valk ban coming in from the side of MLT. Yes, I guess Hunters LFO banning the side of Mira, it was a very wise decision, because they are again on the side of attack. Yes, they'll be trying to win maximum of those attacking rounds, but on the side of MLT, they themselves banned Thatcher. So again, they will try to from their side try to win off those maximum defensive rounds. But overall, Theme Park, like I said, there are a lot of places where defensive teams can play pretty well. A lot. The Theme Park is a very big map where you can rotate among a lot of spaces. Oryx is a very, I would say, a common pick among some of the international professional teams. But in South Asia Nationals, we don't see Oryx getting played. On the, I guess, I remember some of the players from MercenarieZ or it was the side of Team Phalanx were playing it on the Community Cup or Pro Series, but we don't see Oryx pick quite often. But on the side of Team Phalanx, I want to say Oryx pick can be a very wise and a very, I would say, a key role. Like you have what I guess there are more than 3 or 4 hatches on between the side of first floor and the second floor that you can rotate upon. So I guess that will be a wise pick. But let's see what they will go for on the map of Theme Park. Again, remind you folks, Hunters LFO already won the previous map of Border with a 7-0 score line. Momentum is on their side. But MLT Esports, yes, like I said, LFO is a very big titan, man. Monkey Hunters LFO is a very big titan. Just even to face off, like Blackjack said, if this was some kind of like a very hard match which they want to face in South Asian National, this is it. This is the match. This is the hardest of like all in the South Asian Nationals, which is gonna be the Hunters LFO, which they are facing it right now.
Well, we're going to be going straight into the match, folks. Don't you worry. We're taking no time off from the action here as we'll be going straight into round number 1, Armory and Throne Room, the site of choice from the Militant defense. And of course, excuse me there. And of course, just starting off pretty standard, in terms of the operators being picked here. Of course, you've got Spy Time, Heko, Ninja Freak, Cheesy, and Killsteel coming in from the MLT side with a Mozzie, Bandit, and Kaid combo. Okay, that's an interesting one. Goyo, and of course the Jaeger to round things out. Goyo we've seen before. Armory and Goyo go pretty well together. Kaid and Bandit, so they're going to try to keep the walls, locked up as long as possible. So, of course, expect a couple of secondary EMPs being picked up by the Hunter. Sandy switching out into the Osa. The Dekebi being brought up by Rattler. Both of those operators can have secondary EMPs as their secondary gadgets. And, okay, Sandy's actually going to bring in the smoke grenades. Venpai, who's actually swapping in for Sparkout in this game, is bringing in the... bringing in the flashbangs, but beat with the Amaru. Now that, of course, is an interesting decision right there. Amaru, not sure exactly how, she'll be played on a map on the site that is first floor, but I guess we'll find out. First, they can be called very early because they detected Heko on the spawn peak. And of course, you've got players above already getting taken down. Spytime finds the first kill, and that is the Amaru who goes down first.
Very much unexpected to see a beat picking up Amaru, like you said, and then Beak also going down for the first time very early in the round. As we can see, Sandy makes his way to the side of Cafe. Dokebi Logic Bomb coming into the play. Spidey Time getting a pressure made from the both sides. As for now, Spidey Time will be having a hard time to face both of these attackers pushing him up. Rattler finds it up, makes it a 4v4, but it's going to be Killsteel to pick up that trade right there, and it's going to be Sandy to also come up. It's going to be another one for the side of Sandy. Ninja Freak also going down, and what a round coming into the side of Hunters LFO. Pretty quick, and I would say easy, because Spy Time did some work over there, tried to take out the beat. The first kill going into favor of MLT Esports, the opener kill, like I want to say, like how Clash just say. But for now, we can see Venpai going for the drone work, see that Intel who's standing where. But for now, just 2 of the guys left on the defense, one with the C4 and another one with also the C4. They have a lot of, I would say, utility on their side, which they can use to put up that pressure onto the side of attackers. There you have it, folks. Jittery going down with the C4.
Jittery going down with the C4, and he puts a thank you in the chat. Not sure what that one's about, but that, of course, evens out the scoreline a little bit more. Split doorway is being watched as the shots are fired. Heko gives away the fact that he was watching this side of split door. He's come back to do so once again. How does the Osa want to push this, though? Cheesy currently isn't actually watching split, but as the call comes in, he's going to come back, and
nice.
That was an attempt at a smoke off. And of course, he gets shut down because of it. Now all down to Venpai, the last one standing, who's rotated, gone up, gone back. Not really sure where Venpai wants to go in from, but looks like there's a breach possibility here. Yes, that will be used very late in the round, but hey, better late than never. Breach is done on the barrel room wall, and an entry can happen now. But where does Venpai go in from? Like, how does he approach this? That is the question. There's a Goyo that could peek any minute. There's the flashbang. One. He now knows where the Goyo is. Second flashbang is going to go out. Is it going to force anything? No, it's not. And there's the C4 from Cheesy. It'll finish off Venpai. Very close round between both teams, but well held by the Goyo and the Bandit inside of the site, as they just have to sit still. Armory is just that good of a site for defenders that even the mighty Hunters can have trouble on this particular site of Theme Park. So MLT finally put a round on board for themselves. I guess you could say better late than never, as it is 1-0 in the first, now into the second round.
Even though like they didn't win any of the rounds in the last map of Border, we can definitely say that it's their first round victory. The entirety of the two maps that they are playing in. Of course, a very good round for the side of MLT Esports. Like I said, they have a lot of utility, and the utility comes upon the side of C4. One that G3 went down with that C4, and the last kill also went down with that C4 being played from the side of Goyo. I guess it was good, right? Yeah, that was the side of Goyo. Overall, a good round coming from the side of MLT Esports for now. They will be going towards the side of Bunk and Daycare on the side of second floor. Yes, again, a very good side to, hold up your defensive side on. But for now, they are trying to make up an extension maybe toward the side of the hallway. As we can see, Mute making up a line of sight. They can also try to hold up the cafe area because it's a very common push from the side of attacking team. Let's see where the attackers make their push up from. Maybe we can see a push from the side of the Dragon Stairs, the balcony area. Or maybe we can even see, teams firstly going for the side of first row, maybe place up some of those vertical nades. But right now, there are only just 2 frag nades from the side of attacking team, which is on toward the side of G3 with that Yana pick.
As the side, of course, moves up to the second floor, we're just going to have to wait and see what the reactions are from Hunters, as again, losing the first round isn't exactly ever a great thing, and it's never a pleasant feeling, as it were. But Killseal's not going to let them get anywhere near the pleasantries of the map. Starts it off immediately, skimming past all of that to find Beat. That is your Maverick gone. A call comes in from the Dekebi, and of course, I think the attempt was for a rush potentially through the Cafe Arcade balcony, but nope. Venpai goes down as Hecko with a C4 will shut down the other breacher, leaving it up to Rattler and Sandy and Jittery, the last 3 standing. MLT with a much stronger start this map as Hecko. Yeah, challenging the Osa at her own shield isn't exactly the best idea in the world, and, Hecko has learned that firsthand. As for now, Hunters once again reeling from these first 3 kills that have been taken against them.
Of course, like 2 of the good kills coming in. Both of the, I would say, hard breachers are definitely out, so no more walls being opened. The hard walls being opened up from the side of the attackers. But I guess the tree still have he still has 2 of those frag nades left out. He has unfortunately, I guess, left from we have been disconnected. But now we can see a 3-5 situation going on to the favor of MLT Esports. Man advantage definitely on their side. And yes, this can be that the start of MLT's comeback on the second map. But they have it kill steal. Another one on the side of G3. And it's going to be real hard for the side of Hunters LFO for now. Because Diffuser already down toward the side of Jaeger, as we can see, onto the other room. But for now, 2 of those attackers are already trying to make their way towards from the side of Cafe area.
Rattler's going to find one in the meanwhile. Ninja Freak goes down. The Osa pushing up, unaware of Spy Time's location, will get shut down, but Spy Time also gets put in a DBNO state. That's 2 now who are on the floor bleeding out from Rattler, whose position is given away thanks to the Prisma. Hecko wants to get revived, will be approached by Cheesy. There we go. One is pulled back up on his feet, and Killsteal will get the final kill. Rattler going down. Militant Esports. 2 rounds now back to back as they have put themselves on the board and are doing so in some pretty good fashion right about now. We did say that the Hunters attack is really, really good on Theme Park, but at the same time, you have to consider Theme Park is, of course, one of those maps that just is so defender-sided. Even a mighty titan like the Hunters can take a couple of rounds before they really awaken on this map. Conversely, Hunters are defense second, so they will be able to, or at least could be able to turn it around. I can't really say anything for definitively, because after all, the way these first 2 rounds have gone, doesn't exactly fill me with the most confidence to say that the Hunters will be able to turn things around going into the second half. They're already 0-2 down. on Theme Park, which is, mind you, their map choice. So we'll have to wait and see how they react to being put in this situation. They're not going to be too happy, but again, it feels like the comms are a little bit out there. Their coordination feels a little
Yeah,
bit off as well overall as a team. Not sure why that
yeah.
would be, but of course, is this one of those days? I guess maybe one of those maps could just be. Maybe they're taking it slow before they really start things off. Militant, of course, we didn't really get to see much from them on border, so we'll have to wait and see. How Militant continues applying pressure here because they've got a good lead going here. Sure, they're currently in a bit of a bad spot given everything, but if they play their cards right, they could actually turn the tides on the Hunters, and suddenly Militant could be in the driver's seat before you know it, folks. Of course, a bit of a pause has happened. That's why we've come back to the caster screen here once again, back to the two of us as we take you through these matches and maps. And overall, I gotta say, I like what Militant's doing. They're taking full advantage of Theme Park's overall defender set in nature, using every piece of cover available to them and staying just out of barrel length of the Hunters, who then are taken by surprise when a different defender suddenly pops up out of nowhere and snags a couple of kills. That's what's been really happening for these first couple of rounds, and Hunters haven't really been doing the kind of drone work we know that they normally do on the map of Theme Park, where they really just flush out every single defender and take them out by isolating each gunfight as they progress ruthlessly towards a given site. We'll have to see if they're able to pull some of that into this match. They will need to if they want to win, which I assume they do for sure. So we'll just have to wait for a hot minute to see when that comes out. But so far, a pretty good start from MLT Esports.
Yeah, overall, definitely how the last two rounds went to the favor of Militant Esports. They definitely got up that confidence booster, right? Because we have already lost up the bottom map pretty bad, 7 with a scoreline of 7-0. At least we can do a lot of things better with a new start. Because of course we are down with the one map, but Team Phalanx, like I said, it's a very very like you said, like it's kind of a defense sided map. But overall, it gives us a lot of space. I was saying this from yesterday. It gives a lot of space, a lot of play area to just even extend your sights or maybe just try to go on for some pretty big drone, pretty big flanks. But for now, we're waiting for the last guy to connect from the side of Hunters LFO. I guess it was the beat who got unfortunately disconnected from the game. This is going to be a minor restart and a minor bug from the game. Overall, I would say a good start again from the side of MLT Esports. The operator picks are looking very fine. The utilities being played up pretty well. On the first round, we saw both of those MLT guys being in a 3v2 scenario, left out with that C4 connection going on pretty well. So overall, good coordination. This was supposed to happen when the score line was 3-0, 4-0 onto the map of border. Soon, pretty late than never. But let's see, will Militant Esports will be able to win this map entirely, or just it's going to be Hunters LFO having a little bit of network issues, or maybe just not having that in-game momentum, or they are just allowing Militant Esports to get in that driver's seat and then take the game for themselves. So it's up to the teams how they want to play. But yes, we are just waiting for the confirmation to get back on the game, because it is going to be an interesting one on how Hunters LFO, like how Militants are facing a titan like Hunters LFO, lost the game 7-0 straight up on the map of border, and then coming into the map of Theme Park. Of course, Theme Park is a very hard map to play. Even on the side of attackers, you have a lot of area to cover upon. You have a lot of drone work to do before you can proceed to the particular site. And then also trying to beat up Hunters LFO 2. This is some good work coming in from Militant Esports. The thing is, if they can carry up till the last round of their defensives before the defense and attack swap is being made, that they have to do. And again, when they come on to the side of attacking on the side of Theme Park, operator picks needs to be very neat, because Thatcher has already been banned. One of the key operators which can put up the ability to track up the roaming operator Jackal has been gone, while from the side of Militant Esports have themselves banned it up, and then Miras have been also been banned from the side of Hunters. So pretty good bans coming in from the side of both team. But yes, if Militant Esports even get this after the defensive round swap is being made, like 4-2 or maybe 4-3, there's a lot of hard work and a lot of effort to be made from their side on the side of attacking when they will be attacking on the map of Theme Park.
Guess we'll have to see how they do in that second half. Attacking on Theme Park is never easy, as has already been demonstrated by the Hunters. Now, we know our viewers want to get back into the match very, very quickly, folks. Again, we're just waiting on some updates for the match, as it were. And as it turns out, it is actually from the side of Militants that we are waiting on for the player. Seems like a bit of a disconnect has happened, so we're going to be waiting at least until we get that MLT player back. A couple minutes and shouldn't be too long after that, folks. And hopefully we can get things going very, very soon as well. So we really dissected these last couple of rounds and really broken it down to what could happen, what has happened, and what we might see happen going forward into the future. I guess we'll have to wait and see about that. And I guess we'll have to see what Hunters have to bring out. And looks like we're going to be going back into the match nice and quickly, folks. The reconnections are back in. And with that, we are back into the lobby as well. 2-0 for the time being. That, excuse me right there, that Hunters need to get back and equalize against. They are 0-2 down, and Militants, they are definitely looking strong at the minute.
Definitely looking strong. Like I said, they gotta keep this form up back up till round number 5, round number 6. Try to win maximum of these defensive rounds. Like I said, attacking also, I would say, very hard onto the map of Team Park. When you also come to the side of defense, if you place up your roaming apparatus pretty well, we can see Spidey Time doing a pretty good job with that 2-1 score. Also Ninja Freak was doing a good job on the map of border, going in, picking up maximum of those individual gunfights we saw from the side of entirety the MLT roster. Let's see what will be the storyline, what will be the narration from their side in the round number 3. Yes, we see some changes. We see now Jittery picking up Flores, as it's going to be the side of Initiation Room from the side of MLT Esports. Yes, Initiation Room, we have also Mute, we have also Mozzie. So they are taking up a lot of utility to just deny that intel being gathered from the side of Hunters LFO. So this can be the one play, like how the attacker repick is coming to play. That Renpai went in for the side of Flores Zone, retro charges, and he can just destroy those mute jammers pretty easily and pretty quickly.
We'll have to see how the attacker utility is used in this instance, of course. Mute jammers will be in very high demand in this game, given that the Flores is in play this round. Echo once again with the C4. Is he going to get something off of this? No, I don't think the C4 quite went far enough. And shots should be fired. This Mute pushing it this far. Again, not exactly something you want to see from the Hunters. They usually punish these so efficiently. As now you've got the grenades going in. You've got the RCE Reteros as well that are being used to get rid of these deployable shields and these utilities around the waiting room. These long angles that are being used by the defense to shut down the entry of the attackers right now. But again, how far will that really get them? Because they still haven't made an inroad in terms of getting a couple of bodies. And the Alibi continues to track these operators whenever the Prismas get, disturbed, effectively speaking, touched by bullets or whatever have you. Venpai taking a bit of damage right now. Again, the angles from bathroom, from inside of the office site. It's all not doing, it's not really allowing them to do much. Hunters, that is. And the Dekebi calls are also being denied by the Mute. Jittery is now low on HP, and the push into security is being overseen by this Goyo. Sandy could do with the talent shield right about now, but also needs to make a quick getaway in case there's a Vulcan there. As another RC Rotera is going to be sent out by Jittery. That should allow for another piece of utility to be broken or a defender to be flushed out. What a shot from Killsteel. Beautifully done to get the first kill, to get things going. Here comes, of course, the Goyo Vulcan as well. Finding speed goes down. Killsteel is now low on HP, but Venpai gets caught off guard. Just kind of standing around all over the place. Jittery is also DBNO. And it's all up to Rattler, the last one standing, getting 2 immediately. Wants to revive Venpai and will be able to do so. It's still a 2v3. Venpai is back on his feet. And I think that was a C4 being tossed. That's been shut down. Cheesy taking a bit of damage. The Dekebi trying to do a whole lot of stuff here. And there goes the ace nonetheless. It doesn't matter, it seems. But wait a minute. Rattler on the quad. Already in the plant as well. Hecko's coming in with the shotgun. The plant is being stuck. And it feels like it will be so. All you got to do is play this correctly, and he does so in today's clutch. Rattler turning things around against the defense. It's one Takemi, one DMR, one plant, and one dream. Couldn't really say 1 HP there, though. But still, what a play by Rattler. Beautifully done to just completely shut down players left and right. It had to have been a scramble of a situation. But, of course, there were a couple of instances that Rattler could have gone down in, and that didn't happen because of the expert maneuverability that Rattler put into play there. What a way to put a round on board. An ace clutch by the Takemi player. Rattler puts himself on 7-2 going into the 4th round, and Hunters have put their first round on board.
Boy, this I mean, like, that mute did had a chance, bro, because plant is going down. You did have the sound cue, like, definitely, man. Plant is going down. You're very close to it, and you have a shotgun, and shotgun up against DMR. Puts me in a question, like, I guess he didn't have the call and it was able to get that sound cue exactly perfect. So I guess, yeah, that was a some play coming, like, not that's the wrong word to be put upon by a cast like me. A very, very beautiful, a very, very neat and tidy ace coming in from the side of Rattler. I thought it was a quad kill unless I saw, yes, Mute is going to be the last guy standing in, and then Rattler comes up with that ace. And especially with that DMR coming into the play, boy, oh boy, that is actually, I am witnessing a second race, because yesterday we also saw somebody from the side of Team Phalanx doing that up against the Shaheens, and it was Shady, right? It was Shady doing that ace clutch, and this time around we have Rattler doing that ace clutch from the side of Hunters LFO. For now, they have gone again to the side of, I guess, initiation area to, no, I'm really sorry, to go on to the side of first floor, towards the side of trophy. For now, we see Sandy. Oh, Beat is already down. Okay, I'm sorry, I missed that. But how? Who went in for a little bit of spawn peek? Beat will be revived in pretty shortly, pretty quickly. For now, we can see Jittery with those nades. We can see Rattler coming with that impact EMP nades, which have been needed to do with the last update of Rainbow-Six-Siege, the last operation of Grim. But there you have it. Sandy comes in with that SMG. Spidey gets down, having a little bit of hard time, because we have seen Spidey time losing many of those guns. But Sandy comes up with another one. What was that? Crystal did had the call that Sandy is coming in. Cheesy will be might having a little bit of trouble, because Sandy is already down on the arcade area, and this can be another third one coming in from the side of Sandy. He gets the shot. Oh boy, takes out his
wow,
Cheesy shuts him down. A triple kill coming in from the side of Sandy. A lot of work has been already done from the side of Sandy, and just two guys, just two bodies left out. And Weed, Weed also gets Cheesy out. It's going to be just 1v4 scenario coming in, but Ninja Freak having that C4, trying to toss it up on the wall, but I don't see a connection going on. Maybe, I guess he has a shotgun. Yes, he has a shotgun. He finds up Jittery, makes it a 1v3 scenario, trying to destroy that drone, giving up his position away with that drone work. But for now, it's going to be really hard time to make up and do it a 1v3. Nades coming in with that hatch, trying to go for that ghost shield. Neatly done. Trying to remain calm, trying to remain as much as alive as possible. But nope, he comes up with that hatch, and Ninja Freak will be going down. Another round going into the victory, another round going to the bag, into the favor of Hunters LFO. Scoreline being 2-2. But what a play coming from the side. He just comes up to the side of upper area. Jaeger has literally no idea that Sandy is just right up behind. Here comes up Sandy, finds Jaeger. I guess Jaeger did have the call from the side of Jaeger that somebody is already playing in, but Cheesy finds up nonetheless. But overall, a very good play and good effort being made from the side of Sandy, who did most of the job, taking out 3 guys and just 2 guys left on the side of defense, which is going to be the MLT Esports.
Militant's not looking too hot. Once again, just back very, very emphatic fashion. I mean, of course, we all lost our collective minds when Rattler did the ace clutch with the plant, no less, in round number 3. And of course, round 4 on throne didn't exactly go too well for them either. Their aggression, which they tried to pull off, which they have done so far, against the Hunters, and it's worked kind of, but Hunters have read into it now. They know that there's going to be odd jumping around by these Militant defenders all over the map. So it's better to just play around it rather than feed into it expecting a couple of kills. Because for Militant, of course, if the strat kept working, why change it, right? So now they'll have to change things up again. They're going to need to play this and approach it differently as compared to how they were before, because Hunters now have a reason to avoid getting jumped the way they have been so far. And that, of course, means that, there'll be some counter stratting and counter, tactics employed by the side of both teams. It's going to, evolve over the course of the next few rounds. It's going to take a little bit of time, but it will happen. As for now, of course, all the attackers, Hunters, they're just going to gather up to where they need to go, and all the defenders are going to react accordingly. Of course, it seems like the defenders are mostly stacked towards the cafeteria side. There is, I think, one attacker down below who might be looking to come up these yellow stairs right here that Spy Time is currently sitting on. And that could be a big play, but no, it's a grenade from below. Doesn't connect to anything to start things off, but Spy Time is going to go hunt for that player who, of course, used the grenade from down below. Jittery, in the meanwhile, gets one. Spy Time goes down, and looks like the Iana, regardless of the fact that, the Mozzie went to hunt, the hunter became the hunted, and Jittery walks away with the first kill.
Yep, overall a very good I would say, play coming in from the side of Hunters LFO for the past 2 rounds. What we saw, because MLT Esports will be very much happy on how round number 1 and round number 2 went before the break. Sandy is already toward the side of Office Showers area. Now that's a very close toward the side of objective point. For now, Sandy will be trying to find another one to get up with that LMG. Ninja Freak, I guess he has an idea of where are the attackers pushing in from. He may be trying to swing by toward the side of Sandy, and Sandy is very much close now toward the side of Alibi. Maybe Cheesy can also watch the cover fire for the side of Ninja Freak, but for now, Sandy still trying to hold up. 1 minute and 5 seconds left on the clock. 3 left bodies on the side of defense, but yet again, man, Spy Time, what I was seeing in from the side of border compared to what I'm seeing right now, a lot of individual gunfights not being to the favor of MLT Esports, which should be right now, because you are, again, let me remind you folks, it was 7-0 onto the side of border. It's a 2-2 scoreline now. It's up to now or never, because it's round number 4, just 2 rounds left onto the side of before the attack and defensive swap is being made. Push getting into the pressure. Sandy comes up, another one. Jittery finds it too. Just one guy left, and that's going to be Hector with that mute. Oh, finds a double if I'm not wrong. Oh, it's going to be Jittery to accidentally end up went by with a team kill. Hector finds one. Rattler is already down. 20 seconds left on the clock as of now. 1 minute, no. A very good effort in the end from the side of Hector, but nonetheless, it was the side of Hunters LFO. Win out another one, and yes, boy, oh boy, Hunters LFO are back in the game, back in the driver's seat with that lead. Last 2 rounds to be up on the side of MLT Esports before the swap is being made. Last one round. I'm really sorry. Last one round.
A good attempt by Hecko right there. Did get a couple of kills. Well, 1 kill to be specific. Jittery decided that he'd had enough of Venpai and finished him off right then and there. But jokes aside, Hunters have taken the lead. Now, going into round number 6, the last round of the first half, Hunters are in the lead once again. 3-2, having won 3 rounds in a row. They are pretty much getting there. They're almost in the driver's seat. They just need to win 1 more round to basically fasten their seatbelts. You got to do that if you're going to go for a drive. Fasten your seatbelts, folks. It's dangerous out on the roads. But to come back to the game, of course, fastening the seatbelts and getting the gear changed up to max before they run away with this match. That's what the Hunters are probably thinking right now. They want to run away with the game, and it could very well happen. Now, I'm very interested to see Killstill picking up Warden of all operators. I haven't really seen Hunters play too much around Smokes or Ying or anything like that. It's only really been Venpai on the Thermite who's been bringing out those flashbangs, and Smokes have been, kind of hard to come by from the Hunters as well. We've seen the Osa with Smokes, yes, but Takebi has largely used the secondary EMPs as well, and this time it'll be aligned with secondary EMPs, so the, Warden's not really going to find much use case here, and it's a Warden with a shield as well, so not a whole lot else happening for Militant at the minute, because they've got 4 C4s, folks, 4 C4s. And there's the first one. Okay, I was going to say, Spy Time goes on and finds Beat, as that is a massive, massive first kill. The sledge will be taken care of. Hecko taking a bit of damage on the split doorway in the meanwhile, because Sandy is actually pushing pretty aggressively. Wait a minute, he's in here, but gets shut down by Ninja Freak. The Kaid watching the door, or at least getting towards the door in the nick of time before things got too bad for them. And another long angle. I don't know if Hecko's aware of this one. Shots could come firing back, and it will! Beautiful shot right there from Hecko as Rattler goes down. Once again, Hunters feel like they might have gotten in a bit over their heads here, because all of this that we've seen so far have been solo plays and no real team coordination from them, which will of course lead to the round being lost. Militants punishing them for their, transgressions, as it were, because of the way they played the round, or really didn't play the round, I gotta say. Hunters could have played that a lot better. I will 100% admit. 100% admit, excuse me. They should have honestly played that round a lot better. They've done this on Throne Room before, but hey, they probably decided, yeah, we're going to go into defense anyway. So let's just finish things off, get into round number 7, which is, of course, the start of Hunters' defensive half. It's a 3-3 equalized scoreline.
Yeah, for now, Militant Esports are looking much better, much confident with their overall plays, what we saw on the map of Border. Yes, now, like I said, Militant Esports' biggest challenge will be to attack on the map of Team PAK. And Hunters LFO being on the side of defense, things are going to get very, very hard. Let me remind you, folks, it's not a 5v4, it's still a 5v5. Even the action phase hasn't begun, it's a small visual bug right there. But for now, we take a look at the side of Hunters LFO lineup on the side of Operators. We got Mute playing up by the side of Beat. We got Frost, we got Alibi, we got Diego, we got Rattler picking up the Warden. Of course, Warden has that goggles up, so any of those flashbangs are coming in, stun grenades are coming in, he can deny that, he can see through it actually. It's a very, I would say, a common, and it's a very strong counter for the operators like Blizz, operators like Ying. But for now, we can see by the time Hecko, Iana, and Sledge, with Hecko being on Sledge, Cheesy up with that Thermite. Overall, a very good pick coming from the side of MLT Esports as well. For now, we'll be taking a look how they want to approach the side of Throne area, how they want to, not to go in, or whether they will be going in to take that vertical control. But on the previous, like we saw from the side of Hunters, they're not going as much as we see Hunters LFO playing out that vertical control. For now, we can see already 2 of those defenders from the side of Hunters LFO trying to hold up that second floor area. Let's see the action where it goes from the side of both the teams on the round number 7.
All right, then. Here we have a lot of extension going into the second floor here.
Yeah.
From the Hunters, of course. They've got these long lines of sight set up towards Cash Room already. They've got the Mute Beat, the only one watching this, mind you. But of course, given what the site is, they kind of do have to watch the second floor as Killsteal's taking damage right there. Gunfight's not exactly going to Zophia's way. Oh, missing the head. And, the Alibi will not. Sandy finishes the gunfight off with an impact grenade to boot. As they say, gotta catch them all. And that, of course, is going to be Killsteal, the Zofia, taking care of it. It's a very early kill as well. And Killsteal, of course, being the Zofia, is a massive, massive pickup. I'm not sure about that gunfight, Jittery. 9mm receive one at that distance against a Thermite. It's jittery, so, the chances are still 50-50. But at that distance, just purely based on the 2 guns that were fighting, he didn't have much of a chance to win that one, which, of course, is a bit of a shame, as that's one more body gone. Sandy, in the meanwhile, is going to... No, he's not! Okay, Spygate time just turns around, takes Sandy out. Probably got a little spooked as well, thanks to the, Alibi shots being fired. And Sandy, unfortunately, really missing an opportunity there. Not sure what happened. But of course, that means it's a 4v3, excuse me. Militant Esports have the body count lead.
Of course, like I said, MLT Esports, previously what we saw in round 1, round number 2, they had a good head start. But for now, again, it's going to be attacking side, like I said. Try to get up that hallway area wall open. For now, Venpai still on to the side of storage area. If MLT Esports hasn't drawn it up, it's going to be real bad for the side of MLT Esports to just go in, and then Venpai comes in for a flank. Let me remind you, folks, Venpai still not having that opener kill happening in. After trying to connect that long range shot. But for now, it's going to be Rattler to finally connect it. It's going to be Venpai. It's going to be Beat. Every other operator going down one by one. Rattler comes up with that C4. Like I said, if they don't know the location of Venpai, the flank will come in, the late kills will come in, and that's going to happen. And you have to blame it on the side of MLT Esports. Drone work not being on the point. And this is what happens when you don't have the intel. You just go in blindly. flank comes in, the late kills comes in, and 4-3 will be the score line in the favor of Hunters LFO on towards the map of Team PAK.
4-3, and of course this map is far from over the way it has been going so far. Again, it's going to be up to Militant Esports to try and turn things around here. Hunters on the defense will be big chilling, as it were, on this map. Because again, as we saw with the Militant defense, defenders at a theme park is just, it's not even an opinion, it's really just fact. Given how many areas the defenders can sit behind, how many areas they can just chill behind and, wait for the attackers to come to them. A little bit of site reconstruction and suddenly, boom, attackers are basically walking into, the gauntlet of Siege, as it were. It's that kind of a map. And a little bit of extension, a little bit of reconstruction. That's really all you need. And that's exactly what we're seeing. As you can see, the bunk wall will be broken open on one side, an extension into initiation. Of course, office is being set up as well with a shield involved, the wall being reinforced, and a rotate out into the vending machine or yellow stairs landing, if you will. All being set in place and in motion. And is that a spawn peak? Yes, it is. The Alibi, aka X-Sandy, going in for an early peak right there. No surprises that it's Sandy doing that. We saw that before yesterday from said player. Oh my goodness, that Claymore actually turned out to be really, really smart. Sandy really wanted that kill, and Beat was there to support. Finds Ninja Freak. The Zofia also went down. Kill steal, that is. The Claymore of Zofia getting Sandy in the meanwhile. But still, a couple of massive drops there. Your Zofia and your Dekebi gone, all for the exchange of a roamer who was gonna die in the, away from sight situation anyhow. And instead, you've lost two, and the Mute who was there walks away with full health as well. Not the best start for MLT in this round.
Yep, not a very good start, but for now, Hunters LFO will be trying to, just shut this down. Because already, they just need 3 more rounds to win up this one. Hey, good kill coming in from the side of Spidey Time. Now these gunfights are actually going to the favor of the side of MLT. 3v3 will be the scenario for now. We still went by trying to hold up the side of yellow stairs. One more guy also coming it up. Trying to hold up down the objective. Nobody falls onto the objective side actually. And this might would have been a chance for the MLT just go in and just plan it out and just hold it for the defenders to come in. But yeah, again, a drone was missing out from the side of MLT for now. One-Pie trying to take up the gunfight. Heko does a little bit of damage. One-Pie takes a little bit of damage actually and is almost down to what, 40% HP, I'm not wrong. Literally trying to sneak up to the side of initiation room. Yes, he will be able to. No attackers have already an idea that he's already into the side of initiation room. He might go for a kill. He comes up with a kill, and there you have it. 3v2 will be now the scenario, and good kill coming from the side of Jittery.
Maybe one more could happen as they are finding themselves at a crossroads here. MLT, that is, given everything that we are seeing from them. Shots fired. Jittery gets that kill. Heko now goes down. And Jittery gets another, because why not? Cheesy falls. And with that, Hunters LFO are slowly starting to walk away with more and more rounds here. I gotta say, Sandy is just, a catalyst for just some of the craziest round starts you will see. Every time the round is about to hit action phase, we just gotta spectate Sandy, because it's an alibi on theme park going for spawn peaks and runouts right off the bat. Sandy really starts to feel himself as soon as he gets one, or even does a bit of damage. Like, he will not let up. And that, of course, means that any attacking team that sees Sandy is going up against them has to be supremely careful about how they decide to play this map. And, of course, that leads to, once again, a little bit of a more caution-filled round for the attackers, and a very, very, very mobile, alibi, kind of just willing to kill everyone in the map, in Sandy, of course. So, round number 9, it's 5-3. Hunters are 1 round away from match and series point. 2 rounds away from the finisher.
5 seconds left before the
Yep, for now, we see Hunters LFO again. Just one more round away to be on the match point on the second map. And let me remind you folks, as you can see on the graphics as well, just we're on the graphics, thanks to our lovely production team and GFX team. 7-0 will be the score that we saw on the map of border. We ended up pretty good from the side of Hunters LFO. But yes, overall military esports are looking pretty much confident with their plays for now. You gotta attack pretty good. The last round, it was a G3 coming into the play with that sneak up. We went to the initiation room. Attack didn't had a single thought and idea about that G3 can come up from behind, and that was the play right there. But now round number 9, again, some of the attackers are going in from the side of hatch area, trying to go push up from the side of dragon. Kind of, maybe we can
Uh,
spectate the other team, I guess.
oh,
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
oh, we're
Thank you
back.
very
Okay,
much.
there we go.
Still, Sprite and Rider drone to the side of Dragon Stairs, and yes, they'll be proceeding towards the side of Dragon Stairs. They are trying to go into the side of Showers and then place it up from the red hair drone. So this is might be a very common push, and this can might go well. But if again every 4 guys pushing from the same side, not a very good idea from my perspective.
That much should be a given for Militant right now, as the first kill will go off, and that's a Ninja Freak. The Amaru gone. Jittery finding 2 now, really just going all in. He wants another, it's very clear, but there's somebody on the hatch, prone, peeking. And Jittery wants to contest that as well. This is one hell of a player to go up against. Venpai finding Hecko in the meanwhile. Flashbang is out from Cheesy, but decides to not drop the hatch, as
Oh,
Venpai will be put on the floor. A DBNO state, but of course you got to be careful of defenders scrambling to get this player back on his feet. And there you go, Rattler comes in to do, well, doesn't get Venpai back on his feet, just shuts down the attacker who wanted to go and finish off the kill. And with that, second floor office and initiation also goes the way of the Hunters, who truly are running away with the game at this point, as it is a 6-3 match point situation. Hunters are very much looking to finish things off here now.
yeah, man, a lovely play again coming in from the side of Jittery with that Frost. Man, I don't see very often our region. Some operators like Frost, some operators like Burke coming into the play. Even we don't see much of many of the operators, man. We miss playing them. We miss seeing them as casters. But for now, Jittery with that Frost of definitely giving me nostalgia vibe playing with that SMG. Of course, that SMG has perfect fire rate. The range is kind of like semi up, but overall fire rate damage is still very much perfect. Of course, what is FMLT? Again, they'll be on a pressure point as they are on the match, as they are not on the match point. Their opponent team is on the match point with 6-3 score line. Again, like I said, man, pushing from dagger stage is a wise idea. It's a very common thing. It's a very common push. But 4 guys pushing from the same um, particular entry point, that's a bad idea from my perspective. And this is what happens. If you clearly had, they were going to be dropping down from the hatch. They will be picking at the hatch. He just went in, takes the double kill, shuts down MLT in a blink of an eye. For now, they have again gone to the side of initiation and sorry, I'm really sorry, the throwing area, the first floor objective. As we can see, Sandy comes up with a spawn peak, takes out Spidey Time, who is actually having a very hard time to just even survive right now.
And like I said before, just as soon as the round is about to start, let's just spectate Sandy if Hunters are on the defense, Just, I mean, it's a gotta at this point. Venpai in the meanwhile coming up to this same door and hallway that Sandy got that spawn peek from. Seems like he wants a bit of this action. Maybe a C4 is about to come out. It does, but doesn't find anything as Killsteal has gone too far. But Venpai finds the other player. Rattler takes out Beat in the meanwhile. Okay, some beefing's going on there in the Hunters camp. But, of course, that's just a little team kill, as it were. Sandy has the idea of where Killsteal is. Could go for the kill right now. Maybe a jump out as well, but he's being careful, of the hatch above. As in the meanwhile, Venpai continually firing away, keeping whoever's inside of cache in there. Jittery will not lose that gunfight. Finishes off one, looks for the second, gets it as well. Double kill for the Frost, and it's a 1v4 all down to Cheesy. The last one standing. A singular Sam Fisher against, well, the entirety of this pretty energetic and fiery defensive team right now. Hunters just need to get this one player. That's all they need to do, and Sandy will go down. Unfortunate for him. And Hecko's Claymore finds Jittery. Okay, getting a little bit jumpy right here. Hunters are. Gotta be a little bit careful about this. Cheesy can do this now, actually. Venpai is low on HP as well. Rattler's the only one who's truly healthy in any sense, but of course both of them have long since retreated back to the first floor. Cheesy, gotta be careful going through these doors. Capcan traps are abound across the map. but he's just slowly cruising, as it were, coming down towards the hatch on top of Split. It is open, and it was left open by the defenders, and there we go. Rattler with a thin angle up the hatch will get the final kill. And with that, folks, of course, that ends this match, this entire confrontation and fray that we were casting. It is a 7-3 to the Hunters in map number 2, and a solid 2-0 finisher, as they will put 2 more points on board for themselves and give themselves 6 points, the first team to do so in the Nationals.
Yeah, playing up 3 matches and winning it all, that's put up a very big statement right there. And of course, man, Militant are facing a titan of our region, Hunters LFO. It's not very easy to compete against. It's not very, I would say, just easy to even just survive up against. We'll be taking a look at the match highlights of what just happened for the last 2 maps, on this particular map of Theme Park to be precise. Good effort being made from the side of MLT in the first few rounds, but again, Hunters LFO picks it up, makes the situation even. 2-2 will be the scoreline. And then again, Hunters LFO picks up the pace from the 3-3 scoreline. Back-to-back kills coming in, back-to-back, I would say, trades coming in into the favor of Hunters LFO. Individual gunfight, yes, compared to what we saw on border, were good enough for the side of MLT, but not that good enough to bag the victory onto the map of Theme Park. That's going to be 7-3 going to the favor of Hunters LFO.
And overall, I gotta say, Militants, they did have their moments in the first half. Like, that is wholeheartedly true. But once Hunters really adapted to their playstyle, Militants really didn't do any changes. They still played that extended, aggressive type of playstyle that we were seeing from them across both maps. And I gotta say, especially in Theme Park, right? I gotta say, it didn't really work for them after a point, because they were just being overrun by the Hunters, and there was only so much that
Yeah.
they could realistically do once push came to shove and things started hitting the fan. I will say though, Hunters, there were a few rounds where they seemed to almost sacrifice coordination for the sake of a few solo plays, maybe trying to go, I have some fun, goof around a little bit, as it were. They shot from spy time though, man, that was a hell of a shot. And of course, this round, like, how do you even predict what Sandy will do? You just can't. You just can't. You just know that there's going to be a spawn peak. You see Sandy on the enemy team. You don't have to drone out Sandy to know which window that he's going to be spawn peeking from. Just know that Sandy's going to be spawn peeking. That's really all you need to know. And when you spawn in, be careful of every single window, and try to take as much cover on the route out of spawn as possible. Of course, some spawns are better than others. Not all spawns are created equal. So, all things considered,
Yeah.
Militant, they really did what they could. But like we said before, against the Hunters, this kind of a matchup is just too tough, realistically speaking.
Yeah, overall a good play from the side of overall good effort coming from the side of MLTs, but definitely they'll be taking a look, how they can improve, how they can, just take a look what they did, not did right up against side of Hunters LFO. Nonetheless, again, not winning the match series, they'll be again going down into the, if we see the updated leaderboard score from a while back now, still not looking very good. But for now, talking about the Hunters LFO, 3 back-to-back victories, and definitely will be right up on the top. For now, yes, that's where the match highlights. We'll be taking a look at the overall match summary as well. What went in how. We'll be taking a look at the player stats in a while now. But, how just, like you said, Hunters LFO in the first, in few of those rounds, will having a little bit of fun. But you have to admit that also, like MLT Esports or their side of defense were looking good overall, very much strong from the first few rounds. But again, border could have been that one map overall, like how, like 7-0 is a very, very, I would say, a bad scoreline to be in the opposition team. But some of these plays, like take a look what happened over here. Sandy comes in, you could have just got in and tried to put up that straight up headshot and just got up that kill, not giving up the body of your own team. Overall, good effort being made from the side of Militant Esports, and not on that point for now.
All with that said, let's have a look at the match summary, folks. There you have it. 7-3 to the Hunters, and of course, Militant Esports' overall scorecard will be looking a little bit better. Hecko with 8-7, Killsteal with 88, 80% and 60% cost percentages, respectively. Interestingly enough, Killsteal and Spytime going 2-2 and 2-3 on entry, and Spytime bagging a 73%. Same with Cheesy for 6-8 and 4-8, respectively. Ninja Freak really having a quiet map. 2-9, and 47%. Once again, Ninja Freak, not really sure what's going on. Maybe it's been a while since competitive Siege has been played by said player. And we did see Ninja Freak yesterday, really pop off in the MercenarieZ game, right? Really do a lot of good work. But today, once again, back to slightly more modest performances. From the Hunter side of things, of course, things are, well, by and large, better. Rattler this time leading the charge, 11-5 and 93% on cost and a much higher survival rating. Sandy, of course, has to entry every single round, especially on the defense, going 4-1 on entry here, folks. 12-8 and an 87% cost as well. Really just pulling a lot of weight. Jittery, 10-7, 60%, going 2-0 on entry, not really lagging too far behind. Pretty much right behind Rattler and Sandy. And of course, Beat and Venpai pulling up the back with support whenever and wherever possible. 73% cost percentages for them, 4-4 and 3-4, respectively. And with that, folks, that's it. Border and Theme Park have been taken care of. Hunters with 2 straight wins, 7-0 and 7-3. MLT Esports, unfortunately, couldn't really do too much in this matchup. As they tried, they did really try. Unfortunately, like we said before, this matchup was simply too tough for them to realistically hold out on. And of course, what does that mean for the points table? The Hunters, they are going to have 6 points now with 3 wins under their belt. Militants with 2 matches and only, well, actually no wins. They will still have 1 point because of the map they took away from MercenarieZ a couple of nights ago. So not all is not all is doom and gloom for Militants yet as we go into the match results. Just to, let it all sink in for us and our viewers at home. And there you have it, folks. The match results 7-0 on Border as Hunters were attacked first on that map. It was picked by Militant, but unfortunately for them, it really did not work out. Theme Park, which was picked by Hunters, a 7-3 win for them there. A much more familiar map, I guess, for Militant Esports, and Hunters really doing a few goofs every now and again, a few mistakes, here and there that shouldn't really bear repeating, so I won't really talk about it too much here either. But of course, should the Hunters make those mistakes again, don't worry, we will be talking about those on this stream once again. Of course, depends on when the Hunters are back, which will be tomorrow, match number 2, something that I'm sure our viewers will be saving their times and calendars for, because that match again is going to be a very interesting one. They'll be taking on Phalanx actually, which should be pretty good, because Phalanx did take Shaheens all the way to map number 3 yesterday, and it was a great game between those two, Phalanx and Shaheens. Of course, we'll see Shaheens once again later on tonight, actually, as game number 2 of today, or tonight, I guess, at this point, is the side of KIRA Esports having their first outing in the South Asia Nationals, going up against the Shaheen. So it should be a very, very good game indeed. Before we, of course, sign off, we have to look at the player spotlight, aka the player that performed the best in the 2 maps, and it is once again Sandy bagging another player spotlight here today, and with a 21-13 kill death, 81% cost in total, and pretty much 1 kill per round. I would say almost 1 kill per round, but of course 0.95, decimals and mathematics, it's a whole thing. Rating of 1.28 overall, Sandy with another successful outing for his team, the Hunters LFO.
Yeah, overall, definitely, as we can see, main operator being Ash on the side of attacking. Bandit plays, yes, we did yesterday even also when I was, thinking of why going for Bandit plays. Today also we see Sandy picking up playing a Bandit pretty much clean. Cost percentage of 81.82%, KD, maintaining a KD ratio of 21-13. That's like you said, almost 1 kill per round on both of the maps. For now, of course, Sandy will be our player spotlight. Again, let me remind you folks, we still have one more matchup being left out in our today's South Asia Nationals group stage round number 2. That's going to be KIRA Esports up against Shaheens. And let me remind you folks, Shaheens did won the matchup against yesterday when they went up against Team Phalanx. And yes, Phalanx did perform pretty well on the first map, and but then on the border, then on the theme park, it was the side of the side of Shaheen to make it a very good comeback up against this Team Phalanx. Overall, yes, compared to what I saw from a caster perspective the last time I did saw in the previous pro series, I guess. The side of Team Phalanx. Overall, that was a very good and major improvement. But today, up against KIRA Esports, like you said, Blackjack, KIRA Esports has been on a little bit of down from previous tournaments. Today will be the side of redemption. Today will be the side of make a comeback for both of the teams to shine and perform and just outperform their position in a very good manner.
Well, we'll have to see whether or not that does come to pass, folks. But before that, we're going to be taking a quick break, and we'll be back very shortly with the KIRA Esports versus Shaheen's games. Until then, stay tuned.
to save you. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it's funny before the best? If I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this. Don't you I wait for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Oh, won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think you wanna be for the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while. someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm staying faith, I don't believe the panic's rising up in you. Won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that pass me by, back my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would've been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while. someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think it's funny before the best? If I back my stuff, I leave sooner than this. Don't you think it's funny before the best? second, then I stop myself for a while. someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. I want you to tell me something new. I wanna tell you something new. I wish you all the best I can, and I stop myself for a while. I'm saying things I don't believe. The panic's rising up in you. Why won't you tell me something new? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night, and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people that best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Why won't you tell me something new? Wish you all the best I can, then I stop myself for a while. you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I drive away into the night and I contemplate for a while. Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you think for the people the best if I pack my stuff and leave sooner than this? Don't you wish I would have been someone else? I wanna feel your gap without making a mess at you. Won't you tell me something new? I wanna tell you something new. Back out fresh on the scene. 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 Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. the scene. Back out fresh on 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 the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team. Franchise best on the team.
Franchise best on the team.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Back out fresh on the scene.
Was hit hard. He'll live. Server room, identify perimeter breach. Over.
Where'd you go? Where'd you go?
Withdraw your men.
Say again, Grim.
I'm going in. My turn.
What's going on?
What the? Impossible.
Didn't think you spooked this easy.
Micro recon drones. Cute.
You forgot this. The data key on your jugular.
You were saying?
What was on that server?
QCR shipment records. Question is, who wants eyes on it? And why?
Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals for Rainbow-Six-Siege, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotac Gaming here at the Esports Club, and of course alongside our broadcast partner Loco. I'm your host Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host Bullet, as we are back to bring you another round of really intense matches. As in to say, day 3, match number
Yeah.
2, Shaheens versus KIRA Esports. KIRA making their first outing here at the Nationals. What are we expecting from the Bullet?
Of course, man. First debut matchup in the South Asian Nationals after a long time of a break between the last two Pro Series. Of course, we were talking about KIRA Esports before the camp went on. We were also talking about KIRA Esports overall performance in the last 2-3 Pro Series. They have been not able to get in the top 3. As far as I remember, it was the first Pro Series season. They were in the top 4, but still not up there quite yet. Of course, today will be marking a wave of a comeback for their overall performance. Talk about the side of Shaheens, man. A very good comeback for the yesterday's match. How did it went up against Team Phalanx? They lost the first map. They've won back to back on the map of Border and the map of Team Park. Overall, Shaheens will be looking to make their form, as well as overall KIRA Esports also will be able to just make their way up from here now. Of course, it's the first match for the side of KIRA Esports. Nonetheless, Shaheens do have a little bit of over the experience in the South Asia Nationals compared to what KIRA Esports have. We'll be taking a look at the South Asia Nationals group standings, updated with the last matchup between the side of Hunters LFO, which went up against Militant Esports. Of course, Militant Esports lost that one, a 2-0. Hunters LFO did showed quite a bit of a domination. 3 matches played. Take a look at that. 3 map victories and with total of 6 points. Nonetheless, if you take a look at Team Phalanx, who played up against Shaheens yesterday, just 1 match played and just one map, so they are having just 1 point. Talking about the side of Mercenaries, 1 match is played, they won 1, but still have only 2 points because they lost the other one. For Shaheens, it's now for a time like, yes, if they want to be in the top 2, try to just be a little bit closer with the side of Hunters LFO. Today they will have to win this one. But for the side of KIRA Esports, we'll be playing the first map today. They also will be trying to just it's our first map. Let's try to win it together. And yes, they'll be trying to perform as far better as possible.
Absolutely. The performance in this match for KIRA Esports is going to matter quite a bit. That is
Yeah.
for certain. As for whether or not they're able to, excuse me, as for whether or not they're able to pull the rug out, excuse me, I had to think for what I was going to say for just a second. But if they are to pull the rug out from under, Shaheen, it's going to take a lot of effort for them. And KIRA Esports in the recent few months hasn't exactly been all that great in terms of their performance. Yeah, Pro Series 3 definitely left a lot to be desired as KIRA exited Pro Series 3 in 6th place, a far cry from the usual third place. Wow, I almost butchered that. Third place finishers that they were getting in Pro Series 1 and 2. So it's definitely a marked downgrade from the KIRA Esports in Pro Series 2 versus KIRA Esports in Pro Series 3. So today is the day to prove themselves, and what better a team to do so than against the Shaheens? I do believe it was KIRA versus Shaheens where the Shaheens had lost. It was either Shaheens or Phalanx, one of the two, who had beaten KIRA Esports, because I distinctly remember it was a Shaheens Phalanx match in Pro Series 3 lower bracket. But let's not talk about that. That is in the past. Let's talk about the maps that are going to be brought out today. Oregon Villa and Theme Park, and KIRA Esports are going to be attacking on all 3 maps. Of course, when it comes to these maps, the attacking or defending matters a lot. All 3 maps here today, interestingly enough, are defender-sided to some degree. And the fact that Kira's going attack first and all of them means they have, on all 3 maps, that singular advantage of going defense second on any given map, right? However, Shaheens, as they showed yesterday, are no slouches when it comes to the attack. So KIRA has to be careful, because if they're not careful, if they don't wake up in time, Shaheens might just run away with the game before they know it.
Overall, I would say Shaheens do have a very good team chemistry between them. Overall, a better team coordination. Because if you talk about the yesterday performance on the first map, it was Phalanx all over the place on the first map, and then it came to side of Shaheens for the last back-to-back victories on both of the maps. So I think that yes, Shaheens' overall composure, calmness, coordination, chemistry looks top notch. But as for KIRA Esports, I did saw some new faces compared to the previous proceeds what I have seen in the KIRA Esports roster. So it'll be I guess it will be the first time to play up against with a new roster up against a team like Shaheen. So that will be one challenging thing. Talking about the maps, like you told, some of these maps are definitely very defensive sided. Talking about the theme part, talking about the side of Villa, but this will be the first time after quite a while, Blackjack, that we're seeing Oregon on the first map. For the last 2 or 3 matches, we are seeing Oregon being the decider map, but finally we will be witnessing Oregon as the first map. It has been picked up by the side of Shaheens, and KIRA Esports will be attacking first on the side of Oregon, attacking actually first on the every other map. Talking about the side of Villa, talking about the side of theme park. So let's see what kind of action we see, what kind of strats we see from the both team. Talking about the side of Oregon, yes, it did went into a little bit of rework in the year 6, if I recall it correctly. After that, it has been a little bit balanced with some new hatches, with some new steer into the addition with the basement objective. Overall, feels a very better competitive map. It will be the side of Shaheens. It'll be a little bit easier for the side of Shaheens, where to be put it out very honestly, because on the basement side of objective of Oregon, it's kind of very hard for the attackers to push from the side of pillars and then gain control over the side of vault area. It seems like, yeah, they can get it. They can win more of those defensive rounds. Will be when KIRA Esports will be attacking first. For the side of KIRA Esports, yeah, it will be a little bit tough to attack on the map of Oregon.
That it will be. As we know, of course, all 3 maps that are in play today, Villa, Oregon, and Theme Park, not necessarily in that order, but you get the point. All 3 are, of course, defender-sided to some extent, like we mentioned a little while ago. So, of course, KIRA Esports attacking first, it will be difficult, but if they are able to wake up and start getting as soon as possible, then there's a good chance this match goes all the way to map number 3. Shaheens, of course, are no slouches in their own rights. Again, Pro Series 3 was a phenomenal performance for the Shaheens to put themselves on the map, and of course, they'll be looking to do more of that here today. Not just today, but throughout the group stages. It is the Nationals, after all, of course. So with all that being said, folks, all the preamble and pre-show business out of the way, let's go into the match. Map number 1 between both of these teams in just a moment will be starting up in just a moment. Like I said, of course, we're not exactly ready yet, but gotta hype it up. Just gotta get things running, get all the audience members cheering right from the outset. Because at the end of the day, whether or not you feel it, the teams will definitely be feeling your support. They will need it. So Shaheen's fans, KIRA Esports fans in the chat, sound off right now about your predictions, about what you feel like this match entails for both of your teams. Remember, this is the first SAN game for KIRA Esports in a while.
Yeah.
And of course, it's the first SAN game for all of these players in a while. We haven't had a proper national since last year, right? After the whole format was changed and all that stuff. It's been a hot minute. But we're back, and KIRA Esports, this is their first match in this version of the South Asian Nationals. So cheer for them. They will definitely need it. The first outing is always probably one of the more harder ones because of just the amount of pressure that it means to be there on this stage for the first time. Shaheens, they've already gotten a taste for it, and they've gotten a taste for victory. They smelled the blood in the water, and they are going to be pouncing on more and more of these of any mistakes that KIRA Esports might end up making. So KIRA will need that support. So will the Shaheens, mind you, should KIRA flip the tables, flip the script, and start pushing onto them, applying pressure wherever possible. So, like I said before, support your teams and make sure that your support is known in the chat. And with that said, we're just waiting on some final bits and pieces to fall into place before we go into the match properly, folks. Don't you worry. It'll be starting, and it will be starting very, very soon.
Yeah, of course. Like talking about the side of KIRA Esports, their overall, if you take a look with that past proceeds performance, we do used to say, remember Blackjack on a few of those other on our meetings, that KIRA Esports, MercenarieZ, and Hunters LFO, these are top 3 teams in our region. Take a look, like fast forward to now in the month of October. Now we have 3 or 4 teams who are actually challenging teams like MercenarieZ, teams like Hunters LFO, to maximum. Like they are taking the teams, Hunters LFO, teams like MercenarieZ up till 3rd map, which we used to see Hunters LFO and teams like MercenarieZ just shut them down on 2 map score line. So that's very good to see that newer teams are coming in. And of course, KIRA Esports, going back to the point where I was saying that, KIRA Esports needs to step up a little bit. There's a lot of room for improvement for themselves, because taking a look at their Pro Series performance. I used to expect every time when used to see KIRA Esports, yeah, they will be finishing this time around in the top 2 or top 3. This time around, I will be seeing either Hunters LFO up against KIRA Esports or either MercenarieZ up against KIRA Esports in the final. So yeah, this time they have a chance to just win it out completely, try to shut down like Shaheens in a 2-0 score line, because this is what they need, right? It's their first matchup in the South Asia National. They don't want to like lose one map and then try to exaggerate, lose their energy, and then try to go into the third map. Will be very best for them, attacking first in the every other map to just win maximum of those rounds and try to build up pressure onto the players of Shaheens.
Again, pressure. That's what will really matter for both of these teams. That application of pressure and how they deal with it, of course, is how these teams will determine which of them will go forward in the competition, which of them will be held back from gaining 2 points or even 1 point, depending on the result of the competition. Never forget, folks, this is Rainbow Six competitive and BO3 matches to boot. Of course, anyone could get a 2-1 or a 2-0. They just have to play the right card at the right time.
True.
And of course, with all that being said, let's get into the match. In just a second here, of course, map number 1 between the two teams here of KIRA Esports and Shaheens. There you have it. We're going to be going into Oregon for map number 1 as the match gets started. This is match number 6 of the South Asia Nationals group stages. We are well and truly underway with the matches here. So, as the band phase gets started, let's have a look at the two rosters that are in the lobby for us today, albeit, to be perfectly honest, neither of these teams really need introductions, but let's have it anyway. KIRA Esports, they are bringing out Deathhammer, Atur, Vortex, Trisha, and Avidwi. And from the side of the Shaheens, we've got Envy, Mighty Ellie, Skywalker, Doctor, and Caesar. Two teams that are absolutely raring to go. Thatcher will be the first band coming in from the Shaheens' side, right there. No surprises right there, that the Thatcher has been banned. Given that it is Oregon, you want to keep walls closed as much as possible. The Thatcher is your biggest detriment. And speaking of detriment, Flores will be banned by KIRA Esports.
Yep, we are seeing quite often Flores getting banned finally in our region. Especially, I remember, like I talked in the previous match itself, Flores used to be a very, very, I would say, high-picked operator in the last few Pro Series seasons. The rotator wins are so much good for you to just go up, take it up inside. If there are no mid charmers and nobody just to destroy it, you can destroy a lot of utilities with that explosion. Azami will be the second operator to get banned from the side of KIRA Esports. Now, Thatcher has been banned from the side of Shaheens. I wouldn't be surprised if they ban Kaid or Valkyrie from their side only. So yeah, Flores and Azami getting banned. There you go. I guess they are taking a little bit of time to discuss what to ban, what to not. I guess it's going to be a Mira. Oh, never mind. It's going to be a ban of Mira. So Kaid is available. Even Valkyrie is available. So this is very much interesting. Valkyrie on Oregon. I remember playing it so much often before the rework was done back in year 6. So yeah, man, Valkyrie on Oregon will be a very strong pick. And I remember, like, KIRA Esports, there are a few players who you like to use. I guess it's going to be a third only. It's going to be, I guess, Deathhammer used to, enjoy very much playing with that MPX. It's kind of like a headshot machine for them. So, yeah, Valkyrie not getting back on the map of Oregon. This can be pretty much interesting for both the sides, because black eye camps, you can just place them anywhere. You can just, try to hide them any of the spacious spot if you find, and it gives you so much of an intel. I know it's for a fact that you can, on the side of Oregon, you can place it up on the attic, you can go in for the basement towards the side of freezer, or either you can place it up on towards the side of pillars. It gives us so much of intel towards the side of defense team, and this is what exactly any attacking team would want. You want to push from side, you don't want the defenses to know about that.
Absolutely. Valkyrie is just a very, very strong operator in every single sense of the word, especially in the current era of Rainbow Six, where information and denial of information is so very useful. It's part of the reason why everyone is aggressively peeking everything these days, because they want to deny information. They want to deny the number of eyes on the floor at all times. And sure, deceased operators, they can go into drones and they can, watch them, and that's all well and good. But the thing is, having a couple of feet on the ground, of course, all 5 feet on the ground, so to speak, then, that becomes a bit of a problem. They don't have that extra operator to gain more map control. And without that map control, they can't gain the same level of knowledge as they would do with all 5 players on board. As you lose players, the less and less info you have, and the less you use your utility, or properly you use your utility, of course, the less information you have. That all plays into how the meta has evolved right now, and of course that,
Yeah.
along with just about everything else, with the balancing changes and this and that, has basically given Siege this new meta, which is kind of reminiscent of the meta back in, what was it, year 2, year 3, which was aggressively hyper peaking everything. Jiggle peaks have replaced what used to be, QE spam peaks from back in the day. So,
Yeah.
with all of that out of the way, folks, we're going to be moving into round number 1. Had a bit of a pause there, but of course, every team member is now ready. So let's go into round number 1. KIRA Esports taking on the Shaheens. And the match, well, let's get this show on the road.
Of course, we are seeing they are going for the basement side objective for now. Yes, of course, why not? It's a very, very good objective to just defense upon toward the side of supply room and bunker area. For now, as we see the operator lineup here on our screens, Maria has gone for Kaid. Skywalker going for smoke. Yes, Indy with that going up again. Cesar going with that Rooney pick, and Doctor, of course, with that M817 shotgun on that Jaeger. Interesting. Over the side of KIRA Esports, we have Vortex playing in for the side of Yana with that Jackal. A third swapping in for Hibana instead of Thermite. We have Shisha playing on the side of DMR with that Dokebi. Netamar with that Fragnates on Sledge. Yes, we did had some of those funny moments. I remember in the Pro Series where a third place of that. I guess it was a accidental fragmate kill on the side of that Thermal. I can clearly recall that. I just cannot with that. I cannot put that as same emotion that I witnessed on my words. But yeah, maybe we can expect it somewhere around. But that was very unlucky. For now, we can see some of these guys are actually approaching to the side of big tower. Right now, Obi taking a look with that Jackal Inox ability, pushing with that second floor area. But yeah, Doctor with that M817 shotgun. That can be one thing to just notice about. Either you play very aggressive or just hold an angle with that shotgun. That comes with the cost that you cannot roam around with that Jaeger's carbon rifle because you have a shotgun in your hand.
Of course, for the time being, we'll have to see how Doctor puts this to use. Of course, me and Babagusta once joked in a Nationals match so long ago that these back stairs of tower were to be called the Fathar stairs, I remember, because of course, Fathar's exploits with multiple instances and rounds of a mute or a smoke 590A1 shotgun and absolutely shutting down enemy teams through there. Of course, that is yet to be seen, but of course we will see Doctor again holding this down. It's a nice strategy overall. You could go in here with a secondary EMP from the Dokebi maybe, but of course the secondary EMP excuse me right there, has to be used up to take care of the hatch. And the hatch will be opened up like so. The Hibana comes in, and that is taken care of. As the drone will find the Doctor sitting on the stairs right now, the grenade is prepared, but the ADSs are still there. And even that very well-cooked grenade won't really do much. He wants to peek this, but he knows there's a longer angle watching these stairs that he can't really do anything about. But his mere presence here has done a number on this backstairs push. They can't get much on him, and there we go. Doctor peeks out, gets the first one. That's your Sledge gone. And again, so much time wasted just by his mere presence. As the flashbangs are flowing in, those shots are about to be fired through the freezer angle. Caesar taking a ton of damage, doing some back to Shrisha as you have the Jackal coming in from front stairs. KIRA Esports are slowly closing in, but they've also lost a few bodies here. The Dokebi is spotted, but he lives to tell the tale for another moment. A down has happened. Skywalker is on the floor. Caesar goes down as well. Shisha taking that kill. 4v4, make it a 3v4. Skywalker needs to be picked up, and I think it will be from Mighty Ellie. The pickup will happen. Vortex finds the flank from above. Doctor goes down. And now it's all down to these final few players as Skywalker starts to find one. Starting things off. Could he find another in the hallway? He's going to need to. And they do it! It's all down to Vortex in a 1v1 now as he finds the Kaid and goes to the hallway, finds Skywalker as well! The 2v4 became the 2v1, and Vortex had to suddenly clutch for the team and will do so fully comfortable in the entire process. What a way to start off the map, as it is KIRA Esports who take the first round.
Boy, oh boy, what a interesting turn of events. First, I thought this might go to the other side of Shaheens. Again, a turn of events, and we thought it will be, after that SMG kill, that this might go to the favor of Shaheens. But nonetheless, in the last 1v1 situation, Vortex was up with that as G36C puts down the last guy, and there you go. It was overall a very good effort by both of the sides. But yeah, in the end, it was the side of KIRA Esports again going with that same objective point. This time around, we see a little bit of change. Vertex now has picked up Yana, and overall, we see the same opera lineup. Here, if we talk about the side of defense, so actually, we're talking about how Doctor May could have not, May could have accidentally taken up the shotgun. But this time around, he's went for shotgun again. So he actually really wants to play with that shotgun. Interesting much. Well, let's see what he brings on the table for this round, the round number 2 for the side of his team.
You know, like we mentioned in the last round, Doctor's mere presence on that back stairs was what really held the push and stopped it from, pushing out immediately and that back stairs being taken, right? That was the kind of push that KIRA initially wanted. Ooh, Vortex has to be careful here. Oh, not careful enough, though. And we will get that kill and walk away with the first one. That's a very early frag. And mind you, that's also the clutch player from the last round gone. So that's a big, big blow to KIRA Esports already. They wouldn't want to repeat something like that, but there we go. Thurv will take the refrag, loses half HP or nearly half HP from it, but the refrag is taken. And what's more important is that it's Envy who is shut down. We know Envy loves to stay alive in a map and loves momentum going the way of his team. And of course, without it, it's going to be much harder to really pull anything for the team for the time being. But of course, 2 bodies for both teams currently lost. As the Jackal of it, we should try to track where that where that player went. Doctor, who was on top of the tower stairs going into 2nd floor, trying to get him go for a flank, but of course knows full well that he's outranged right now. And of course, we'll have to see how things pan out from here. Pistol shot that's being fired. Minute 30 on the clock. And again, it's time that KIRA Esports needs to be wary of. They got kills in the last round. It's not like they didn't. They actually managed to push pretty well, coming in from Freezer and White Stairs. But even then, it really needed to be a little bit better, as we once again seem to have a front-heavy push from them.
Yep. For now, we see the trades paying off, and we get south. And from the side of KIRA, I mean, it's gonna be the side of Vortex. I mean, it's pretty early. But for now, just 59 seconds left on the clock. Renee is trying to be in toss from the hands of that Tamar, trying to connect that nade, but it's gonna be ADS to get that burned up. Trying to pick with that DMR, but Cesar will be getting flashbang, trying to just not over peak for now. But there you go. Trade off comes in. That will be trying to shut down Cesar. He gets off successfully. MVP takes out Mighty Elite. Smoke connection going to the play. Just last 2 guys left on the defensive. Yet again, Doctor with that pistol. Now this puts up a question: if he is not able to connect that shot, then that would be a little bit of trouble. So there are just 2 guys left on in the attack. That comes and takes out Skywalker with that pistol kill. A third is going for the plant. Doctor knows that. Is there somebody out towards the side of Freezer watching that angle, and this can be really, really bad. Doctor comes up, really gets a trade, and there you go. KIRA Esports winning in another round for themselves.
There you have it, another round to KIRA Esports, as even with the first kill going to Envy, the fact that Envy was traded away as soon as KIRA could afford to do so meant a lot. Like we said, of course, KIRA Esports and Shaheens are both teams that love momentum. They love taking rounds away from their opponents. It's like giving them an inch and taking a mile. And of course, that stands true for both of these teams to a large extent. And we'll have to wait and see how, they perform as things go forward. How does KIRA really solidify their lead here? We've gone to 2nd floor dorms and dorms main hall, of course, the site that Oregon is probably most known for, all things considered. It is the site that gets played the most, I would say, outside of some teams picking basement laundry, I should say more. I almost said basement church there. That's Clubhouse, not Oregon. Looks like my own map knowledge needs to be brushed up a little bit. I'll take some time out later on to refresh the maps in my head. But for now, the ones who need to refresh what has to be done on this map is Shaheens. They've lost the first 2 rounds, and they can't afford to do any more lost round scenarios at this minute, because they're going to have to win a couple. They need to establish themselves on this map. So far, though, Shaheens they've shown some hint, right, of their presence, and they've shown some hint of what to expect. But it just hasn't been enough. Not yet, anyway. It's only been 2 rounds, folks.
Yeah, it's more of like the teams need to. There's one thing, man. If you are losing, I have been saying this since the first pro series I casted with you guys. If you are losing back-to-back rounds in one particular side, especially like talking about the side of Shaheens, they lost back. You gotta change it. You gotta pick up some different objective, because this is why the game is having so many objective points in one particular map. So that's one thing to just make the note of. For now, we'll be seeing here the whole of the KIRA Esports now trying to push up toward the side of trophy area. The first kill coming in from the side of Doctor. Finally, we see Doctor playing in with that MPX, and he gets one. And he takes out a very, very notable play. Hey, the boys are rushing in. They are going for the plan, but Skywalker shoves him down. He goes down. That was not a wise decision. Finds another one. Finds the head, my friend. A third is out. Vortex comes in, takes out Skywalker, makes it a 4v2 scenario. And boy, that was definitely not a wise decision to push in like that. 3 shot it toward the side of the big window. And there you have it. And we picked up Vortex. And this, my friend, was a very, very bad decision to just rush in inside and then try to do something that they want to do. And
well, all things considered, of course, we'll just have to see how, KIRA Esports reacts to this in the next round. I don't really see Shrisha walking away with a 1v4 like this at this moment, of course. Shots will be fired. Doctor taking a little bit of damage, but is still feeling adventurous. Stays on the outer end of the map for the time being. Could get shot up. He's got to be a little bit careful, as he wants to go for a couple of peeks here as well. A teammate could, chime in, and that's exactly what will happen. Shrisha's taking some damage. But of course, the longer Shrisha spends alive outside of the map, the longer KIRA Esports have to effectively talk about what went wrong for them. Ideally, will shut down Shrisha, and of course, Shaheens will take their first round on the board. I think it's really a case of Shaheens were just thinking, not Shaheens, excuse me, KIRA Esports were probably just thinking, yeah, we can probably brute force the site, right? We can probably finish it off pretty quickly, and as it turns out, no, you can't. You have to respect your opponent, even if they've lost the first 2 rounds on a given map, because guess what? Shaheens, like we said before, are no slouches. They will punish you for thinking like that. And KIRA Esports, well, clearly getting a big dose of that punishment. We're going back to Basement Laundry.
Yeah, placement laundry for the round number 4 again. For now, Shaheens, did pick up that advantage on where, KIRA Esports did a very big mistake, especially the credit goes to the side of Doctor picking that early kill, and then Skywalker just being that brute, I would say the enforcer, to just, being that heavy defense barrier onto the side of holding the angle from the attic. Especially, I guess they were having 1 nade left on the side of, I guess it was either Vortex or maybe Death. I'm really sorry. Or maybe it was the side of Avidvi who was trying to just go in. But nonetheless, it's going to be the round number 4. Where we see the objective being toward the side of Basement Laundry, as my friend Blackjack told. But for now, I'm only seeing 2 guys right now inside the objective point. Where are the other boys? Spawn Peaks? Oh, yes, it is.
Okay, well, that's certainly interesting. Taking a page out of Sandy's book right about now. Of course, will be successful is the real question here. Oh, well played by a Thurv. Using the cover of the car to pretty much outsmart Skywalker there. Unfortunate for Shaheens, they have lost their Valkyrie. But of course, Valkyrie's, black eye cameras will still be present all over the map. And those will be mightily useful at the end of the day, because guess what? We saw it yesterday. It was Shaheens, I believe. At least it was the Shaheens versus Felix game where we really saw the power of the Valkyrie and just the amount of information that Valkyrie can get. As in the meanwhile of it, we will find the other roamer, Doctor, on 2nd floor. This time playing the alibi, getting caught out early. We're just under the 2-minute mark, and Shaheens have lost 2 bodies. Mighty Ellie wants to take a bit of a gunfight, it seems, on the main stairs. At least he's preparing to do so. Caesar as well has climbed up tower stairs. As it seems Freezer stairs is the one that the attackers really want to go down, but main stairs as well will be emphasized on. You've got the calls from the Dekebi constantly ringing away. There is no mute as well, so of course the calls will continue for as long as they need to. Caesar
Bomb has been
walking
located.
up on an attacker potentially, but no, Vortex strikes first. Caesar goes down, and it's a systematic dismantling of Shaheens' defense as they keep isolating gunfights. KIRA Esports, that is, keep isolating the gunfights, and Shaheens just continue walking into their waiting arms.
Yep, they're slowly trying to just walk in. They had the side, but nope, it's going to be a flawless round coming in from the side of KIRA Esports. Last round, it was the side of KIRA Esports who did a big mistake just going around the objective point. Now, this time around, Shaheens have given it away for the side of KIRA Esports to just come and equalize the score. 2-2 will be the score on the map of Polygon. Overall, well done from both sides, but let's see what will be the score. But as we see, it was a pause request coming in from the side of KIRA Esports. Now we see there is no need of pause. But for now, yes, KIRA Esports will be taking lead. I'm really sorry. I said that it's going to be equal. I'm really sorry. It's going to be a score line of 3-1, whereas KIRA Esports having a 2-round lead. Let's see what will be the plays in the next round. But I feel like, yeah, this might go up till third map, Blackjack, because Shaheen's taking how they played up against a team like Team Phalanx, and how KIRA Esports' the legacy is just there from our Southeast Asia region is just way too good. So I feel like, yeah, this will be a back and forth game until unless map number 3. I feel like.
I mean, I gotta agree with you, right? The way that things were done and the way that it's basically been for Shaheens, I really would not be surprised that, it goes down to map 3. Shaheens takes a little while to really wake up, right, in a given match. And sure, that can be to their benefit, because it really means, that, whoever they're fighting, especially Phalanx yesterday, right? Taking that example, for instance. Phalanx spent a lot of energy on map 1 and then map 2, right? And then by the time they got to map 3, Phalanx didn't really have as much energy. In map 2, they almost seemed to be resting in a way on border, if I recall that correctly. However, of course, here they don't really have that kind of luxury. Shaheens, that is. They can't really afford to take too long to wake up, because if they do, KIRA Esports, like we said before, will simply run away with the competition. For now, we've got ourselves a little bit of a situation here. The ace rappelling down before the window truly was broken by the alibi above. And that is something they'll have to be careful of. They don't actually know how many players are above, I think. They haven't started drawing it out just yet. Instead, it's very tower heavy. The execution that KIRA Esports want to go for here. And of course, that means that Shaheens have a lot of time to prepare for what is to come from the side of KIRA Esports, because they can simply redirect their resources as necessary. And of course, that allows them more time to get used to what is on its way. I mean, I said that already. I just explained it then in a roundabout fashion, but you get the point. A couple of gunfights are probably going to happen here right now. Skywalker, Jiggle peeking out. There is one kill. Shrisha actually walks away with it. Okay, I was going to say for a quick second, there really looked like Shrisha had, but Envy gets the trade, and Doctor finds a Vidvi. In the meanwhile, that's your ace gone as well. Huge drops happening. As for now, a couple of bodies have been dropped. Envy is very close to getting dropped as well, so has to be careful with the gunfights that the Valkyrie decides to take. There's still somebody above. And of course, Doctor is there as well, alongside an attacker, I feel. And of course, that attacker could take Doctor out if they play their cards right. Hopefully, we get to see that in just a second here. Or maybe the site might get pushed. Thermite is the one with the diffuser. Flashbang's out. Deathhammer is holding the hallway. And wait, Ether's going for the plant already. That's an interesting decision. And there's not enough cover because Doctor just drops down Armory. There was an attacker above, but it seems like they've long since abandoned the second floor, and Doctor just has free reign to drop in. Nobody was watching Armory hatch, and Caesar gets Deathhammer. Massive, massive set of mistakes from the side of KIRA Esports as they simply walk into these traps, these areas that were set up by the Shaheens, and they simply let Shaheens get away with so much. It's almost staggering. The way they played this was just so not the way you should. All things considered, everything was a solo gunfight. The plant had no one covering anything. Second floor wasn't cleared out yet. You know Doctor's probably up there. At least someone has to know. But no, they went for the plant. They tried to force it again.
Yeah.
And like we saw with second floor dorms, you can't force the situation against Shaheens. That's simply not going to happen. So, Hopefully that's a
Yep.
lesson for KIRA Esports, because we have gone back to second floor dorms again. And if they try to force the site again, like a breach rush or whatever they tried the last time, it's not going to go too well for them, I feel.
Yeah, especially where Shaheens are actually, we see every time around at least there's one guy actually going for a spawn pick, and then again we see one of the guys playing very very deep, roaming around the maps here and there. So that's one thing to just care about. For now, it's going to be the second floor objective area to be defending for this side of Shaheens. They have went for the armory corridor and the master bedroom area. Let's see what kind of plays we see from them side. But overall, I would say a good back and forth performance from both the teams. Finally, we see Valk getting picked up by the side of IND. That for the last two rounds to the side of Doctor, who was actually playing it up. Let's see what will be the course of action, course of events. For now, we see a big push coming in from the side of KIRA Esports. Definitely Cesar has an idea. Somebody's going to come up on the first floor, rappel down, rappel up towards the side of the balcony over there. For now, maybe Cesar can pick one. I guess he has been droned out. Nonetheless, Cesar is actually trying to hold it up right there on the big tower stairs. Somebody's already in. That ever comes in. Again, he gets out. Cesar needs to put up retrade, but he has gone back for to retreat a little bit. Now, this is a wise decision. 2 or 3 guys are actually pushing up towards you. That can be a bad one if you just go on to kill somebody up.
For now, it seems like Caesar is opting for a long peek all the way towards the tower side door from inside of garage. At least that's what, they tried for just a second there. But that doesn't seem like it'll be anything that that Jaeger will emphasize on. A third making his way to the roof. Not sure which way they want to breach from. They do have Ace, so they can get rid of towers, pesky reinforcements very, very quickly. Vidvi, in the meanwhile, approaching the hallway window here. He could actually find someone if he plays his cards right. There is the Jaeger there. All he needs to do is stand up. No, he saw it too late. The reactions weren't there, and Caesar gets away just in time. I don't know how much of what Caesar survived is known to that player, but yeah, Caesar will just continue trucking along as he normally does. That could have been huge, mind you. Caesar going down at this point, at this juncture of the game. Yeah, that would have been insane for the teams, but not to be. Shaheens will still maintain their operator count for the time being, and that's something really good for them, as Skywalker's about to come under fire, right there, inside of Attic, but never mind, he's just going to start things off by finding Deathammer. That's one big drop. Could he get another? Not quite. Takes a bit of damage right there, falls back into the side. Decubicall is coming in as well. And of course, Mighty Ellie is here for support, so is the rest of the team. Caesar will be coming back to site any second now, as the bedroom breach will be taken care of. 30 seconds remaining, and it looks like they really want to get into the side. Trisha, beautiful reactions. This time we'll find Caesar, shuts him down before the flank can happen. That's one less body to worry about. It is a 4v3 now. Turv giving away his position by firing on that Prisma. The pings are constantly there because of the Valkyrie cameras. Shots are fired. Doctor finds the planter. Huge drop right there. Skywalker gets one more of it. Be going down. Doctor gets taken out. Meanwhile, Vortex taking the refrag, but Mighty Ellie's here. Gets taken out as a 1v1. And Skywalker playing around the dorms inside of the kid's room. Excuse me, right there. Will get the final kill. So close and rather messy from KIRA Esports, and like we saw, of course, the constant stream of information from the Valkyrie definitely playing a massive part in how that site went down. Shaheens, they'll be happy to have now won 2 rounds in a row going into the second half, because it's 3-3. And of course, the scores are equalized, meaning that this second half effectively is starting from scratch.
Boy, oh boy, I was definitely not expecting that to happen. Because 2 of the defenders were logged on towards the side of Kid's bedroom. They definitely had no chance to, just one of the defenders to either can go toward the side of Attic. There was one, I guess it was the side of KIRA Esports only, who just, anticipated that somebody's coming actually from the side of the Attic hallway, and then turned his back to, just not seeing over there. But overall, a good performance back and forth again, like I said, going in from these both teams. Now Shaheens going up to the side of basement. The last round to defend from the side of Shaheens. Now KIRA Esports have the swap has been made. Shaheens will be now attacking for the next 6 rounds, and KIRA Esports will be defending for the next. I'm really sorry I'm not playing Rainbow-Six-Siege these days. I'm not seeing much. I'm really sorry for that misinterpretation. For now, yes, KIRA Esports and Shaheens both have their scores being equalized, so it's kind of a fresh start for both of these teams. But like I said, Oregon being a little bit kind of a defensive favored map, especially on toward the side of basement objective. If you are able to play some of the operators like Wal, or the operators which are having those bulletproof cameras, take operators like Mozzie, take operators like Newt, who deny that intel pretty well. But he'll be ideally denying a Death Hammer to come up with that flank, and there you have it. Death Hammer going down very early in the round. That's gonna cost a lot of some of those aggressive plays which are planning by the side of a Thor and Death Hammer to be played right now. For now, it's gonna be the Mighty Ali running Brad like a diamond with that confidence. He got the first kill up opener on the round number 7. Let's see how did they take the further approach in this particular round.
With Deathhammer gone, of course, KIRA Esports will have to rally behind their utilities and, of course, their gadgetry that is set up within the site. It seems like they've turtled up pretty quickly, abandoning all roam. And with a minute 40 on the clock, that gives Shaheens plenty of time to set up, open hatch, get breaching done, whatever they need, and just, wait to get into the site. There is one player above, actually, now that I just noticed it. Towards the main stairs side of things, there is a defender. I think there's going to be a Turv up there. In just a second, we might see him as the hatch on meeting is opened. Mighty Ellie's on the other side of a garage, just outside the main door. Turv's in a very interesting position here. Can't get the Hibana. Ends up giving his position away. And that, of course, is not too good for the Jaeger, so he's just going to fall back. Gemini down the back stairs, of course, is going to be shot out. And there you have it, folks. Utilities have been taken care of for the most part. Shaheens are more than well poised. They are very well poised, in fact, for a successful push here.
Yep, overall looking a very good push from the side of Shaheens. They are just, taking their time to push up around. Skyfire drops down from the hatch. He can find one. DMR goes down, but no, it's going to be Vortex to pick up Skywalker. Our lovely kill coming up. I don't know how he lost it, but a third fires back. It's going to be Cesar to come up. Takes out again. He takes one. Vortex with the bang room doctor makes the situation a double kill. Oh, my dear, he finds Vortex already inside the site. Maybe he can go for a plant, but he doesn't have the diffuser. Now it's a very, very bad one. Now Cesar finds the last one and with a very beautiful kill.
Unfortunate right there for the side of KIRA Esports. Again, a body count advantage that they really should have been able to keep track of at all times, but got a little bit too antsy because the attackers weren't just coming in to their lines of sights like they had been before. Shaheens, of course, still took their time. They knew full well that if they rushed blindly into the site in a blind panic, they would get punished. And they decided, you know what, let's not do that. Let's wait and see how we can play this properly. And that's exactly what they did. The blue push, the push from main stairs, or whoever was on main stairs, or maybe came around the rotate into the laundry room proper and shot down the Rooney in boiler room, who didn't have enough cover because they were expecting someone to be in boiler room where the smoke had just gone down. So Shane's navigating the chaos pretty well, all things considered, turning it down to a 2v1 and then making absolutely sure that KIRA Esports have no chance of making a comeback. Laundry will be the side again. Shaheens have now taken the lead for what is, I think, the first time in this map. Yes, it is. This is the first time the Shaheens have been in the lead. So something that has happened here, which is, of course, very, very good for them. And they would like to continue this. They'd like to continue gaining this momentum that they seem to have found themselves in. And KIRA Esports, in the meanwhile, they don't want this momentum to get going because, mind you, Shaheens, with that last round, now have won 3 rounds in a row. So, KIRA Esports have got to buckle up if they want to stop the Shaheens from running away with the game here. Well, in the meanwhile here, looks like the drones that were being thrown into tower have been shut down. And of course, we're going to be having a little bit more of an extended period here for the Shaheens to really figure out what's going on. There was a big setup on second floor. But for the most part, it has been abandoned.
Yep.
There is just one player up on second floor for the time being. There's another player on first floor as well. They are both being detected right now. So the roam is there. Excuse me, the roam presence is still there, but of course, slightly diminished as to what it was right at the beginning of the round. Minute 40 on the clock, and of course, the hatches are being taken care of right here, right now, very quickly, might I add. So, of course, KIRA Esports this time falling back before any bodies can be taken, which is arguably speaking a smarter move. But the question is, how much map control are they willing to give up to the Shaheens in hopes of some sort of map retake? Of course, as the drones find Deathamer's position, he's going to have to be careful. He will still be probably first on the chopping block.
Yep, overall, I would say if somebody like a player like Srisha, a tough Deathamer gets specifically gets out early in the round, the side of KIRA Sports becomes more vulnerable. And this is what I'm seeing from the last 1 or 2 pro series, even from this particular match itself. Shaheens are able to make up the safe space for themselves, try to push up toward the side, and that is actually happening right now once again. But now for the last round, they went up pretty well. Oh, Doctor finds Srisha with that really nice headshot. Smoke canister coming to the play. A third gets out. Skywalker takes another one. He's already in the side, but he finds Skywalker with SMG kill. Boy, oh boy, he just went inside the side, take out 2, and KIRA Esports definitely left out in just 2 single bodies. Now, Doctor will be trying to go on. They got one more, but Deathamer comes up and he gets out. Deathamer finds another one. Doctor comes up, but he gets out, makes it a 1v2. Now, Maria is going for the plant. I guess they don't have any idea that Deathamer is standing towards the side of meeting hall hatch, and Deathamer still doesn't have an idea that they are actually planting in. If it has been planted, 1v2 scenario, they just need to wait up, hold their angles, and Deathamer will be killed off pretty easily. But for now, they still have a chance if they are not having an idea that he is actually pushing in from the side of Freezer itself. Now, this can be very tricky one for the side of Deathamer.
Maneuvering slowly from Freezer door. He's got the element of surprise here. All he needs to do is play this properly. 17 seconds. He's got to be quick. 7 seconds are needed for the defuse timer. But no, that one bullet that he happened to let loose as a form of pre-fire, and probably the footsteps as well, giving away the position of the alibi. Could have been a potential clutch, but more importantly, the question that I asked during the Shaheens' attack while it was still setting up is, how much map control are KIRA Esports realistically willing to give to the Shaheens just to have the body count? The question was too much, ultimately, because Shaheens were just completely comfortable on the map. 2 roamers towards the front side of the building, right, on second floor towards the master bedroom and trophy room, and 1 roamer, one up there and the other one, that is, the second one, towards main lobby or main stairs, whatever you want to call it. Just kind of did nothing. They sat there for a good, 45 seconds, and then just went back into the site, only to then be killed as Shaheens mercilessly, ruthlessly pushed into the site itself. I mean, how much map control are you really willing to give away there? Because for KIRA Esports, that proved to be fatal in that round. They gave away too much without even trying to stop them. And Shaheens could make good with all of that extra time that they could now save because, of course, KIRA just kind of allowed them to do so. KIRA Esports needs to get in check a little bit more often is this tendency of theirs where whenever they're feeling the pressure, they start retreating. They start, falling back into their shell. And as soon as they start doing that, of course, they never really contest anymore. They stop contesting. They stop trying to take gunfights early. And even in the rounds where they try to force it, the confidence just isn't there, which, of course, leads to less and less rounds being taken. This is something we've noticed with KIRA, and this is something that sometimes leads to more rounds being lost than they would care to admit. And now look at the situation. Shaheens have won 4 rounds in a row. 2 rounds of those are on the attack. Oregon should be a defender-sided map. KIRA should be having home turf advantage at the minute. But of course, they are not. Shaheens are the ones to bring out Oregon. And, well, they're on track to win if this keeps up.
Yes, exactly, man. Like how KIRA Esports is actually aligned. And I definitely agree with the part where you said they are getting their bodies pretty soon. They need to, just hold their angles pretty much as well. But so, you are on the side of Recon. Just need to wait out and, let attackers waste their utilities, waste their drones. Let this come in. Just try to, maximize the time being wasted from their side. IND finds Srisha, Doctor on a Vidvi. Deathamer finally gets one on the Doctor, shuts him out. Makes the situation a little bit on their side, but still Atharv is very low on HP. He's just one bullet away. One bullet even touches that guy and he's already dead. That Vortex for now is going to be on the side of lobby. Atharv finds one with that very low HP. Job very well done. Destroyed a drone. Vortex has given his position. For now, Envy will come in, down, and there you have it. Vortex goes out. Makes the situation 2v3. Atharv is very low on HP. I don't think so. He can pull out another one, and there you have it. 1v3. Cesar finds one. Deathamar pulls out Cesar. Makes the situation a little bit easier on his side, but still, push and get away with that free fire. Deathamar trying to go on. Try to find that angle toward the other guys. I guess the cams are giving away the position. The drones are giving away the position, but still not sure where is the guys planting in. PAK finds Deathamar, and Shaheens will win out one more round to their side. And there you have it. Attacker, round number 9 going to the favor of Shaheens. Overall, a very good round. This puts themselves, the team of Shaheens, onto the match point onto the map of Oregon.
And of course, this round, the issue for KIRA Esports were too many isolated gunfights. And while some of the gunfights were probably smart in the short term, the fact that they've lost so many rounds, their confidence isn't exactly high. As a team, they're probably feeling these wounds, and it's definitely not exactly helping them make the best judgment calls here. And because of that, they also lose these gunfights because some of them aren't the smartest gunfights to take. Some of the movement decisions aren't the smartest ones to take either. And then, of course, as a result, they end up losing these rounds. Once again, we're going to be going back to second floor dorms and dorms being Hall as KIRA Esports almost feels deflated already. And I say almost because, of course, map number 2 is still a thing, which is, of course, KIRA Esports' own map pick. And if I recall correctly, that is Villa. It's interesting that they would choose to go to Villa. Of course, Phalanx and Shaheens had a pretty close game on Villa as well. And that could be something that KIRA Esports might be looking at and thinking, okay, maybe we can push Shaheens off the edge, into a loss where Phalanx couldn't. And sure, that could very well be the case. Actually, while we talk about the match, let me just quickly look at the Shaheens Phalanx games. I almost forgot what the score was on Villa. Theme Park was, of course, the decider in that map. Villa was map number 1, and Phalanx actually won that. Yes, Phalanx won that 7-5. So, what I'm thinking here, that KIRA Esports is probably thinking that, yeah, Phalanx could win it against Shaheen, so why can't we? That's probably what they're thinking, and that's probably what will be their attempt in Villa to win the match. It'll probably get even closer than it has on Oregon so far, as Shaheens really do love this map. Like, it's no secret. Meanwhile, Envy goes down. Envy takes, well, unfortunately, another fall to the floor. And that's 2 bodies down already. A third went down just a minute ago, of course. And KIRA Esports, once again, very much on the back foot now.
Yep. 2 bodies going down pretty much early in the round. Shaheen's already on the match point, and they can definitely win this one. Pretty up straight, try to close down as soon as possible. So that takes a little bit of damage, trying to go for the pre-fire onto the side of wall. Maybe he can do a little bit of damage, but no. Doctor takes a very, very big damage. I guess it was a impact nade, but nope. It's going to be a Doctor to shut down Vortex. Skywalker picks out Deathamar. They have it. Shaheens winning out the map of Oregon, which was their pick. And overall, a very good play by both the teams. But yeah, I think that KIRA were giving away bodies very much soon, very much often. And this allowed Shaheens to win the map entirely for themselves. A scoreline of 7-3 on towards the map of Oregon. Our next map will be, of course, the KIRA pick of Villa. But for now, we'll be taking a look at the whole stats. We'll be taking a look at the map summary. We'll be talking about a lot of things what went wrong from the side of KIRA Esports. And that is the one thing that, yes, coordination was looking a little bit shaky. Of course, objective points, how they were, choosing up to go toward the side of basement, then again going toward the side of second floor, but also looking not very much clear. But yes, overall, the performance coming in from the side of Shaheens was just top notch. And how did they perform against a team like Phalanx yesterday and today? The side of KIRA Esports, a banger coming in with a score line of 7-3 into their favor on a map of Oregon.
Absolutely. Shaheens will love this scoreline right now. They are 1-0 up on this match already, and KIRA Esports are already on the back foot. And a 7-3 as well. Given that it was a 3-3 first half, it really didn't feel like it would end up being a 7-3. From what we'd seen from both teams by that point, KIRA Esports really felt like the team that could push the Shaheens to, a 5-5 even, maybe even overtime if, we want to get a little, how should I put this, idealistic in terms of entertainment. from the match. And don't get me wrong, the 7-3 was entertaining, but we haven't had an overtime yet, guys. Come on. It's the Nationals. What are you doing? There should be at least one overtime by now. We're on match number 6, everybody. But of course, my wishes for overtime aside, and jokes aside, of course, Shaheens just well played. Again, continuing to establish themselves as a powerhouse in the South Asian region as they continue to take match after match. Should they win this match, they will become the second team to have 4 points on their board. Of course, given how the matches are going, MercenarieZ hasn't played their second yet. Neither have some of the other teams in the overall roster of the top 8 so far. Speaking of which, let's have a look at the statistics of the game, the match summary. There you have it, 7-3 to the Shaheens, and well, Shaheen's scorecard is looking as good as you would expect. Doctor leading the charge, 12-6, that's a 2 KD right there, 90% cost, and 3-0 on entry. The best entry fragger, of course, matched by IND going 3-1, but IND, of course, died once in entry as well. Rating of 1.31 for Doctor, and of course the rest of the team following suit. Mighty Ellie with 80% cost, taking a bit of a support flex role overall, doing the killing whenever needed. Envy and Caesar following up the rear. Skywalker with 10-8, taking a fragger role, given that 60% cost percentage, and a 1.0 for survival rating. On the other side for KIRA Esports, well, it's looking not so great now. Is it a Vidwi with a pretty quiet map overall for a 30%, nothing on entry, and only a 0.43 survival rating. Of course, Vortex leading the charge for that team in that table right there. But even if that were the case, of course, it didn't quite go the way that KIRA Esports had probably planned for. We'll see if they're able to pull things back on Villa, which is map number 2. But before that, a quick short break. Until then, stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals. We're on match number 6 here at day 3 of the Nationals, aka match number 2 of today in map number 2 of the second game, as well as the match between KIRA Esports and Shaheens rages on. We've just had map number 1. That was, of course, Oregon, Shaheens' pick, and Shaheens came in 3 pretty comfortably at the end of the day as well. They won, if I recall correctly, 5 rounds straight to get there. It was a 3-3. Actually, that would make it oh right, they were down 3-2 and then they made that comeback. Actually, 3-1 even, I believe. If I look at it correctly, yes, it was 3-1 to KIRA Esports. Shaheens were down 1-3, and then they won 6 straight rounds to win out that map. So with all that being said, of course, map number 2 will be coming to you shortly, and that is, of course, KIRA Esports' pick, Villa. An interesting pick indeed. Let's have a look at the map and, of course, the results of game number 1 to talk about what we might expect. Bullet, what do you think? Villa, which is an interesting pick against Shaheens to begin with. KIRA Esports already 0-1 down. What can we expect from them?
To be very honest, they're attacking onto the side of Villa. To attack on Villa, I would say Villa. It's Villa is one of my favorite maps to play, and even spectate and cast on Rainbow-Six-Siege. Got so many different kind of sides to play upon, so many different sides to approach upon, so many verticality to play. Those nades, those C4s. Yesterday we saw Phalanx and Shaheens were playing so much good onto the side of Villa. For now, yes, KIRA Esports are already down and down with a very bad score line of 7-3 on the map of Oregon. They lost to Shaheens. Right now, I guess they have to do anything, man. They have to do anything just to win this one and try to go toward the side of decider map, because it's their first map, man, into the South Asian National, which is the highest tier of competition of Rainbow Six Siege in our region. So it's just better that they win this one anyhow, and then try to just think what will go onto our side, what will go to their side onto the map of Team PAK. But yes, onto the map of Villa, some of those operators like Goyo, some of those area dinner operators like Smoke are very much handy. Talk about the side of denying those heartbeat charges. You gotta have some mute, you gotta have some Kaid. You can also have Bandit on your arsenal to just deny those wall breaches coming in, because even both of the side, towards either the side of Sanctuary or towards the side of Trophy Room, both of them wall needs to be open if you want a big space to just go inside the side and plant it out. Also talking about the side of the other objective, either you can push into the side of astronomy if somebody is definitely gonna hold up from the side of defense. So yeah, KIRA Esports have kind of a very good history onto a map of Villa. But yes, it's gonna be an interesting one. It's gonna be very fun to cast. It's one of my favorite maps in Rainbow Six Siege. I love to play on this one. I love to cast games on this one. So let's see, man. But yeah, like I say, anyhow, KIRA Esports needs to win this one. You don't want your first South Asia national match and you just want to lose it out. And like we said, like we discussed before this whole broadcast was starting, KIRA Esports performance has been declining since the first season itself. So definitely, they need to make a comeback. They need to make their performance a little bit wiser, better, because they are up against a team like Shaheen. They have really good players like Mighty Ali. They have very good players like Invi. How we can forget Doctor? Doctor was one of the key players in their old roster when they won their South Asian National back in the day. So there are some good players, but yes, KIRA Esports, they are going up some changes. I like I said, I have seen some new faces here and there back again in the South Asian Nationals. So yeah, that can be one cause, man. Because on the map of Oregon, after the fourth round, they were not looking exactly the KIRA Esports that we used to see in the previous tournaments.
Absolutely. KIRA Esports, after round number 4 on Oregon, it really was almost a lost cause. Like looking back in retrospect, yes, that definitely seems like it was the case. Although, of course, it wasn't quite. We all know that for a fact because at the time it really seemed like Kira might actually get another round or two. With all that said, folks, let's
Yeah.
not take any more time away from all of our viewers at home. Let's go into game number 2. The ban phase is about to get started here. And of course, as you all know, the bans are very, very important. We saw Valkyrie constantly pinging away with her black eye
Yeah.
cameras in the last map as the information was traded back and forth. And of course, that led to a lot of kills being taken in both sides. I mean, actually, when I think about it, KIRA Esports didn't really play the Valkyrie much in their defense at all. Something that it definitely feels like a bit of an oversight from their end. With all that said, Shaheen's at the first ban, and of course, it is going to be the Thatcher, as usual, to start us off.
Of course, pretty user Thatcher back coming into the map of Villa. Definitely, Thatcher is a very, I would say, a dangerous operator. If you don't ban on the map of Villa, the wall can be open in a second. But for now, Flores will be also getting banned from the side of KIRA Esports. Yes, the retail drones are not going to be in the play from the side of Flores. Let's see what's going to be the first defending operator to be banned from the side of these two teams, and it's going to be the second operator to be banned from the side of KIRA Esports. That's going to be Valkyrie. Yes, finally we see a Val ban. I wouldn't be surprised if I see a Mira. I not Mira, even I say a Kaid ban, because Kaid are definitely getting banned very often in our region. Or maybe we see Azami ban. Azami is also getting banned quite often in this South Asian national matchups. So we might see either Kaid or maybe Azami.
Well, I guess we'll find out in just a minute here. It is going to be the Kaid, so Azami, but more importantly, Mira is going to be in the play still. Now, that, of course, is something that both teams will be quite interested in. Mira on Villa has proven herself time and time again. Of course, back when Villa first came out in Operation, wow, I've almost forgotten the name of the operation. Maestro and Alibi,
Mira,
of
Velvet
course,
Silk.
that operation. No,
Maestro,
not Mira. Mira came out in
Maestro,
Velvet Shell. Everybody remembers that. Operation Parabellum. Yes, Maestro and
Parabellum, yeah.
Alibi. Parabellum, when Villa was released, Mira was one of the first operators that everybody tried strats with. And some of those strats have stuck around, if not all of them, really. After Castle's buff, where you got 4 barricades up from 3, and some of the barricades' durability was increased, like glass can't
Introduced, yeah.
shoot through them anymore. Neither can Kali, right? It takes gadgets, or what is it, 12 melees in total to break it down, or just a sledgehammer if you're really feeling
You
adventurous.
remember? You
To
remember
break down.
Mastro's ACOG, Mastro's ACOG on that LMG?
Uh-huh. No, I mean, speaking of the
Boy,
LMG, the hip fire on that thing, my goodness, that used to be a
it's
menace.
still very strong.
It's still very strong, but it's like it behaves like a normal LMG now, at least, right? Instead of tightening the longer you fire. That was something else. But meme ideas aside, as we go into the match of map number 2 here on Villa. Like I was saying, Mira as an operator here has been here since this map's inception, and some of the areas and some of the sites really feel like they were almost designed around Mira's Black Mirror, right? Given how well they work together. Especially recent buffs and recent operators being added, Aruni, Azami, Castle, you can really make a good argument for why Mira should be banned on this map. And she is 90% of the time. But today is that 1% where she isn't. But we're not going to be starting on a site where Mira is actually prevalent, because we're going to be starting on first floor, dining room, and kitchen. Shaheen's immediately with the odd pick, because similar to the Hunters, unless you're Shaheens or Hunters, I guess now the argument will be, you're not really going to start on first floor all that often. Teams know this map, but they never expect it to be a first floor starter. And that, of course, could take KIRA Esports for a loop, and they're going to have to adjust accordingly.
Yeah, exactly. Especially when you are going in for kitchen and the first floor side. it kind of was like you gotta deny as much as you can the vertical control, because if the teams are having that particular vertical control, it kind of becomes very hard for the side of defenders, especially that if the attacking teams are having those sledge, having those fuse charges, it becomes a nightmare for the side of defending teams. For now, we can see two of those Skywalker, and nonetheless from the side of Doctor defending the second floor by themselves. We also see we also see Doctor using up those Palif gun to make up a little bit of angles here and there. Srisha trying to go in from the side of bedroom roof area, trying to go into the side of master bedroom maybe. But for now, if we talk about the side of objective, we got Mighty Ali holding down, we got Cesar holding down from the side of library. This can be pretty interesting on how they have extended the side, and also 2 or 3 guys actually completely out of the side. So this can be pretty much interesting if KIRA Esports definitely going for the side, try to go in for the side, because there are just 2 guys holding down, or maybe going for the roamers itself, try to break the vertical control, which is definitely the wiser and the classic approach that we always see from the Rainbow-Six-Siege teams.
Well, for the time being, the Azami is definitely helping hold down Astronomy to a good degree, as second floor control is yet to really be established. But there we go. Shrisha finds Skywalker getting a little overeager on that push out, but Invi will get the refrag, or retrade, I should say, onto a third. That's a big drop, and immediately Invi falls back down to lower Astro, aka the red carpet hallway down below, and of course falls back even further to the bottom basement. Mighty Ellie just playing around Memorial Room, but you got to be careful. Line of sight can be established into this room from above. And that seems to be the case here and now. Shaheens have got a pretty good hold of this map. I think we will find another kill, and definitely that will loosen the grip a little bit more as Mighty Ellie goes down. That's the mute taken care of. I think the mute was definitely playing around Memorial Room a little bit too much. And now the remaining defenders have to play this very, very carefully. Shrisha peeking Astro stairs at the minute, but there might be somebody on mudroom window as well. Doctor has to be careful of this. Granny goes out. Invi takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile and goes down. Vortex getting that kill. And this is looking so good. Doctor's the last one standing, but really, how much can he do? Surrounded in the red carpet hallway, and KIRA Esports starting off strong. They took a minute, a solid minute, in fact, to get into second floor, but as soon as they had control, it was clear that it was really only a play of caution, because they didn't know what to expect from Shaheens. As soon as they figured it out, boom, they were in there, and Shaheens fell by the wayside.
Yeah, this like we always say, man. If you have that vertical control in your side, then you got all the angles open by yourself. It's pretty, a nightmare for the side of defending teams to exactly be on that receiving end. For now, they have gone to the side of armory and the trophy area. Let's see what they went in for. We are seeing smoke. We are seeing Doctor putting up for my this time around. Cesar on that Jaeger. Indy up again with that Zami pack, and Mighty Ali with that MB7K. Yeah, a wise one, I would say. But with that mute. For now, still, man, KIRA Esports took a solid 1 minute, like you said, but in the end, it feels like, yeah, they managed their time pretty well with that overall timer going down. Like how they want to perfectly do the drone work, gather the intel, then push it around with that vertical control. It was just perfect, man, for the side of KIRA Esports. Now comes up to the same question. There was the same kind of situation in the first map itself. KIRA Esports were looking very strong for the first few rounds, and then it was up to all from the side after especially after round number 4, round number 5, it was all the side of Shaheens to master it down on the previous map. It's just like KIRA Esports needs to master this kind of like performance and the form overall. If you are able to win a few of your starting attacking rounds, you gotta keep it that way up to round number 6 before the defender attacker swap is being made.
For now, of course, the attack of KIRA Esports will need to mold itself to this new site that they have to aggress upon. And that, of course, being second floor Aviator Games Room. Who is that just...
Invi, what?
Excuse me, Invi? You lost that gunfight. Trisha goes down in the meanwhile. Deathmar and a Turf gets Caesar and Doctor in return. So a refrag and immediate trade is there. It's a 4v2 very, very quickly. I'm still just confused how Invi lost that gunfight. It's not a regular occurrence. As in the meanwhile, Mighty Ellie will get one from down below. The mute is still present on the lower floor, which of course puts a bit of a wrench in things. Oh, what a shot right there.
Dude.
And the gas grenade will clean up as the turf goes down. Again, a little bit of underestimation, methinks, is going on here from the side of KIRA Esports because they had the body count lead, but again, they just didn't seem to think that there'd be another player down below. Sure, the first one going down makes sense, but then on the shield, the way a third went down, yeah, that's not exactly all too good. You need to clear out the ADSs. You need to make sure that the shield is gone. There you go. Skywalker takes a ton of damage off of that, but he can still play around this area, and he doesn't have to worry about as much because guess what? There aren't as many operators alive anymore. It's a 2v2, a very doable position to be in, and a smoke with a shotgun, nonetheless, is the one that the attackers have to deal with. First, they have to deal with Mighty Ellie on study room door. Of course, he'll be seen and position is given away, so the shots are fired. And Mighty Ellie is just going to have to wait for a hot second here as the other player rotates all the way. But no, Vidwi getting downed, excuse me. And it's all now up to Vortex, who will not win that gunfight. Skywalker takes both, in fact. And that wins Shaheens the round. That was a 2v4 that we just saw being clutched by the Shaheens players, more specifically Mighty Ellie and Skywalker.
Mostly it was the work done from the side of Skywalker. This particular kill with that guy, the smoke taking cover behind the black shield, it was just the way of perfectly handling the SMG-11 and blasting it off with that smoke canister. That was a very well play coming in from the side of Skywalker. Actually, the MVP of that round. For now, scores have been equalized. Yes, there are a few rounds going here and there. Back and forth game still going on between the side of KIRA Esports and Shaheen. This will go on for a while up till round number 4, round number 5. From what I believe. Again, going into the side of Sanctuary area to defend upon. I have to say this, we have, I guess, as a caster, say this quite often in our other mediums. KIRA Esports have this kind of habit. When they are having control and having that man advantage, they go towards the side, or maybe even if they are not attacking them, they are holding down the sides in the defense side. What we saw on the Oregon in the round number 6 to be precise, they start losing their body count very quickly, and this is not how you give away the entire round to your opponent team. And we have seen this very quite often in Pro Series. We have also seen some of the players perform in this particular match. You had your position in a 4v2 scenario. Your one guy is gone, one guy has been cleared off, and you have a 3v2. You try to rotate and take approach from different other entry points. You don't do that. You push from the same angle. Boom, you're gone. So I think KIRA Esports needs to recorrect that and then try to master the Shaheens out of the way and take a victory on this map. Definitely Sledge knows them, and there you have it. First kill coming in from the side of the Thamar. Opener gets one, and NB goes down with that Vomite.
That's a pretty big drop, mind you, as the Wamai can get at least another 3 magnets over the course of the round, depending on when he died, of course. I do feel like he would have had 2 by the end of the prep phase, so by now he would have had his 3rd, and maybe Envy was holding on to it, which of course means that in total 3 magnets have been lost. Caesar sees the Kiba being broken, but a bit too over-aggressive there. Avidvi had the advantage backing away in that gunfight as well. Ideally has to be careful. But no, he actually gets that kill. Deathmer goes down, and this is one of those situations again. The bottom floor clear is just left up to one player, and while that could work sometimes, he might want to send a second player, or at least a drone ahead to check the rooms and the adjacent corners to clear out, whoever might be in there. We did see now a drone that saw Mighty Ellie's position, but it's far too late for that, right? Because Deathmer's already dead, and your bottom floor clear is gone. And Mighty Ellie just so happens to be running proximity alarms rather than C4. Had it been a C4 that Ali would be running, well, I mean, say goodbye to your plant because he's still down there. And there you have it. That flank from Lesters now comes in. Avidvi goes down, and Mighty Ellie is just free to do whatever he so wishes. Oh my goodness! What a shot! Vortex, good night! Roasted, toasted, packed up and posted. And of course, that is how he's going to be feeling that one in the morning. A turf, the last one standing again. Just a mess of mistakes from KIRA Esports. And there's only so much a turf can really do here.
Yeah, just trying to go to the side of the first floor, from the side of Mudroom, maybe try to push from the side of Astronomy's chair. Yeah, that's what he's going to do. But for now, it's going to be Skywalker. Again, comes up. He knows that somebody's going to push up. Maybe use that one canister left, but Doctor finds a turf and puts him into sleep. But what a shot from the side of Mighty Ali. I can definitely tell that
I know,
he
right?
is having a very nice pair of headphones.
That
Trust
is.
me on this one.
Hmm.
Good night.
Oh, what a shot! What a shot! It's
That
one of
was a
those shots
straight
you get like,
one tap. Dude. It was a
yeah,
straight
yeah. It
one
was
tap.
straight on the head too.
It was
Yeah.
a burst, but it was straight on head, and this is something you don't see quite often in our region, dude. We see very much of the wall banks when it is quite expected from these kind of players. They are playing Siege for so long, they know for a fact that okay, somebody's gonna rotate. Let's try a wall bang. But this, a straight up headshot on that wall, oof, straight up burned, man, straight up burned.
Absolutely. And of course, that leads us now to round number 4, where Shaheens have gone down to the
Attackers have located a bomb.
first floor. I was about to say bottom floor, and then I remembered Villa has a basement. Villa's basement isn't really a site that sees much action. Sure, when you've got like a, I don't know, Hunters or Mercenaries game, yeah, Villa's basement sees a lot of action. But other times, you're not really going to see operators go there
5 seconds.
until, of course, you know, things start to happen. And then you remember, hey, Villa has a basement. There's a wine cellar and another wine cellar here. Just, some memes about the map. I mean, I do remember a while ago, I forget who it was, but somebody was busy counting the number of carpets you see in Villa, right? That was a while ago. I
Wow.
forgot who it was. But, yeah, I mean, we're not
can
going to go on a
count it,
carpet
right?
count right now. I don't really. It's already been done. I don't really think we need to do that for the time being. But for now, let's zoom back into the game, shall we? 2-1. Shaheens are very much in the lead at the minute, and KIRA Esports, again, they need to clean up on these mistakes. They won the dining set before, so they could bring it back. But the question is, are they going to be able to? Do they have what it takes? As you've got the pulse this time, all the way out towards the 90 hallway, Skywalker finding Vortex. That's your IQ gone. And say goodbye to countering Pulse or any of those C4s, because guess what? Things aren't exactly about to look too good. Oh no, too late on Doctor, but never mind. We'll get the kill anyway. Cat and mouse. And if it goes down.
I guess we had that a little bit of sound cue because he literally peeked himself, then tried to look back to the right side, and then it was Doctor. Well, now Srisha trying to take a gunfire with the side of Jaeger was going to be the Skywalker up here from the side of the corner wall breach. But it's going to be the kitchen side. Of course, they're trying to get up that vertical control as soon as possible. But 2 bodies already down. No more air jabs. It's going to be still pretty hard. It's just better to focus on the side rather than wasting time on these 2 defenders. Because you don't have those air jabs to trap these guys out. And if you go for one to head gunfight, okay, Shisha gets one. It's going to be a hard one to just equalize by this is what I was trying to say. It's going to be really hard.
Ooh, that's a nice little double push right there. A Turv backing up the sledge right there. Deathmar, I mean, they're the only ones remaining. As they do get Doctor, 1 more kill is taken. It's still a 2v3. And KIRA on the attack really hasn't seemed like they'll be able to turn any of this around. The Pulse is still scanning for heartbeats, of course. As the grenade will go out. Is he going to find anything? No, the ADS stops it from doing so. You got to be careful. This is C4 around this area, Deathmar. I don't think he quite is aware, but regardless, C4 will be blown up. Ideally, he doesn't get much out of it because, of course, out of range. Caesars and Mudroom. Now, that's an interesting one. The call-out has been given that, hey, there's somebody, I think, in that area. Maybe there was a drone there or something like that. And Caesar's position is given away. He's coming into living room. And here goes the Rooney out of there. But no! A Turf looking away at the wrong time! And that's Diffuser dropped as well. 10 seconds remain, and Deathmar can only do so much. Gets 1 kill, but he's about to be peeked by others. No, he can't even go into the site because of the Surya gate. So he's just forced to, kind of waddle around the red carpet hallway until Mighty Ali can come around the back and finish him off. Shaheens now with 3 back-to-back rounds in the map. They are turning Villa into their dancing grounds at the minute. As KIRA Esports, once again, is at a bit of... at a bit of a stop in their momentum because after winning 6 rounds, right? Shaheens, they lost the first round here, and after that they won 3 rounds again. KIRA can only seem to do so much against the Shaheens before they just kind of adapt or immediately brute force their way out of a situation. which is insane to think about. But it is what it is.
Yeah, man. For now, take a look what Shaheens are actually doing, and whether it's at the side of Skywalker, the Doctor, or Mighty Ali, they're just way better in their individual gunfights. Yep. Talking about the side of some of the side of KIRA Esports, some of the players what happened on the last round. We I guess like I could be wrong. Of course, I don't know whether he was able to hear Doctor or not, but we did had a chance to take our Doctor in that red stairs, but. Nonetheless, there are some mistakes here and there every now and then, because this is the great game of Rainbow-Six-Siege. There are just minute mistakes here and there where you take the advantage of, where your opponent team takes the advantage of. For now, this is kind of a same situation looking on what we saw on the last map Blackjack. So it might be that we see Shaheens putting and shutting this down on a 2-0. But KIRA Esports do have a lot of time for now. It's going to be the 2 more rounds to attack upon. Maybe they can put up a scoreline of 2-3. Maybe it can put up a scoreline of 3-3 if they try their really best and try to equalize when they go to defend on the map of Villa.
That's the thing, though. Are Shaheen's going to even let them get close to a scoreline like that? KIRA Esports now absolutely has to be aware of the kind of stakes they're playing with. The site is second floor AVG, a site that KIRA are used to attacking by now. I mean, always have been. But the question is, are they going to be able to do much about this? You've got a couple of Shaheen's players already down below waiting in the wings for potential C4 plays, specifically because Doctor, whose C4 is not in his pocket, interestingly enough. Doctor, there you have it. It was pre-placed. Folks, that's just game sense right there. You know full well that Fox window is going to be a full thoroughway of operators, as Deathhammer finds Caesar in the meanwhile. 1 kill is taken back in return, but Caesar, of course, has mostly been supporting and like playing support for the most part, right, in this game. So no real surprises that Caesar hasn't had too much of an impact in terms of kills. It's really just been down to like Mighty Ali and Doctor and Skywalker who've been doing the fragging for the team. As Skywalker, this is an interesting rotate right here. Can't get the kill on Vortex. Escapes the grenade. Needs to find one, or is it at least is trying to. Mighty Ali gets Deathhammer in the meanwhile. Just peeks out the door. Casual as you please. Makes it 4v3.
It's a 4v3, still looking very strong from the side of defense. But nonetheless, AVD finds another one. Skywalker goes down. No more C4. So, actually, there's one C4 left from the side of Mighty Ali's pocket. Yes, he can pull this one off. Maybe try to push from the side of Christmas area. But no, AVD still trying to push up that particular doorway. And he gets himself flashbang. Nonetheless, Risha trying to rotate towards the side of objective area. Mighty Ali also taking a rotation toward the side of Eastern Stairs. This can be one tricky one on how these teams are actually taking these late rotations. But for now, we'll be still trying to make sure there's nobody onto the side of study room, because if there is going to be really hard to push up from this particular doorway. If you're still down, other of his teamers are actually taking a rotation toward the side of balcony. Now, this is an intelligent one. Trisha finds one. He takes on Mighty Ali. Just 15 seconds left on the clock. This is going to be the plant going down anytime soon. If they don't, it's going to be really hard for themselves. Doctor shuts down Trisha. Another one coming in from the side of our Vidvi. Double kill. Last one, Doctor remaining in. Gotta shut him out. He knows that somebody that's in front. Oh! Just 1 second away to shut down Doctor. The rod could have been into the favor of KIRA Esports. Nicely done, Doctor. Nicely done. I mean, like, he heard the sound pretty late, like 0.5 second late, but he did the job pretty well and he got the round for the team. Look at this. He was just speaking over there. But finally, I guess they had it. I guess they had a late call. I guess it was the side of Srisha only playing in Twitch. He had a late call, but nonetheless, again, I would say just a small miscommunication from the side of KIRA Esports, and Shaheen wins another one. 4-1 will be the scoreline. Last round to attack, last round for defend. For the side of Shaheens, will they be able to make it 5-1 and we see a 7 victory straight up from the side of Shaheen? So it will be KIRA Esports banging for the comeback, and we see a comeback on the map of Villa. That's only time can tell, and only their efforts can tell, my friend.
And more so than just that, it's really going to be difficult for KIRA Esports. They played that last round pretty well, all things considered. There weren't actually as many mistakes from them as we've seen before. especially in the last few rounds before that one, right? Round 4 was probably, round 5, excuse me, was probably some of the more cleaner KIRA Esports play overall. But Shaheens just were still better overall. Positioning and, you know, playing for whichever pick they could possibly get, even while losing bodies, of course, that is something that the Shaheens are very good at, all things considered. So it's nice to see that they are still able to win out rounds despite huge adversity, because of course that means that they are a team that is constantly improving, constantly adapting to these situations, and of course constantly making changes as they see fit. Now Doctor, not too sure about being all around this area of the map. He's got a reinforcement to work with, and he's shutting down drones left and right. And he really wants to take a gunfight here. He might be able to do so. His wish will be granted in just a moment here, because there's multiple attackers in this region of the map. He sees one, does a bit of damage. Ovidvi is low. Invi, oh no! That's actually Caesar's head that Invi finds. That's not good. A turf comes in, immediately shuts him down. Oh, big mistake right there from, you know, the side of the defenders. I'm not sure what the turf was looking at. I think he got the caller for Mighty Ellie, but didn't know where, you know, the other player was behind the shield. 90 hallway is being called out right now, and shots will be fired, but I do believe Shaheen should pull back here.
Yeah, they should, but Doctor is still standing strong toward the side of the particular hallway, and then maybe he can rotate, but might at least taking a big rotation toward the side of Astronomy Stairs. This is what exactly KIRA Esports needs to do. The 4 of you guys are actually pushing from the same hallway door, just particularly same direction, or maybe take a rotation toward the side of Astronomy. You still have 2 nades left, actually. Avidvi has one, Dathamar has one. Try to place up your nade toward the side of Mighty Ali. This is a pretty common, I would say, spot to be upon. Try to use up your drone work. 1 minute left on the clock. Let's see what KIRA Esports will do. Avidvi left on 50% HP. Doctor is actually very unusual to look up that balcony. I don't know whether somebody's gonna push up or not. Christmas from the side of Christmas hallway, somebody's actually going to push up, and there you have it. Avidvi picks one. Mighty gets down, makes a situation 4v2. Doctor knows that somebody's gonna come up with that hallway. Maybe do up a little bit of free fire. Watch that angle pretty good. Twitch is already in. He finds Twitch. Double kill coming in from the side of Doctor. Again, they're still not sure that nobody's coming in from the Astronomy. Everybody's coming from the same direction. So smoke canister went to the play. Vortex finds Skywalker. Left out 1v3 scenario. Triple kill, boy. Finds the 4th one, but no. Vortex will shut him down. A very well made effort from the side of Shaheens. But better late than never, KIRA Esports finally find, after losing straight 4 rounds up ahead, finally wins up the last attacking round from their side. Makes a score 2-4. And we see now defensive saw being made. KIRA Esports will be defending the next 6 rounds. But I guess Shaheens will being a little bit more aggressive than we have seen in the entire of the last 2 maps. This was the most aggressive round that I have seen from them side. Just going against madly, trying to peek here and there, and then getting caught off. So nonetheless, it was a very well made effort from the side of Doctor. But for now, like we said, on the map of Villa, actually there are a lot of verticality that needs to be played, which is actually being missed out from the side of KIRA Esports, and actually have been missed out from the side of KIRA Esports. We didn't see much of those nade kills. We actually saw a lot of C4 plays from the side of Shaheens, but actually I was expecting a lot of nade plays from the side of KIRA Esports on the map of Villa, because it is the map of nade plays. There are a lot of common spots behind the cabinets, behind the bomb, where you actually can place your, especially on the side of Astronomy, you just randomly place up your nades, play your luck well, maybe you find one, but actually it was missing in.
Well, all things considered, I guess we'll have to just see how Shaheens, you know, adapt on the attack. Already a couple of differences from the KIRA Esports team that we're seeing here. KIRA on the defense playing largely the same set of operators, right? That we saw from the Shaheens. But Shaheens on the attack have brought in 3 different operators already. An Ash, a Dekebi, and an Osa. Doctor clearly loves playing the Osa. Understandably so. Osa is a really fun operator to play, and a very useful one at that. I mean, shields are inherently useful in Siege. Anything that blocks bullets actively, like, you know, stops you from getting shot, basically, is always going to be a nice thing to have. That's why, you know, the whole shield meta and deployable shield meta was a thing in Siege for a good long while there. But of course, Osa is merely an operator with 2 shields that she can deploy and pick up at any given time, but Mighty Ellie is going to pick up a kill, and that is going to be a Thurv going down. That's your Jaeger gone very, very quickly. A Thurv not really having the best of times at the minute. 4 and 7 in this match now, going into the 7th round. Every round a Thurv has somehow bit the dust. That's not something that he'll be too proud of. For the time being, we've got more breaches being made and more inroads being made into this KIRA defense. KIRA has to be careful about this. Shaheens are going to be aggressive as soon as they get any form of setup, and the push-up from Doctor, not seen by Avidwi, will mean that main stairs is cleared out.
Yep, main stairs have been cleared out. They can actually push up to the side of objective area. Vortex finding once Cesar goes down. This is a very good kill coming from the side of both teams. But now there's a battle going on between the side of Death Tamar and the talent shield player is going to be the Doctor, nonetheless. Last talent sheet to be played upon. Maybe Data would be thinking right now if I could have been picked the impact age straight up. I could have destroyed that. But for now, a little bit of gunfight going on. Maybe he just want to make up a rotation, try to flank that talent shield player. But I guess that will be not possible. The Doctor knows that map really well. Trying to find one. Vortex will be going on for a little bit of pre-fire. Skywalker takes a little bit of damage, still not sure. Place up the aqua thermal charges. Maybe Vortex can go in aggressively. Yes, he will go. Finds this, finds another one. Boy, oh boy, he gets double. Doctor plays up Death Hammer. In a 2v2 scenario, 43 seconds left on the clock to be precise. A very, very good aggressive play coming in from the side of Vortex, and job very well done to be precise. Doctor again trying to push up. Vortex can find him, I guess. Yes, there you go. Quad kill, baby. Quad kill coming in. The last guy will be standing in. It's going to be Dokebi with that DMR.
1v2 situation right now. And oh dear me, that DMR can be a little unreliable, especially at ranges like that. Against a gun that fires at 1200 RPM, the Vector is probably going to win 9 times out of 10. Although credit has to go to Vortex. This position right next to the bomb chassis by the destroyed flower pot clearly held a lot of strategic value, because for whatever reason, the Shaheens were never able to properly clear it out. And of course, the cover from the Goyo was, of course, always going to help. The Goyo, I mean, I gotta say, just played Vault perfectly, because Vortex is there at a very risky position. That kind of a forward placement is not where you normally play as a defender, because there's a very good chance you lose your life if you're not careful. And of course, that is almost what happened to Vortex. But because the Goya was constantly watching from Vault, like the aviator door of Vault, from the games door of Vault, from the line of sight that was made in the wall between the two sites, that's what really stopped Shaheens from being able to clear out the corner, and that's what allowed Vortex to just sit there unimpeded for that long, allowing for the triple kill, allowing for the round to be won. KIRA Esports will be happy to have gotten their first defensive round, but of course the going is only about to get even tougher. Round 8, and we're moving to second floor's trophy and statutory.
Yep, for now, Shaheens will be taking a different kind of approach. Maybe just push on from the side of window area, try to push up over the side of bathroom to take up the control, a classic push where we always see when the defensive team going to the side of trophy and sanctuary area. But for now, Doctor playing up land. We don't see land play very often in our South Asian region, so this is very quite extraordinary and unique, I would like to say. Also, I'm noticing a lot of players actually using the suppressor. Yes, the suppressor meta is already here. You don't have that damage nerf now on suppressor, but you actually have that recoil being less worked upon onto the gun when you actually equip a suppressor onto any gun right now in Rainbow-Six-Siege. It's good to see that player actually using to their advantage. Let's see what kind of push we see from the side of Shaheens. I actually see somebody playing in the side of Astronomy. I guess that's going to be Smoke. Yeah, going to be Smoke. Pushing in the side of Astronomy. There's actually one guy also pushing him from the side of Astronomy window. So it's going to be hard to actually take a control from a smoke player, especially when he is holding with their smoke canisters. But for now, the third needs to be really sure by making that quick reload rotation to not peek towards the side of Astronomy window.
Of course, peeking has been the bane of KIRA Esports so far. Doctor really wants to clear the site. I'm not sure about this one, but he still gets the kill before Shisha C4 can blow him up. So it's a quick trade indeed, but the third is the one to go down first again, and Doctor is taken out in return. C4 goes out, but that's an Astro window, and of course that C4 will miss. Deathmer, unfortunately, using up that utility before it could be put to use. Elsewhere, of course, the Mozzie is still active, and that alone is a massive pest to deal with for the attackers. Envy on the rappel here doesn't see where the smoke could be, as one new entry and line of sight has been opened up. But Vidby is right there. Skywalker finds one through the wall, and it's a full collapse from the KIRA side. It's all down to Vortex, the last one standing, and the hallway position given away. Gets one. The plant is going off in the meanwhile. Mighty Ellie will get the diffuser on the floor, and Vortex has, well, would have had to get a couple of kills, but that will not be the case. Shaheens take another round, this time on the attack, a much needed round for them as they were very dangerously close to losing their momentum. It's a 5-3. Shaheens are now 2 rounds away from closing out a 2-0 victory here.
Yep. And actually with a very similar scoreline. KIRA Esports again being just winning 3 rounds in the defense and their attacking rounds as well, and now Shaheens are actually proving themselves very well compared to what I saw in their defensive rounds. So actually the strong, I would say the attack is looking very much confident and strong on the side of Shaheens. If yes, they are able to win next 2 rounds, they're going to take up that victory with the whole series. And yes, KIRA Esports will be very unfortunate, losing their first game up against, it will be very, just opposite. Shaheens winning back-to-back 2 matches. Yesterday also they won up against Team Phalanx in a very comeback kind of a style, on how Phalanx were able to win up the first map, and then it was the side of Shaheens to win the last 2, the side map and the second map back-to-back. So yeah, it more likely is that KIRA Esports still have a chance if they work up real good, because right now what I'm able to see is, especially talking about the kills, is I'm only seeing Srisha and Vortex. I'm not able to see Death Amar going with some cheeky plays out there, trying to take up that early advantage, which we usually see from Death Hamar. So yeah, it's actually missing that. Oh, are they rushing in? No, never mind. I'm sorry. So yeah, this can be their one case, but still, the same side has been picked up from the side of KIRA Esports. Again, we can see a similar kind of push coming from the side of Shaheen. So let's see how KIRA Esports will be holding them off.
For now, of course, we'll just have to wait and see how things pan out for this team. KIRA Esports, they've got themselves in a position where they could still make a comeback out of this. Again, just because they lost 1 round doesn't mean they've lost what little momentum they had gained in the matchup so far. Mozzie passed on that exact drone hole. The knowledge right there that drone hole could be important from the defending Mozzie. Deathamer, that's actually quite impressive, all things considered. But the thing is, Shaheens, I think, have an idea of... Oh, we're in black and white mode now, folks. Don't worry. It's a drone thingy. As soon as we go into a drone and it gets destroyed or something, it'll go back to color. There you go. But, yeah, all that notwithstanding... oh, we're still in black and white mode. I guess it'll save for a while. But all that notwithstanding, I think Shaheens actually has an idea of the fact that there are players down below, multiple of them for that matter. Is there a C4? Yes, there are 3 C4s in play from KIRA Esports. Vortex, Srisha, and Deathamer. Srisha C4 is currently already deployed, and it's being pinged by the attackers. They know where it is now. We're back in black and white mode, and no longer in it as well. Very quickly at that. This is like a filter being applied and then de-applied. But Doctor takes one. A third goes down. That's the Wamai gone, and of course, any of those magnets remaining will no longer be. A Vidby goes down as well. A little bit too exposed on that angle.
Nope.
C4 from Deathmer does down Doctor. Excuse me, right there. And that, of course, will be revived. Yep, there is no secondary C4 to go for the kill. Vortex trades with Skywalker. And now it's all down to the 2v3. Deathamer and Trisha finding 1 each. 2-2 now. Since you gotta get out of the fire. That thing burns quick. The mid position known, but Mighty Ellie's position known as well. They're both watching Trisha with the shotgun. So, of course, Mighty Ellie knows not to peek that. Not just yet. Caesar's the one in the site. Gotta find where these players are. The Mozzie sees them, and Caesar goes down. It's a 1v2 now. The last one standing is Mighty Ellie. Gets one. Knows where the Mozzie is. Should know where he went as well. But Trophy offers a ton of cover for the player inside of the site. And Death, Amar has a ton of room to work with. Here's the grenade, but the Mozzie has pushed up pretty close. Position given away, and Mighty Ali gets the round. Unfortunate for the Mozzie, but the head was exposed for just a little too long. And the Sledge will make quick work of it as Shaheens hold on with all the hope in their heart to win another round. They are on match and series point, folks. And KIRA Esports, their first outing in the Nationals, is very close to being a loss right now.
Man, it's actually being in because with that Mozzie, the fire rate, you could have just waited with that, the cover of that particular, I guess I can call it a big cover. Yeah, you can actually take that cover because he actually wasted his last nade, which was actually was with Mighty Ali. But overall, a very good clutch coming in from the side of Mighty Ali. It looked on the last two guys. For now, it's going to be a match point coming in from the side of Shaheens, as my friend Blackjack told. Again, going for the first floor objective point. Still, man, I feel like KIRA Esports can do it, but with these kind of mistakes coming in, man, it just puts me in the question. If yes, how? If no, then why not? I wanted to put up like a punchline though, but again, was a good idea.
No, but all things considered, KIRA Esports, could they go for a comeback? Could a 6-6 overtime happen? Honestly, just purely based off of what I've seen so far, I don't think so. Primarily because KIRA has just felt disjointed and disoriented all throughout today. And whatever adaptations they've tried, Shaheens have, well, they've either managed to clutch their way out of it, or they managed to adapt to the point where KIRA Esports are almost playing for the wrong read entirely. And that's just full credit to the Shaheens and KIRA Esports, of course, in the midst of getting outplayed like this, they've made some very egregious mistakes as well, which definitely have not helped. Frag grenade goes out, that's going to burn the ADS. The second one should take care of the shield. There you have it. And that, of course, will mean a lot. And there's the Ash going straight into study room. Skywalker really wants a piece of this. Of course, can't quite get that. Slowed down by the Banshee, still trying to push. And there's the Iana as well trying it, but a Whitby comes around, shuts him down. Shisha C4 will find Mighty Ali. And looks like Shaheens might have gotten a little bit in over their heads here, as whatever that attempt was, it fell apart almost way too quickly for them to be even remotely comfortable on the map. They didn't do anything. Nothing. No other form of clearance. They didn't try any of the stairs. They didn't try horizontal clear. They just went into balcony and tried to brute force it from there. That's not going to work. Doctor's the only one remaining. Finds two. Puts it to a 1v3. It's still possible. He's got plenty of time to do it. And a drone to boot. But really, I mean, come on, Shaheens. Really? After all the points I just painstakingly detailed out, this is what you're going to do for one of your next pushes. Banshee is taken care of. Doctor is still adamant about pushing this balcony for whatever reason. He really wants to take care of this one. He's got to be careful. There's multiple angles approaching him right about now. His position is given away as well, and there you go. Deathammer will take the longer angle, finish him off, and KIRA Esports will finally put another round on board for themselves. It ain't over, folks. Not by a long shot. And, you know, what I just said, technically that does count as a prediction, so who knows? I might have actually just jinxed the match. The curse of the blackjack might be back. Ooh, sorry. It's October. Okay, I'm in a spooky mood. It comes out sometimes. But
yeah, you're
6-4 right
playing
now.
a lot of the Doctor Curse event, right? Spooky mode.
Yes, yes. Play Doctor's Curse, folks. It is one of the best events that Rainbow Six has ever produced, ever, in all of its years.
I actually even like the mute protocol one.
The new one or the old one? Because I like the old one more.
The old one, where you can actually transport and teleport.
The teleporting through the drones, right? Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, I love that.
It was that. It was a very unique one, actually. You know what's coming in
right?
for the next season? It's gonna be permanent arcade modes.
Oh, right. I almost forgot. Permanent arcade modes, right? Yeah. Additional game modes that you can play for board of regular Siege. That's actually really smart.
I guess if I'm not wrong, they revealed it. I guess if I'm not wrong, they revealed it in the year 7 roadmap itself that you can also play it like custom. You can make custom games, and then you can actually
based
go
on
and
rules and right. Yeah,
I
remember it's coming back to me. It's been a while since we've heard anything about that. I had almost forgotten. Thank you for reminding me. That gives me another huge reason to watch the majors in November. I mean, obviously the majors. Obviously, I'm going to watch, right? I want to see which team wins, and please elevate. Let's go to the finals this time, right? Elevate's in, right? If I recall correctly. But that support aside, let's come back to this match. We talked a lot about tangential things. Let's get back to this game. 6-4 to the Shaheens. They are still 1 round away from winning, but again, it's attack on Villa, so it's going to be tough. KIRA Esports are still not going to let go of any bit of hope, any sliver of a chance. So Shaheens, how do you respond?
Let's see, man. Actually, what's missing out from the side of KIRA Esports? Just one C4. That puts me in a question. At least you need to have 2. Okay, that's your playstyle, but nonetheless, overall, again, a very aggressive push coming in from the side of Skywalker already inside this particular cabinet area. Yes, he's actually want to go in using the drone work here and there. Maybe he wants to push up toward the side of Shield. But yeah, actually, look at what Doctor's doing, my friend. Okay, just not take the last 2 rounds, last 2 kills from the last round. 15-7 score line. That is a massive, massive kill number right there from the side of Doctor. Actually doing a lot of heavy lifting over there. So Zar for now 3-9. Envy also 3-9, doing a lot of support work here and there. Flashbangs going in, actually trying to make a way towards the side of, maybe if I'm not wrong, yeah, it was from the pushing in from the side of bathroom area, or to maybe get that magnets discharge, actually destroyed. The Bana charge is still not able to, just the mute jammers mute jammers actually jamming the electronic signals from the flower pellets. So it's not going to be really easy to open up the walls from here. You gotta go down, place up your nades, or maybe just wall bang that area up. Flashbangs his teammates itself, trying to go here and there, but still, KIRA Esports actually doing a very good job. C4 connects by Tialis and Diabeno. And now it comes down to KIRA Esports to just wait for next 50 seconds and go on with a scoreline of 5-6. And this might be it, man. Shaheens did a very big mistake of just going out from that particular balcony, and KIRA Esports finds a very easy victory on that round. So this can give a lead, but up till, if they can hold up till 6-6, that's the big question right here.
That it is. We will find Skywalker in the meanwhile. There goes the Ash and Shrisha. Beautiful time to peek. Gets 2 more. And again, this is, dare I say, a little bit of overconfidence from the side of the Shaheens. They seem to think that pushing through just one part of the map is going to get them continuous round wins. That's not how it works. Need I remind anybody who's been playing this game long enough, as a Doctor will be trying his hardest, but the gas grenade and Shrisha's bullets will clear him out. KIRA Esports have pushed up quite significantly right now, folks. They are 1 round away from pushing to overtime, and what could be the first OT in the Nationals here, folks. Of course, a pause has been requested from the side of Envy, so I do believe that is, Envy requesting it means, of course, Shaheens have been the one who have requested that pause, obviously. You can see the roster in front of you. Why am I saying that out loud? But outside of all of that, yeah, KIRA Esports are very close to it now. They're going to be going to Dining Kitchen, obviously. I really don't think KIRA Esports has labbed any potential strategies for Living Room Library. If they have, now would be the perfect time to bring it out, because you still don't know if Shaheens are going to lose the next round, and if they're going to do that same thing that they did just now of pushing the site through one avenue only. Again, like I said, dare I say, a little bit of overconfidence coming in from the Shaheens, thinking that they can just brute force their way into the site, because that's not how it works. You need to weaken the defenses through multiple areas, grenades from below or above, whatever is needed, utility burning, and you need to get the players out of Astro, get a breach going in Astro as well. You need to make sure bedroom door or maybe even red landing is covered. And there you have it, folks. Shaheens have taken a full timeout as well. I think that's why the pause request was actually sent. They were probably trying to figure out how the timeout thingy works. Well, they have now. Shaheens have used up their first timeout. And I think this is actually the first use of the timeout button that the teams are provided in the game when they're playing a custom pro match like this. So that's also well and good. But all things considered, going back to what I was saying just a second ago, Shaheens I don't really think that, getting ahead of yourselves like this is going to work. Doctor is going 19-8, and that's great. Doctor's doing a lot of the fragging so that the rest of the team can focus on support. But the problem is, Doctor can only do so much if you keep thrusting him into 1v5 positions, because everybody just happened to have died while trying to single file push into a site adjacent room. That's basically what the last few rounds have been from the Shaheens. There's really no way to sugarcoat it, and I'm not going to, all things considered, because what we've seen from the Shaheens tonight, it doesn't bear sugarcoating like that, folks. So, yeah, all things considered, this team for this round has to pull themselves together. Otherwise, KIRA will gain an absolute heck ton of momentum going into round number 13, which would be overtime. This is the last round in regulation. Shaheens have to win it here or struggle in OT, and KIRA would certainly love to go to OT because that means they've won 3 rounds and gained massive amounts of momentum doing so.
Yeah, man, and this is what actually allowed KIRA Esports to gain up that little bit of momentum. Now being on the match point for the side of saying they just need one round to win it out, but for the side of KIRA Esports to win it out and put it in OT, they also need just one round. So even after like putting in OT, there needs to be a lot of effort and hard work needs to be done from the side of KIRA Esports because Saint has already done it. They've went in overtime. They'll do it overall again. Try to not do the similar kind of mistake they're doing for the last 2 rounds. But from the side of KIRA Esports, it's not as easy as it looks right now from our screens though. That's the main thing. Going on to pick the objective of dining room and kitchen, we see Aruni, Kapkan, Lucy, Mute. A lot of good operators to deny that intel. A lot of good operators to put up that traps. Of course, the booby traps from the side of Vidvi, Kapkan. But talking about the side of Doctor, like you told me, 19-8, like you told. But actually, this can also put up, Doctor to left out in every, like you said, in every round in a 1v3, 1v4, 1v5. That can actually exhaust that guy pretty a lot. So you got to keep that one thing in mind too.
Very much so. Again, player health is what really matters here, right? And if the player who has been doing the most fragging is getting a little tired, maybe it's high time that the rest of the team picks up. I mean, looking at the scorecard for the side of Shaheens, Doctor is 19-8. The closest second is Mighty Ali, who has just a little under half the number of kills Doctor has, 9-6. And that's still a respectable performance. Skywalker 7-9, still pretty respectable. But then you have Caesar and Envy going 3-10 each. Now, while they're playing support ops, and I absolutely agree, support ops should be left to their own devices. They don't really have to worry about kills. The thing is, should Doctor go down early, or should you find yourself in a position where you have to take an early gunfight, then you would probably prefer to win it rather than go down. And if you don't want to be in positions where you're taking early gunfights, maybe taking a different kind of support op would help as well. Plenty of things to worry about for the Shaheens roster. As for now, we'll just have to see where they go from here. Envy starts things off, finding a Thurv. That's a big drop right there. A Thurv has been pretty much going down as the first kill for Shaheens for quite a while now. He's not going to be too happy about that, going 5-11 so far. And looking at the KIRA side, of course, Shrisha above the rest with 11-7, doing most of the fragging work. Vortex 9-5, Deathhammer 9-9. And of course, you have Vidwi 8-10, and picking up the rear is a Thurv, excuse me, right there. The Pulse, Deathhammer trying to get one off the window. Can't quite do so. That's Doctor as well that he was targeting just a second ago. C4 goes out, will not find anything. And that's the C4 used up. He's got a couple more, mind you. Vidwi and Deathhammer still have theirs. So KIRA definitely could get some explosive utility going. But the Pulse also has to be careful of the IQ that's above.
Yeah, let's see, man. For now, they can actually using those soft speed charges to make up that vertical line of sights. IQ will being in place, trying to just detect that C4 if he can pretty quickly, because they still have 2 C4. They had 3. The Shisha has used one. Nathama still has left the main the key player. It's going to be Pulse with the heartbeat. Missed by a second. Actually can connect to IQ if I'm not wrong. Yep, he'll be spotting one. Go for the C4, maybe down. Nope. Takes a little bit of damage to Cesar, but we find Cesar, makes it up 4v4. Match point for the side of Shaheens. Things need to be right on point for the side of Shaheens to just shut this down, win the series by 2-0. Doctor and one more guy is actually pushing in toward the side of objective area. I don't think so. Mute has any idea. I guess now he has an idea. But for now, what Doctor can do is just put up the logic bomb and take the position away from the side of Shisha. But Shisha with that shotgun comes up. No, it's important to shut down Doctor. Makes it a 4v3. 25 seconds left on the clock. Still not sure where Shaheens will actually push up on. KIRA Esports looking very strong with their hold. And this can actually place it up in a overtime situation for this particular map.
All right, here we go. Envy's going to find one to start things off, but immediately the ace goes down. Envy gets one more, but there's the shotgun coming in from the back. Mighty Ellie gets one more. He needs to get in there. 1 second remains, but no! The defenders have stalled long enough, and the time will run its course. Folks, that means KIRA Esports has won round 12 and made it 6-6. So, you know what time it is. Say it with me now, everyone, and also brace yourselves. Ladies and gentlemen, are you ready for overtime? Round 13 is a go.
Let's go, man. Finally, KIRA Esports doing it out. And mind you, and I have to say this, Shaheens actually allowed it and actually made it that way for the past couple of rounds where they're actually pushing from the same particular side, same particular doorway, and just allowed KIRA Esports to be on that momentum. Now, KIRA Esports just need to take up a pause, and thank you so much. I guess it was that someone to request that. They took a pause. Now they have a time to breathe out. They have a time for a breather. Just drink some H2O, drink some energy drinks, whichever you want, and try to just rethink right now what you can do to just win this out. Because you have come a long way to overtime. 6-6 is the scoreline. And yes, they will be defending. Now, defense on the side of Villa, now they have carried it all a long way. It's going to be a real easy, tough. It's going to be a little bit easier job for them side. But for the side of Shaheens, how they actually gave it away the last 3 rounds, it's going to be a tough one to now win this one up in the OT.
And that's the thing, right? After the 7-3 on map number 1, Shaheens really felt poised to just take this competition by storm. But of course, that wasn't the case, clearly, as KIRA Esports has made it back. And again, Shaheens really have only themselves to blame. Ready confirmations have come into the pause, will be undone, and we will be going into overtime round 1, aka round number 13, folks. We do hope you're ready, because it is going to be an absolute barn burner of a game from here. And again, back to the point I was making, and you already said this once, Bullet, but Shaheens really have no one to blame but themselves. Really just getting in over their heads, really just getting over eager, thinking, yeah, it's KIRA Esports. What are they going to do? We're just going to push in from this one point of the map and easily win out the round. I mean, that's how it looked from this, the caster's perspective, from my perspective here. I can't really make any excuses for them because there is nothing to make an excuse for. They simply got ahead of themselves and they thought they could just wrap it up. That doesn't happen. The, methodically aggressive Shaheens that we saw for the entirety of the first 9 rounds suddenly vanished and was replaced by this team that really, for all intents and purposes, was almost playing ranked. Which is just, I don't know how to feel about that. I'll be honest with you. Sure, am I being a bit harsh on the Shaheens? Yes, but you should have seen how harsh I was being on the Hunters when they were also doing something similar back in Pro Series 3. I spare no one, and really no one should. At the end of the day, folks, come on. It's entertainment, and we're all here to entertain the audience. But I personally, when I see plays like that, I really can't help but, get a little bit harsh every now and again. But it is what it is. Shaheens now have to just rally around the fact that it's overtime. Things are reset. It is now quite literally a 1st-2, and whichever team gets 2 rounds will win out the competition. And we could go to, of course, map 3, or Shaheens could still finish it off. They still have a chance, but it's just going to be so much more difficult now.
Yep, let's see what KIRA Esports can do. For now, they have gone for the second floor side objective. Yes, they can do a lot. Shisha used that C4. Okay. So actually, just one C4 left on the side of the Thamar was actually playing on the side of first floor back hallway. Maybe they will just wait or maybe just place the C4. But for now, I'm actually seeing a 90 hallway push and the balcony push from the side of Shaheen. So it's actually a wise one, but it's going to be really hard as how, KIRA Esports have gained up that momentum on their way. I'll gain up that, that confidence that they can take it out Shaheens. But no, we shuts out that Hamad. He doesn't have any idea. So actually it was a vertical kill to be precise. and now they have control of the 90 hallway.
They do, but they have to be careful of the other player who's still down below. And of course, that Goyo and the Ella, both of them are down below. They're really playing for flanks right about now. And of course, those flanks, excuse me, could be very, very effective. Are there any claymores? Yes, there is on Envy the Ash. Doctor is watching the Astro Stairs just in case somebody gets a bright idea. Envy could put a claymore down on maybe Red Carpet Stairs, but of course it's a bit risky. Skywalker finds the third in the meanwhile. There we go, another kill rings out. Here's a grenade going into Vault, but no, Vortex plays that perfectly. Goes out in the hallway, finds Caesar. But there's going to be shots fired. Skywalker, the Gershmot, stopping him from seeing if anyone was on main stairs. He will still get taken down. Vortex is really playing this well right now. Shrisha taking damage in the meanwhile. But no, Envy goes down nonetheless. And it's a sudden collapse from the Shaheen side as they are now so close to getting just completely shut down. The smoke, gas grenades not really doing a whole lot in the meanwhile as they've been thrown out. But if Envy just throws Doctor out the door, and there's another one. KIRA Esports, they have taken a lead, and folks, what a time to take a lead here. We're going to be into round 14 as KIRA Esports are the ones on overtime match point, aka 1 round away from taking us to map number 3, Shaheens. Where did that entire energy go?
I guess outside the balcony where they're pushing in with 4 guys together.
Good one.
I mean, like, they have allowed it, bro. They have allowed it. They have allowed KIRA Esports to just, bro, come take the map away. It's actually, you can actually see that. And this is what actually happened. English actually, Ash was doing actually a pretty good job of, just tying up the Goyo and actually it was Srisha and Envy. That was a very good one. Other 4 guys, I don't know what they were up to. Like, if you want to push 90, approach from both of the doorways and get that vault open. If you want to approach from balcony, go together. Like 2 guys from the A side, 2 guys from the study. But it was looking, no, the coordination was not looking on point from the side of Shaheens on the last round. This is what I feel.
Yeah, no, I gotta agree with you in that sense because it's really just completely off the way that these guys are playing, right? And I really don't see why they can't win here. I mean, I see why, but that's the KIRA Esports side of that question, right? I see KIRA Esports making great plays here and there, and I see them still making mistakes that Shaheens have punished in the past, being over-aggressive, peeking too hard. But the difference here is KIRA Esports have the confidence to make these sorts of plays now. They have the confidence to commit, whereas before they didn't, and Shaheens were punishing them. Now they do. Something's clicked, and they suddenly have the confidence to make these sorts of plays and shut down any sort of counterplay from the Shaheens. And Shaheens have not adapted. Instead, they regressed to a much less stable form of attack pushing. And even when they tried to, reinstate their dominance in round 13 of overtime, it was simply too late because, well, guess what? KIRA Esports has a good read on Shaheens by now. They've won 4 rounds. Momentum, if there ever was a time to say momentum is KIRA Esports, it is now because it truly is theirs. Now on the defense, though, Shaheens can potentially bring it back. And if they do, then that resets everything to the last round of overtime. But they have to get there first. How do you do this? Doctor starts things off, finds a big kill. A third will fall. Trisha's DBNO as well gets taken out. Envy finding a second. This could be the exact thing they needed. Dathamer running on the stairs gets taken down. Caesar was still there. Shots are fired, but Vortex doesn't know where Mighty Ellie is. And again, a complete collapse. This time, KIRA making that mistake of pushing from the same side of the map, putting pretty much everybody through the main stairs and balcony. I mean, credit where credit is due. At least one player was off towards red stairs, which is, at least slightly different from what Shaheens did. So, but that's about it. And that push also failed. So, I
last round, man. Last round. Just the last round.
The way that
both of the teams are making quite a lot of mistakes here and there, but in the end, it's going to be the last round overtime match point for both of the teams. Whoever wins this one is going to take home. And remind you folks, Shaheen was able to win the first map, the map of 41-7-3. So if Shaheen win this, they're taking home the map series. If KIRA Esports, we're going to map number 3. What just happened? Okay.
I have no idea. That was a tactical pause that was taken by
I guess
KIRA
the
Esports.
game
Right.
itself.
I
Oh, they are requesting for rehost. Okay.
They really want the timeout. I mean, I get it, right? Things that
Uh,
you know,
it's okay.
so it's weird what just happened over there because that's not normal behavior. When you go into a tactical timeout, it's supposed to stay there for
5 seconds
2 minutes, as it were. And of course, it was KIRA Esports' tactical timeout that was taken, right? So it should have stayed there for 2 minutes. Instead, it stayed there for like
Yes, sir.
a grand total of 30 seconds and then just kicked everybody into the round anyway. I'm not sure what happened, but we're going to have to rehost really quickly, get the lobby back up and running. And since it's a round 15 rehost, need I remind our viewers, it's going to take a hot second to get everything back up and running. I do not envy being in the admin's position right about now because so much round data needs to be put back into the match history and all of that and the custom game settings.
Just
My
love
goodness,
for our
it's a
admins.
pain. It's a pain.
Just,
I've done it
just
before myself, so yeah.
same
Full
here.
full love to our admins for all of that. Like I know exactly what kind of abstract pain rehosting a round 15 lobby is. But we'll just have to wait for the time being. And really, I'm not sure what happened to KIRA and Shaheens, is both of them seem to really have devolved into just one-sided pushes on the attack
One
that
for you, one
never
for me.
lead
One for
anywhere.
you, one for me. One for you, one for me. That's what's happening in. That's what's
I mean,
happening in.
I would
Because
say that I would. No, that's the thing. I would say that if they were actually going back and forth on it, right? But that's not exactly the case now, is it? KIRA took 4 rounds before Shane's finally won one back, and now it's 7-7 on maximum overtime round 15. While we wait for this rehosted lobby to get back up. So yeah, there's a lot going on right about now.
yeah, especially talking about the side of KIRA Esports. Initially, that's the same story what we saw in the Oregon. Few rounds they were looking very strong with their overall team composition, how they want to play it, how they want to take those early kills, especially coming from the side of Vortex are doing a tremendous good job taking those frags out here and there. But again, especially when the Shaheen gains a little bit of space, they just completely get wrapped up, man. I have to say this, KIRA Esports have a habit. They have the man advantage. They want to push it in a similar way. Bodies getting dropped down from the side of KIRA Esports. And this is not how you give away your entire round. And I have seen this in the map 1, and it's actually again happening into the side of Oregon. But it actually happened for the side of Shane's also for the last 2 rounds where they went in for the balcony push, or the guys pushing in from the same. I totally get it. For one round, you do it. You want to have fun in the South Asian nationals, have a entertainment, have a content for our viewers for who are joining for the broadcast. It's fine. But doing it to back for 2 rounds, 3 rounds, that you are just giving it away to your opponent team. Okay, let's have it. Let's push it to OT. I guess Shane could have shut this down pretty much early when they had the match point. But for now, it's going to be the 7-7 scoreline. Whoever wins the last round, round number 15, is going to take home. And Shaheens, if they win this one, they're going to win the entire map series. But yes, KIRA Esports have that momentum now, have that space to breathe out. They have requested the tactical timeout. They're going to think. They're going to, rethink some, might take out some, secret strats from themselves. Why want to play that? Because it's their first map. It's their first matchup in the South Asian Nationals. If you get the win, got a very good confidence boost. You got to get a very good feeling about it because it's your first South Asian Nationals, man. Like we said, taking a look back at the KIRA Esports performance is not as much as strong that we used to discuss off broadcast. Me, Blackjack, Baba Gusta. We even had Assassin, our lovely producer, on our one of our discussions somewhere around. We actually used to name it out. Who are the top 3 teams in our region? KIRA Esports, MercenarieZ, and Hunters LFO. To maintain that, we haven't seen any of the pro series getting won by KIRA Esports. So actually, I was looking forward that maybe we see KIRA Esports winning one of the pro series, the last 4th edition, which was actually won by Shaheens in the end. So yeah, to maintain that name up, to maintain that, I would say that pride, KIRA Esports needs to win this one up pretty good, man. This whole South Asian asset, at least get in top 2.
I mean, yeah, it's really a question of can KIRA Esports maintain that old spot of theirs that they have laid claim to for so
Yeah,
long. Basically, third place behind Hunters and Mercenaries is what really the perception was of them going into this
true.
year, right? And now that perception itself is in danger of falling by the wayside because, well, we're seeing what's happening to KIRA Esports, and it's not exactly a good thing to see. Don't get me wrong, folks. If they somehow lose round 15 overtime, if Shaheen somehow manages to pick themselves back up, then guess what? The first outing for what was once considered, top three, one of the top three teams in the South Asia region will be starting the tournament with 0 points. That's not exactly the best way to start things
That's
off. Look at
exactly. This is what
Hunters,
I
look
was
at
trying to say.
Mercenaries. They've won their first matches already. Shaheen's won their first match already, right? And Shaheens are very clearly making a case that they are top four at the very least for the region. Very, very quickly, they're making a case like this. And of course,
Yeah,
they will be continuing to do more of the great work that has led them to become the team that they are now. I remember the interview we had with Shaheens at the end of Pro Series 3, right? They did say that as a squad, they hadn't quite been a full squad, at least the squad they wanted going into Pro Series number 2. That's why they weren't really able to do much with their positionings. But in Pro Series 3, they managed to get the whole squad together. Everybody was freed up, everybody was in. And as soon as that happened, they skyrocketed in team quality. And now they are here at the Nationals, not only here, but here to make a statement. That much is very, very obvious. KIRA Esports has a lot to worry about going into this
yeah,
rehost. And of course, that means we'll have to see how KIRA Esports performs. Again, round number 15 is an exceptionally important round, probably the most important round that'll be played tonight, folks. Even if this match goes into map number 3, there's not going to be a more important round than this because this will decide if we see map 3 at all or if Shaheens
yeah.
get 4 points and KIRA don't get any at all. Shaheens get 4, I mean, in total, of course. 2 points from winning. They've already won their game against Phalanx, so if they win here tonight, then that makes it 4 points in total. As for an update on the lobby, of course, we're still waiting, getting things set up. Like I said, it's a round 15 lobby, folks. Of course, it takes a
I'll
while
take a lot of that.
to get things up and running. So we'll have to wait for a good minute. And once we're done, once we get all the players in, once the players are all ready once again, we'll be able to go into the match. Of course, our producer in the back end, Assassin, reassures us that things are going fast, about as fast as Sonic the Hedgehog. So yeah, we shouldn't be
Yeah,
taking too long to get back into the game. So with all that said, one round remains. One round, both teams from a potential map win here. For KIRA Esports, it means map 3. And for Shaheens, it means 2 more points and a complete 2-0 victory, over the side of KIRA. Will they be able to do it? Honestly, it's hard to tell. I mean,
I guess.
Bullet, you did
I
ask
guess.
me that question,
Yeah,
right? A few rounds ago. And I did say
yeah.
back then I was pretty confident in Shaheen's winning, but I'm not so confident anymore. And that's the thing, right? So I'm going to pass it back to you. What do you think based on
I
everything
guess.
we've
I
seen
guess
so
Kira
far?
Esports. Kira Esports will win this one
Ah,
because the amount
okay,
of
okay.
momentum that they have. I place my bets on Kira Esports, but for map number 3, fingers crossed. Because see, man,
Hmm.
it's map number 3. It's already 10 p.m. IST over here. We know for a fact that there are a lot of Pakistani players. I guess we have few Bangladeshi players also in the Shaheen roster, if I'm not wrong. So the amount of exhaustion that's going to be getting into the both team will be just on the peak because they will be going to the map number 3. Imagine playing South Asia Nationals best of 5 and that being going to the 5th map. That is something else. But
Oh
yeah,
boy.
the players will be exhausted. They'll be taking a long break, but I think KIRA Esports will be able to get this one. But for map number 3 on the map of Theme Park, I'm not really sure what's going to happen because on a map of Theme Park, we have seen Shaheens perform pretty well up against team like Team Phalanx, and now KIRA Esports being in a state of already one map down, being overthrown for the first few rounds from the after on the middle of the game from round number 3, round number 4, round number 5 in the from the side of Shaheens. Puts me in a question like, yes, KIRA Esports might lose Theme Park, but for this round, I place my bets for KIRA Esports. Yes, they can do it, and maybe they will.
Hmm. Honestly,
Let's
I
see.
kind of I kind of do feel like agreeing with you there because Kira has definitely, got the chops for it, right? They've, like you said, they've
Yeah,
gained a lot of
yeah,
momentum and they're looking pretty strong, all things considered. The question is, can they keep it up? Can they actually triumph over the Shaheens? And that's a question.
That's
Again, I feel like if I give a definitive answer based on what I feel, I'll probably end up jinxing it, right? Because guess what? I did say that Shaheens are walking away with the win, and we still haven't seen that
yeah.
Shaheens win yet. So, yeah, I probably already jinxed it because we're in overtime. And guess what? I'm not going to say anything definitively going into round number 15 because, yeah, I kind of already did what I had to do. If Aggressive were here, he'd be chewing me a new one by now. But it is what it is, of course. We might see Aggressive back tomorrow for some more casting. I like casting with that guy. He's nice. Of course, I would love to see
How about me?
CCP back. It's been a hot minute. Of course, I like
Okay, never
casting with
mind.
you. Come on. Yeah. Come on. Why wouldn't I?
You took
But
3-2 casting names. In the end, okay, I like casting with this. Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, okay. It's Bullet.
no, but like,
Bullets is coming today. Okay.
no. That's never actually the case. I like casting with all of you because all of you have different things and different ways of casting that I can bounce off of. And I like having different ways to, bounce off of my casting partners. It's always nice. I like variety. Variety is the spice of life, after all. I say that as I like salty food. But all of that out of the equation. Of course, how could I forget Baba Gusta, my oldest casting duo at this point? I mean, it used
Dude,
to be
I
Foxy back in the
enjoyed
day,
so much.
but yeah.
Enjoyed so much
Hmm.
casting Pro Series Augusta. We know for a fact that it is Pro Series. We need to analyze everything here and build, but during the long rehost, long pauses, we used to joke about operators. We used to joke about rehosts. We used to joke about what not, dude. I enjoyed so much casting with Baba Gusta. I didn't really got a chance to cast with CCV because he was busy with some other projects. But yeah, I didn't get a
Right,
chance to
right.
cast with CCV, which I've always really wanted because I have met with one of the events back when I did with some other projects. I met him at IRL, so it is he's a fun guy. He's a guy with some another level of energy when it comes down to casting Rainbow Six and some other games as well. But for now, yes, we are still waiting for the confirmation from our producer admins of when the game starts. Be there, folks. Make sure to like the stream. Make sure to share the stream among your friends because this is the round number 15, man. It's gonna be the important round. Like like Blackjack said, it's gonna be the important round. It's gonna decide whether are we seeing map number 3 or not. Like I said, I guess KIRA Esports will win this one round, but I'm not really sure what they will do. Back to the game, back to the
Here we go.
final round for the entire of the Villa map series. If Shaheen win this one, and they are actually attacking on the map on the last round, if they win this one, they are winning the whole series. If they don't, I guess our admins and our producer will be going home a little late.
Of course, you forget us. We'll also be going home pretty late. I mean, we're already home, but it is what it is. At the end of the day, map 3, whether or not it is inevitable, will be a discussion for a different time. Right now, folks, let's have a look-see at what KIRA Esports are setting up, what they're cooking for map number 2, round number 15. We've got a pretty standard setup, actually, all things considered, coming into Trophy and Statuary. Nothing too particularly special. They don't want to risk anything, and it seems like it's the same for the Shaheens. Doctor bringing in, of course, the Lion. We see him play on this site, on these sites so often, and Skywalker with the Ace. You have a single breacher, mind you. No Hibana this time around. Caesar bringing in the Zofia. An operator I don't think we've seen too often from the Shaheens. They do like Zofia, and we've seen her in a few rounds, but not all the rounds. So that's an interesting... Yeah, there's an interesting take there from the Shaheens that I'm not sure how they're going to really react to. Deathomer, interesting, all the way down at the basement of the map. And I guess we'll have to see how that one pans out. Electrification is there on the wall. Turf has brought in the Bandit, but it looks like it's going to be a double roam clear situation with the Sledge and the Iana going down below. Of course, both of them have grenades, so even if one does go down while clearing all of this, they can still make up for it with the other still active. Here we go. Lion scans in. Vortex will hear all the breaching that's happening right about now from the Sledge and will fall all the way back down to lower stairs, going down to the basement of Villa Wine Cellar, where, of course, we saw the Malusi not too long ago. Deathomer might actually rotate up as well. They've got to watch these doors. They've got to watch these flanks because otherwise this could be dangerous.
Yep. And very good decision from coming in from Sarah Vortex. He's allowing the attackers to just come at him, just trying to waste the maximum time of the attackers. Now Vortex will be in a kind of a gunfight situation. Yes, he goes for it and invades down, my friend. First obstacle coming from the side of KIRA Esports. That's going to be side of Vortex. A job very well done. But I don't get this. Why two of those attackers are going? I guess like one is enough, but the third finds another one. Doctors goes down. There you go. The heavy fragger from the side of Shaheens is already down. Now, like I said, KIRA Esports now definitely have that advantage with that man up. Going down with 2 kills. Are really going for that grenade. May be able to connect. Yeah. But now just 50 seconds left on the clock. KIRA Esports just standing strong with their defense barrier. And maybe we see an astronomy push. Maybe we see somebody pushing from the side of red stairs as well. But if you push from astronomy without a nade, that's not going to be very easy when there's already 2 guys holding the crossfire. Skywalker takes a little bit of damage. He also takes a bit of damage from the side of Skywalker. Maybe we can see one more guy pushing up. But I don't see anyone. Cesar finds one. Chisa goes down. Mighty Ali gets the idea. Somebody's gonna push in. Vortex, that was a major mistake. 20 seconds left on the clock. Maybe they gotta go for a flop. He finds up one more. Finds another one. Double kill coming in. Just one guy left. Cesar in a 1v3 scenario. Boy, oh boy, he gotta do something very, very magical. But I don't think so happening in. He takes one. Oh, no. It's gonna be smart. It's gonna be that tomorrow to place on the one. And KIRA Esports wins map number 2. And we are going in map number 3, the decider map of the entire series. That's going to be Team PAK. A very well hard-fought victory coming in from the side of KIRA Esports. And actually, if there was somebody I can give credit of this entire round, that was your guy Vortex. He did allowed everybody from the side of attackers to just lurk him on himself. Wasted almost a minute, and completely Shaheens lost it over there. Like, Vortex is I know for a fact that he didn't take the frag, but he did the maximum job of wasting the entire round for the side of Shaheens.
Yep. And that's the thing, right? That's really all a roamer needs to do at the end of the day. Waste the attacker's time. If you get a couple kills, that's a nice bonus. But as long as the attackers are, not having enough time to go for the push, well, that's what happens. Let's go into the highlights, talk a little bit more about what we have seen across this map, folks. And yes, we are going to be going into map number 3, I guess, now that, of course, KIRA Esports have won Villa. It was a grueling fight, mind you, and both of these teams will be absolutely sapped of energy for a good chunk of the next few minutes here. But of course, they'll have to recover quickly because otherwise things will just not go all that well on map 3 theme park. Although, like we said before, we'll say it again, Shaheens really only have themselves to blame here. Solo gunfights, not really, covering for each other, not pushing together, not, holding each other's angles. And I don't know, the droning quality from them also seemed to just deteriorate so quickly right at the end of the match. It was just awkward from them at the end of the day. They almost seemed like they didn't know what they were even doing to a degree. And it all stemmed from the fact that they lost all of that confidence and momentum by losing, how many is it now? 4 rounds straight in a row, specifically 3. I'm not counting overtime round 13, so that makes 3 rounds. Losing 3 rounds in a row the way they did is what put them in this position. And ultimately, I guess it's what put them on the path to losing, because KIRA winning those rounds on the defense meant that they absolutely knew what they had to be getting up to on the defense in overtime. And it's Villa, a defender set a map, so they can chill as well to a degree. They don't have to spend all that much energy. As we go into the match summary to see the statistics of the entire game, like I said, KIRA could just afford to chill, and Shaheens not so much because they were attacking in overtime. Let's have a look at the scoreboards here, shall we? Doctor, of course, is one of the players who your eyes will be drawn to immediately. 20-11, 80% cost, and 4-0 on entry. 1.49 survival rating. Can we say best player of the entire map? Not match yet, but map. That is for certain, even if Shaheens did lose. Mighty Ali, Envy, Skywalker, Caesar, all trailing behind by a good distance, as well as even their cost percentages are lower than Doctor. Look at that, 67, 53, 53, 40. Their effect on the game was just kind of less compared to how Doctor was playing it. And that's still considering that Mighty Ali is 12-8 and 101 entry. Envy's 8-12, 2-4 entry. Skywalker's 8-13, 1-3 entry. And Caesar having the quietest map, 7-12, 40%. and none on entry as well. All of their survival ratings looking pretty not great as well, all things considered. I know we didn't talk too much about the KIRA Esports scorecard, as it were, but of course we'll talk about that more later on, folks. Shaheens, I really hope you guys know what you're going to be doing on map number 3, Theme Park, of course, because you're going to need to. Theme Park is going to be a very important map for sure. We'll be going to map number 3 in just a short moment here, folks. But before that, a quick break. We need to recharge. The players need to recharge. We'll see you in just a moment. Stay tuned. Alrighty then, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to the South Asia Nationals. As we are back, of course, for Rainbow-Six-Siege, some more Siege matches supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotei Gaming, and of course here hosted at the Esports Club alongside our broadcast partner, Loco. I'm your host, Blackjack. Joining me is my co-host, Bullet, as we are back once again for map number 3 of this matchup between KIRA Esports and, of course, Shaheens. We've got ourselves a pretty handy-dandy match going on so far, folks, as we are going to be going into map number 3. That is correct. The first, well, not the first map 3, I guess, but of course, map 3 that really is all, all down to how these two teams have played so far. It's Theme Park. We'll be going into it in just a moment after we relive the scores and the match results of the past two maps. For now, all things considered, 7-3 for Shaheens and then an 8-7 for KIRA Esports. KIRA will be drained. That much is for sure after the second map. So all things considered, Theme Park. I mean, yeah, Shaheens will also be pretty drained. I have to agree with you on that one. So Theme Park, let's see which team makes it out first.
Yeah, even for the Shaheens, man, when they were taking a team like Phalanx yesterday, they went up till third map to victory out because the first map was already won by Phalanx in the end. And it was, again, taking a look what they did on the side of Theme Park. Yes, I have a little more faith over the side of Shaheens that he will be able to win this one. Because KIRA Esports, haven't seen them a lot playing on the map of Theme Park. Even if they have some hidden strats, maybe they will play that one. But on the map of Theme Park, I feel like, yeah, it's going to be Shaheens all over the place because they were playing very much, I would say, a strong, dominant, add any kind of objective traits I want to add in the positive way for the side of Shaheens. They're playing much very beautifully on the side of Theme Park. But yes, for the side of KIRA Esports, they have a little bit of breather that they wanted. Finally, one map in their bag. They can also do some things pretty much magical and extraordinary when it comes to the side of Theme Park. But yes, we'll be taking a look at the overall match highlights, what they went on the map of the Oregon, what went on the map of Villa. But talking about the side of Villa, yes, there were a lot of, I would say, major, minor, what you want to call it, I want to call it major mistakes from both of the teams, lurking the rounds here and there, trying to, experiment things here and there, which of course didn't went well from their side. It went well for the side of KIRA Esports when it was Shaheen trying out something different. It went well for the side of Shaheens and it was KIRA Esports trying out something that's very different. So it's very much it. Like Theme Park is going to be the last map for both of the teams. If they want to win it, they gotta keep that advantage up, right? And if I'm not wrong, it's going to be KIRA Esports only to attack first on towards the map of Theme Park. So yeah, maybe we see Shaheens winning first few rounds and then it's going to be KIRA Esports who able to just make a comeback and then we see the rounds are being made on an equalized score of 3-3. This is what I actually expect from both of the teams, how they have performed on the map of Villa.
All things considered, I think we might be in for another one of those 3-3 first halves. I mean, Theme Park is a pretty defender-sided map, as it were. Theme Park is a pretty defender-sided map, right? So, all things considered, yeah, it might just end up being that kind of a scoreline. Speaking of the map, of course, let's have a look at the match scores that I alluded to a little moment ago. 7-3 on Oregon to Shaheens and 8-7 on Villa to KIRA Esports. We, of course, nitpicked every single move that they were doing on Villa by the end there because really, at the end of the day, the Shaheens really have only themselves to blame. It was their match to lose, and well, unfortunately, they did. Now we'll be going into Theme Park with KIRA Esports on attack first. Of course, that means they'll be defense second on this map, which is a big factor, I believe, in who will win this matchup here. Because defense on Theme Park matters even more than defense on Villa. Villa attackers can still squeeze out rounds, right? But Theme Park, it's one of the toughest maps to play. But defenders have it slightly easier because Theme Park offers so much cover, an insane amount of cover for defenders to be able to just play in. Every single nook and corner has to be checked by the attackers, and they take so long. Theme Park as a map takes a while to get over, regardless of if it's a 7-0, 7-3, 7-5, even an 8-7, of course. But all things considered, we'll just have to wait and see about who wins in this map, folks. Don't you worry, we'll be going into the game pretty shortly as soon as we have all the players in the lobby and we make sure that they're all ready to go as well. After all, can't really do these matches without player comfort, now can we? But predictions wise, it is what it is. We've already done enough predictions for one day and jinxed enough people out of an early bed,
You think so?
especially, you know, especially, of course, our admins and producer in the back end, who is, I'm pretty sure, fuming at me right now. But for the time being, we'll just have to wait and see. Like I said, it's going to take a hot minute. And once this map is over, we'll have a full retrospective about what things could have been done differently and how things could have been handled in order to, do or say how things should have happened otherwise. I mean, you know what they say, right? Hindsight is 50-50. So we'll just have to wait and see
Yeah.
who wins. And then, of course, that will shape our views on this match overall. But now, for now, the one thing we can say is this match certainly has given us a lot to talk about.
Definitely, man. Overall, like if we can't even just talk about the mistake, there were already some good rounds coming from the side of both sides. Shaheens, how they're playing on the defensive side on the map of Villa. KIRA Esports also playing very good on their side of attack. Both of the teams are playing their part as well. But talking about the side of Oregon, KIRA Esports are not looking like KIRA Esports what we used to see in the past, right? Because it was Shaheens all over the place with a scoreline of 7-3. But on the side of Villa, both our teams did perform really well. Both had their fair amount of chances of winning the entire map by themselves. But for now, it's going to be just one map remaining in. Yes, again, man, how I have seen Shaheens play yesterday on the map of Team Park, I have a lot more faith on Shaheens that they will win it with a big margin from what I suppose like a 7-3, 7-4 if they did win. But if KIRA Esports are able to, put up those attacks really well, the pushes really well, it can be another story for now.
I guess we'll have to wait and see about that, folks. For now, let's just go straight into the game. Here it is as the ban phase gets started. The final map and the final set of bans for the night. KIRA Esports have, well, actually, it's Shaheens who have the first ban of the night, the first of the last set that will be happening here tonight. Shaheens, who do you ban first? Is it going to be the Thatcher again? I do feel like, yep, Thatcher will be out of the equation here. I mean, understandably so. All things considered, I don't really think Shaheens have had any particular attacker that's been that's been causing them so much trouble, as Flores will be banned on the other side from the side of KIRA Esports, which, of course, again, is an interesting operator to ban on Theme Park, but it makes sense. Defender utility is important, and Flores is pretty much arch enemy number one when Thatcher is no longer available. Azami as well, an operator we saw being so influential on Villa, on Oregon, will no longer be in play, and Mute goes out by the Shaheens. They, of course, they play the Mute, but not too often. They're not too particularly keen on Mute, but of course, at the same time, Shaheens themselves are absolutely not happy about facing the Mute. That much is for certain, because at the end of the day, Mute is a bit of a nuisance, especially in the current meta, where everyone's gadget is remote activated and electrically powered, and Mute is a hard counter to all of it. So, it is what it is. But with that, the final set of bans have been taken care of, folks. It is Thatcher and Mute from the Shaheen side of things, and Flores and Azami from KIRA's side of things. So Mira, Valkyrie, Jackal, they are all in play. Kaid as well. Everybody's in play. So there's going to be a lot of utility being tossed around in this game. We'll have to see which team does it better, I guess.
Yeah, man. Valkyrie available and Jackal available on the map of Theme Park. On the map of Theme Park, there's so many of the dark spots. Even if you are going for the throne area, even if you're going for the second floor objective, there are a lot of dark spots where you can just fit the Valkyrie Black XM so well, and you can just toss your C4, boom, there you have the kill. Especially for the side of attackers, when you have the Jackal, I'm definitely going to see some Jackal picks, Jackal plays, because it allows you to just with that Inox tracker ability to just ping up that guy in a few seconds. So Team Park is a very big map. Defenders can have a very good time, and attackers are going to have a really hard time to just lurk and push onto the defenders, try to contaminate them, just kill the guy off in a few seconds of man. That's not gonna happen. You gotta check every corner. You got so many rooms, so many spaces, just roam apart. So KIRA Esports, yeah, they'll be having a little bit of trouble, but let's see, man, what they do.
Of course, the first site of the map is going to be first floor armory and throne room. No surprises right there. This map, of course, this site, of course, is picked every single time at this point by defending teams as their starting site because of the amount of cover it offers inside and the amount of different strategies you can have. Excuse me, right there. Different strategies you can have off-site as well. As you can see, of course, a lot of the setup has happened off-site, it seems, from the Shaheen's defense, as they really want to make sure their extensions are effective. And of course, a lot of that will be done through their execution of said defenses. You have the Frost Doctor over to its lab. You have Skywalker above as well, manning the hatch entry, manning the cafe entry. Lots of things to be done for Shaheen's defense, but a lot more that KIRA Esports attack needs to clear if they want to get into the building.
Yeah, let's see, man. Let's see. For now, we can see a little bit of push coming in from the side of KIRA Esports. And what just happened? Vidvi takes out Cesar in a very. Oh, that was a wall bang, I suppose, if I'm not wrong. So there you go. Opener coming in from the side of Avidvi. So there you have it. First kill coming in from the side of KIRA Esports. Shaheen, Cesar is out. Maybe he can place. He has already placed all of those castle barricades right on time. For the side of Doctor, we can see a Frostpick coming into the play. Mighty Ali also roaming in, also playing inside of the objective. Very unusual, I would say, the site setup looking right now. But they have it, and we picked up Streecha with that MPX. And we can find another one, takes a little bit of damage with that Diana, and there you have it. And he picks another one with Beach down. Back to the objective, and take a look what they have done. The whole area is completely open, and the maintenance area is completely, opened up. So this is something very unusual that we see in the side of this particular objective point.
Absolutely so. As for the time being, we'll just have to wait and see how this pans out, right? This sort of defense, we see it a lot from the Hunters and teams playing against the Hunters because they want to play at their very best. But how will they track things now? How will they turn this around and turn this round situation into a potential win? They've got a breach going, and one player could actually sneak in if they manage to get under the gun of the defenders watching this particular area. Doctor's head peaked for just a second, and he's going to have to fall back. Skywalker, meanwhile, dropping the hatch, gets the down on one, and that's a big down as well. He can stay here for as long as he wants. Mighty Ali finding a third in the meanwhile. It's all down to Vortex, the last one standing. Needs to find three players. Ashrisha's Claymore will claim Skywalker. That's a big one for now. But there's so much more to do. Damage is done as Vortex now knows where the Frost is, knows what to expect for these peaks that are about to come in. But the Frost will win that nonetheless. On distance with the 1.5x, Doctor is the one to seal the final kill and seal the deal on the first round as Shaheen start off with a round win.
A very lovely, I would say, approach coming in from the side of both teams, dude. Like how, KIRA Esports got away with that vertical control and then actually trying to push up. But overall, and once the end, it was the Shaheens to win that one. Overall, a very good round coming in from the side of both teams. But in the end, it was the side of Shaheens to win that one. We can see a Mira pick coming in. We also didn't saw the Mira ban onto the side of Theme Park, which is very common and very often we see that. But let's see what will be the storyline from here, because both of the teams have a fair share amount, because one map to KIRA Esports, one map to Shaheens. But yes, KIRA Esports will be a little bit more overdrained compared to what we see from the side of Shaheens, because that was a very long match. KIRA Esports 8-7 was the scoreline. It went up till maximum OT. So let's see. Will KIRA Esports will be taking a little bit of hot air, try to show us some new strats on the map of Theme Park that we haven't seen. Actually, what I'm missing from the side of Villa as well, but we missed on the side of Oregon as well, those nade plays, man. We have seen such good nade plays yesterday on the map of Theme Park from the side of Shaheens as well. I really want to see that kind of nade plays, some vertical nades, or maybe just placing a nade so correctly that you nail the nade as you bounce it off. From the side of KIRA Esports, that is actually missing since map 1. So actually, I actually feel that one part, from my perspective, that is allowing the side of Shaheens defense to actually not being open as much as actually Shaheens are doing from their attacking perspective. So let's see what KIRA Esports will do on to round number 2 of Theme Park.
Well, for the time being, they're just going to try and see what they can get away with. Because in the last round, they had a couple of interesting ideas, right? She's just taken a bit of damage already. Not exactly sure how that one panned out. But of course, the Twitch has to be much, much more careful. As the meanwhile, this window is being watched. There's a repeller right there. And then he has to be careful about this. But Doctor finds Shrisha. Big drop right there. That's one kill taken. And that is, of course, Twitch now gone. Avidvi taking damage as well. They're trying to enter Cash Balcony, but there's so much interference from so many angles. As that's an impact grenade, but Envy goes down. The cross angle is being watched as Skywalker goes down as well.
Nice
2
one.
kills, making it a quick 4v3. KIRA Esports turning things around, putting themselves in the body count advantage.
Of course, still, man, they are actually trying to, get that body converged to their side, but still, two of those, I would say, important players. No black eye cameras for now, but actually, he would have just placed it up real good in the preparation phase. For now, actually, comes to Cesar play. If you don't allow to get them from the side of Dragon area to up till towards the initiation room, so Cesar actually more responsibility for now to watch up this whole angle. Doctor is also aiding and covering up the crossfire, but for now. KIRA Esports doing up that drone work, trying to find that space of where they can push in and try to get this round in their bag.
Drones are spotting out exactly who's playing on the mirror window. Doctor has to be careful about this. Shots will be fired back after that initial spray from the alibi. Excuse me right there. But of course, they're also watching the cross on the waiting room door, the door into the vending machine corridor, because that is important. That's basically where the entry will be from. I don't think there's going to be any particular breach from the attackers. No, actually, wait a minute. Vidmi's gone over to his cafeteria. The door breaking is heard. And of course, that means they've got to be careful of a third angle now. Actually, a second when you think about it. But if somebody pushes from the back stairs, oh, that's exactly what a third was going for. But Doctor drops him, and Yellow Stairs is now theirs again. But Vortex finds Caesar being a little careless, vaulting into the site now. Mighty Ellie trying to play around this fact. Knows where one could be inside a security room, that is. Has to find where this IQ is. There's only so much time remaining. Ali's position given away. He's going to go out into cover. They need to get the diffuser. They need to go for the plan, but Doctor's watching this. 5 seconds remain. They've got to get these final 2 players. Something has to happen, but no! Vortex runs into the side without knowing where the bandit was. And again, beautiful positioning by the Shaheens is what wins them the round at the end of the day. As both Mighty Ali and all to do, one needed to survive, the other needed to watch the diffuser, and that's all it took. Well done, well coordinated. Shaheens now take 2 rounds up as KIRA Esports start off once again on the wrong footing.
Yeah, man, I would say a job very well done from the side of Shaheens. How Doctor was able to hold his angle particularly very good. And with that comes up, I have to say Shaheen's defense is currently looking I would say, what was the word? Like, you can't just break it, man, right now. It's just unbreakable for the time being. Like, it's 0-2 scoreline. I thought for a second, like, KIRA Esports will win that one with that man advantage. Doctor being on that black window play, that was some play right there coming from Doctor's alibi play. For now, we can see again, they have gone for the initiation room and the other objective pick. We might see another important black meta play, because black meta play is something very much important when it comes to some of these particular sides on Team PAK. All comes down to the side of KIRA Esports now. Like, that decision to push from the side of cafeteria was wise one, but what went wrong, that I think some of the miscommunication, like where exactly was alibi was, maybe that was one point. Maybe just Doctor just being Doctor dude.
I mean, could be any number of things at the end of the day, right? We'll just have to wait and see which one is the one that gives the most dividend to the Shaheens. And of course, they'll be wanting more of that from Doctor once again. As Doctor started off, mind you, with 4-0. Like, hasn't even died yet in these 2 rounds. That, of course, is performance. Doctor clearly seems to still have a ton of energy to burn through. Understandably so. I mean, he's got experience at the highest level. He's been there at what was once known as the South Asia Mini Majors, if we recall correctly, back in 2020. So, he's been there. He's played high-pressure matches. He's no stranger to any of this. Mighty Ali and Envy, they've all played these sorts of games before. Here's the C4. That should take care of the Osa shield, the Talon shield. No, it's been picked up. Or at least that might be the second one. One C4's been burned. Caesar no longer has access to it, which is a little unfortunate. I think that's exactly what the idea was with that Talon shield being put on the door. Draw out a C4. But Envy draws out a kill. Shrisha falls as the first blood is taken by the Shaheens again.
Still have a lot of chance to, just go on, but hey, Latimer finds Envy, makes it a 4v4. That's another plans, another one. Doctor goes down. That's important body going down. There's gonna be Skywalker to place up that defense onto the side of initiation. And that's gonna be really hard for the side of, even for the Skywalker to, just be alone in that room and try to, just watch the flank, watch the push right there. Athar finds Skywalker with that headshot and he goes down. 4-2 will be the body count for now. 4v2 still, I would say, Athar, all of the KIRA Esports have a chance to clutch, win this out pretty easily. Zah will try to make a bullet hole. He finds one. Oh, he finds a double. Makes it a 1v2. Oh. What did you just do? Boy, oh boy, they have the B control. They can go for a plant, but Cesar, all has left is that gun, that SMG into play, the Vector. He doesn't have a C4 that he can toss in. I don't think so. It will be a clutchable one. He finds one. Oh, what? What did you do? What did you do?
Down.
He finds one.
He can get it. He gets it.
What kill clutch coming in from the side of Cesar. And this is what I am talking about. KIRA Esports yet again. You had the body count advantage. You had everything to win this round. And you have it. Another boy from the side of Shaheens clutching it out against KIRA Esports. Man.
All right. Looks like Caesar's not going to let, Doctor claim all the kills today. That much, at least in this map, that much is very clear. We're going to be going back to first floor armory and throne room. And mind you, Shaheens have won all these 3 rounds. But the thing is, KIRA Esports have had body count advantages in 2 out of the 3 rounds that Shaheens have won so far. And how did they lose it? Because they somehow bungled it up while having a 2v4 in round 2, and a 4v2, in round 2, and a 4v1 in round 3. Sure, Caesar getting the collateral through the punch hole in cash room, I can still kind of forgive that because I don't think anybody really expected Caesar to go to cash room. The airdrop was placed on the door going into the dragon hallway. So why would you expect, somebody to make a punch hole in cash room from out of nowhere? And they had just cleared that angle, and presumably the drone that was there until, it got shot out didn't really give them a call out either. So they probably thought, yeah, no, they're not going to do it. We can line up here. It will be no problem. And then both of them go down. Suddenly panic happens. And the plant was happening right behind the wall. We did see the plant going down, but they stopped planting in fear of a potential kill or two instead of watching the angles that, the players could come through. Oh, dear me. Doctor surrounded, pinned, and completely shut down there. Trying to go for a spawn peek. Unfortunately, the only person who got peeked and killed there is him. As of course, that's not the best way to start for Doctor. That is for certain. Shaheens are 3-0 up. But again, like we said before, KIRA has had body count advantages in most of these rounds. And it's just been them bungling it up that has allowed Shaheens to get away with some great plays, admittedly. But still, it shouldn't be happening this way. KIRA needs to tighten up.
Yeah, man, let's see what will be the storyline for now. Shaheens have that pretty much the advantage, what I want to call. It's pretty much the defense side looking unbreakable from the side of Shaheens, and how, just one guy clutches off with a quad kill. C4 being tossed out, I don't think so it's gonna connect, but for now, 2 of the guys already rotating down towards the side of, the drug lab, the drug lab. But still, the body count is toward the favor of KIRA Esports, and it's the same story for the last couple of rounds. The body count advantage, KIRA Esports gains it and loses it away in the blink of an eye. So that's one thing KIRA Esports needs to take care of. Right now, Skywalker's flying his level best not to allow the attackers to get that from complete vertical advantage, but actually they have it now. For now, they'll be trying to open up the maintenance wall. C4 can toss in, but no, it's not going to be the right case. C4 will come up. They have put up the throne wall, and maybe they can actually push up and go for a plant.
That is the question, isn't it? Caesar, beautiful shot right there to find Dathomar. That's going to be a big kill as well. The sledge is gone, and the body count equalized. I mean, better late than never. There's going to be a couple of grenades potentially being thrown, from inside of that breach. As IND takes a bit of damage, has to be careful where he's deciding to go right now. There's still players above, and if they are able to overtake the vertical hold that, KIRA has, this could be big right now. Vortex coming around the side hallway, IND taking a bit more damage in the meanwhile. Cameras are taking care of the Osa is pushing up, and the shield is set. Shots are fired. How are you still alive in here, IND? As Skywalker finds two, Vortex takes IND down, but of course, unfortunately, that doesn't seem to have had much effect as Avidvi takes a bit of damage above in the meanwhile, trying to get into the site. And they can actually go for the plant, and that's exactly what they will do. There's somebody inside of barrels who would come and deny this, but no, there's the Kaid as well. As Caesar finds Avidvi, Vortex is left standing all alone, sees one, but how much can he realistically do here? 6 seconds remain, and there you go, Mighty will find the final kill.
Like I said, man, Shaheen's defense, even though KIRA Esports are trying so much hard compared to what we saw in the past few maps, they are looking very unbreakable. This is what I said, man. On the map of Team PAK, we have seen them play up very well up against a team like Team Phalanx, and how KIRA Esports is looking very shaky on their attack. They're doing a very, very good job of just not allowing KIRA Esports to even gain one round into their favor. And this is some statement right there. They want to end this one up right here. They want to win this one and say tata bye-bye.
Protect your bombs from being defused by attackers.
Pretty much, yeah. Shaheens really want to wrap this up quick. And you know, I like how we were pointing out that out of the 3 rounds that Shaheens had won going into round 4, 2 were KIRA Esports rounds to lose, right? Like KIRA Esports, it was their round to lose, round 2 and round 3. And then suddenly Shaheens is like, yeah, okay, yeah, KIRA did have the body count. They messed it up. It's fine. Let's just clean up this round like we normally do, yeah? And they just did it. You know, it's as simple as that. Going into round number 5, of course, Shaheens are, well, in the driver's seat pretty thoroughly at this moment. And KIRA, again, not really much happening from their end. They just seem to kind of be lost, and they feel lost as well. They feel deflated. It's like the energy that they had is no longer here, and that, of course, kind of sucks because map number 3 is the map where you're going to need a lot of that reserve energy, right, to play the map like this, especially against Shaheens, who, well, they've got players who've played long games before, and so did KIRA, but KIRA has historically had the problem of continuing the pressure on long-winded games like this. So let's see if KIRA has any sort of fight back or fight left in them at this point.
Yeah, man, let's see. For now, we can see the pretty usual approach coming from KIRA Esports, again going for that Dragon Ball push. Maybe we should see a cafeteria push by now, man. Like, why not? Everybody's in the same kind of doorway direction. Maybe a clear fight once Cavacos goes down. Very often we are seeing either it's the side of E or Cavacos going down from the side of Shaheen. The first opener comes down from the side of KIRA Esports, but then I don't know how. I don't know from where energy comes up from the side of Shaheen's players, and they just swing the round in a blink of an eye. But now, it's going to be again the same story. Finds one, pushing him from the side of Dragon's Chair. Still not very sure whether he wants to push up towards the side of bathroom or maybe just go straight up towards the side of this particular hallway where Mighty Ali is holding the crossfire. So he's going to drone up and try to find that intel. Mighty Ali finds one. Avidvi goes down, makes the situation even. Tara finds Mighty Ali with that retrade happening in. Can find one. Black Mira pay hone wale hai doctor, and he gets one. There you have it. Back-to-back series happening in. This is what the match is all about. 3v3 scenario coming in. Diffuser is down. Still not sure whether they want to push in. Vortex is pretty much it. I guess Vortex coming now on the Dragon's Chest would have just pushed together with Hunters.
One of the issues with KIRA Esports, right, is that they keep doing these sorts of solo plays, and there's so much information that's being gained by Shaheens through the black mirrors and black eye cameras that it's not even funny after a point that, like, yeah, they know every move that KIRA is trying to make, and it's no surprise that it ends up going the way that it does. C4 is prepared by Doctor. He really wants to throw it down the stairs or into the bathroom. There it goes, and ooh, didn't quite fly far enough, but never mind. Trishas is going to walk in, get killed. Doctor gets 2 in the meanwhile, and it's all down to Vortex inside the site, mind you. Interesting position to be in as he finds one, starts things off. It's a 1v2 now. Vortex could actually make something of this. He's got to play this correctly. Time is not on his side, though, and he doesn't have the diffuser. That's the main issue for Vortex at this minute. He's going to go right by the openings in the wall, and Doctor on yellow stairs will clean him up. Again, beautiful positioning, beautiful plays from the Shaheens, as they are now 5-0 up. And KIRA, like I said, it really looks like the fight has long since left them.
Man, 0-5 on the scoreline. I don't know, man, what to say right now. Was being requested from the side of KIRA Esports, much needed. But 0-5, like I said, man, on Team Park, Shaheens are pretty much very strong compared to what we have seen lately from the side of KIRA Esports. So I think, like, yeah, we might see 7-1 to 7-2. Like, I know I might jinx it, but yeah, I think like we might see 7-1, 7-2 scoreline from the side of Shaheens.
It really does look like that kind of scoreline is coming, it doesn't it? Everything we've seen so far. The pause from KIRA, of course, they kind of needed just to kind of figure out what's been going wrong and all that. They are giving us the ready now, and Shaheens as well. They have given us the ready, so we'll be going back into the game. Don't you worry, folks. The pauses are not going to be for too long, as the Nationals continues to play on. 5-0 currently for the Shaheens. KIRA Esports, well, they're not exactly looking too hot, are they?
Attackers need
They,
to locate and defuse as many bombs as they can.
Yeah, it's not exactly looking too good for them. They've given it a good try. I'll give them that. But it just hasn't been happening. Their coordination has been completely lackluster in this particular map. It's been filled with a bunch of solo pushes, almost like they're playing ranked or something. I mean, I get it. They're tired, right? It's been a long game, particularly map number 2. So I get it. But at the same time, it's also kind of hard to see them play like this because, of course, you don't expect it, right? Out of a team like KIRA Esports, of all teams.
5 seconds left.
So we'll just have to see if they can somehow muster up the strength to continue fighting, or if it's all done and dusted for KIRA Esports here.
Yeah, man, but like I said, even as casters have been kind of like, for me personally, I'm kind of getting exhausted to see plays like this happening, solo pushes like this happening from the side of KIRA Esports. Again, there's going to be the same objective on the side of second floor. Maybe, yes, we want to see some cheesy plays coming from the side of Death Hammer, maybe some side of a third to put up a clutch to, just get that confidence boost, get that momentum up and running from the side of KIRA Esports, because that is what is lacking from the side of KIRA Esports. Yes, there are some quite major mistakes here and there, but some clutch from any of the team would do that trick. The confidence tricks. Okay, one guy can do it, everybody can do it together.
I mean, yeah, they need something for their confidence. That is 100% correct. And who knows what it'll be, but it looks like the push that's currently brewing towards cafeteria has been figured out.
Located by
And of
attackers.
course, the Shaheens, or whoever is relevant to that particular side of the map of the Shaheens, will be pulling back. But wait a minute, Vortex goes in to the break room. That's the Amaru right here, but that's a lot of noise as well. Gotta be careful. Crosses out into the hallway.
Nobody
Gets
knows.
Doctor. That's a big one to start things off. I don't think anybody has quite figured this one out. Gets a second. Skywalker goes down. Deathhammer's taking damage in the meanwhile, but this is big right about now as the Amaru's crossing in. Gets Envy. It's a triple, but Deathhammer goes down. Caesar finally manages one kill. It's a 2v5 situation. That's now a 2v4. They're pushing into the side. Have they commented the mirror window as well? No, there is no mirror window on this wall, so that part is, of course, fine. Caesar has to be careful. Tried to go for the C4 toss, doesn't get it. And it's all now up to Mighty Ellie, 1v4. The last one standing. The last bastion of a potential 6-0 hope that this team, the Shaheens, could be having. That mirror window, I don't think it's seen him. Not just yet. He's in the hallway. He's going to cross
C4?
out. He sees the planter. He could see 4. He had the time for it probably, but not the spacing. Vortex comes in, gets the kill. A 4K for Vortex as KIRA will finally put a round on board for themselves. Better late than never, I guess. It's a 5-1 first half for the side of the Shaheens.
Yeah, this was very much needed. Somebody needs to step up, get that kills right up, racked in, get that confidence boost up. So happening on before the side of defenders and attacking swap, it's a good one. But again, Shaheens on the side of attack, boy oh boy, it's not going to be easy for the side of KIRA Esports. Skywalker picking up Thermite. We have Lion. I guess that was Doctor to pick up line if I'm not wrong. Excuse me for a second. Yeah, that's gonna be Doctor ideally with that sledge. Zara on Yana. A lot of utilities coming to play with the logic bomb, sledgehammer, Yana's replicators. Just to if his or her drone gets out, you can just use those replicators to go and get the info. Skywalker with the heartbeat. Sorry about the side of defense. Yeah, we are missing those black eye plays more often. But take a look what they're doing. They have almost E4s. What they needed to do in Villa, they're actually doing on Team PAK. Better late than never. So yeah, it's a good peak overall. But man, 5-1 scoreline. There's a lot of momentum shift happening right now. But still puts in a question: can they make it up to 5-5? Can they make it up to just getting those victories back to back and going to overtime yet again? Time can only tell.
Attackers dropped the diffuser. Attackers have recovered their diffuser.
I guess we'll have to, excuse me right there. I guess we'll have to wait and see about this one as we continue to move into the next round and the next round after that. It is the second half after all, and Shaheens are on the attack. A situation that we are all too familiar with, a situation that is already oh so difficult because of Theme Park's defender-sided nature. And when I say defender-sided, I mean almost extremely defender-sided nature. Doctor with the Twitch, interestingly enough, with the DMR. We've seen a lot of this recently. The DMRs coming up and being irrelevant again in Rainbow Six. But we'll simply have to wait and watch. As Caesar goes in already inside a cash room, getting mighty close towards the site. Has to be careful about where he decides to go. The Mozzie sees him, but doesn't quite get the kill. Deathamer falls back into vault, takes care of the drone. That will be the call out that, hey, somebody might be vault side. Grenades out. But that, of course, misses. Needed to be cooked a little bit more if it wanted to take out Deathamer that early. But in the meanwhile, damage is done to a Vidwi. Caesar taking damage as well. Here we go. There's another Dukebi call coming in. They know that somebody's right next to the door, and the Mozzie has to move. That's a grenade, and Deathamer will catch Caesar with a grenade in hand right before the toss as well. Had he even been a millisecond late, Caesar would have gotten the toss off, and that would have literally been a martyrdom grenade in Rainbow Six. But regardless of that, it's the first blood for KIRA Esports.
Yep, KIRA Esports again having that opener coming into their hand, but why Shaheens can make this one. Dr. Excel damage with that Frost SMG has been spotted with that bulletproof camera over there. Gets rid of a yellow ping that somebody might come with that rotation, but overall the team is pushing from the similar situation. Skywalker needs to open up this one up. With that impact EMP, done and dusted. You gotta go up fast, but it's gonna be actually double the amount. What's they're actually having? They're just having Bandit here, right? But hey, he spots Mighty Ali, gets one. Finally, the wall going down. Thermite charge is being placed up. He can get Frost in. We missing some shots, but finally gets Abidin, makes the situation fully 3. 40 left on the clock. Still have a chance for the Shadow of Shaheens to open up the wall, and they have, I guess, opened up successfully. Go inside, take out the bandit, and then go for a plant.
That's definitely what they need to do, but here's the thing. They've got 2 DMRs in that team, and definitely not a whole lot of room to work with. They need to try and flush these defenders out of these positions, and the smoke grenades will certainly help. And he finds one, but he goes down. That's Diffuser as well. Deathamer finding another one in the meanwhile. Doctor coming around the back, as he's the only one remaining. Twitch DMR, he's done this before, and he's going to get one. Can he get just a couple more? All he needs is a couple of heads, but no, Vortex will shut him down. Great attempt by Doctor, but KIRA will now win their second round and putting themselves even further on the board as we move into round number 8. It's still 5-2. Shaheen still have a big lead, but deja vu, we've been in this place before. Shaheens, let's try not to lose this lead as quickly as we did the last time.
Yeah, man, because even though, I feel like if you are pushing from the same side, again, you got the wall open up pretty late. There was just 1 minute and 30 seconds left on the clock. I guess it was enough, but I feel like, it was open up a little bit late. For now, Shaheen needs to think it up, when the side is this kind of a position where the side is towards the side of second floor. You have a lot of room to play here and there on the side of second floor, especially this particular initiation room and office hold, we call it up, in the rail corridor. So you can actually get it. To push from cafeteria, push from the side of Dragon Stairs, build up a pressure towards the side of defenders from both sides. If you push from the similar side, it will be a very easy job for the side of defensive team nonetheless.
5 seconds remaining.
I guess we'll have to see how the attackers push this particular site, which is, of course, second floor initiation and office. As interestingly enough, KIRA Esports have shown a bit of reluctance to go to first floor armory and throne. Maybe they're just saving it for last because they know that that's the side they're most likely to win. And that, of course, would mean that Shaheens, even if they win this round, have to deal with an armory throne defense from KIRA Esports, and then they have to go back to bunk and daycare. So yeah, it's a bit of a catch-22 for the Shaheens right now, but they need to win. They need to take rounds away from KIRA so that, you know, they can destabilize KIRA Esports right now and make sure that they are not able to do a whole lot of what they've been doing so far, which is shutting down the Shaheens. But as we know, as we all know, Team PAK on the attack, well, it's not exactly the best place to be in. But for now, let's just see how this goes. Beautiful shot, long shot by Skywalker. Finds a Vidme. IQ takes a bit of damage in the meanwhile. Doctor has to be careful where he goes. He's taken one bullet already. But of course, the first blood going Shaheens' way. So long as they can keep it like this, 4v3, 3v2, going down into the site, they should still be able to take a round here.
Yeah, man, they can do it, but the question is like, even if again when they're having that the advantage, can they push one up real good? Because last time KIRA Esports were looking very good with their defense. But for now, Skywalker trying to get up that arcade kill, but no, Shisha finds one, Kether finds one, Cesar finds a third. That's going to be really hard for the side of now Shaheen. Two bodies down from the side of KIRA Esports as well, equalized, but Shaheen's looking kind of bit confused where they want to push in right now. Brings the wall, maybe trying to open up the wall towards the side, trying to make up a little bit more space to pick up that angle over onto Melusi. But playing without talent shield, he's pretty much secured unless a C4 impact nade comes in.
I mean, it very well could. There's two C4s remaining on that KIRA Esports side. But Invi's got to be careful of the longer angle here. He's playing here as well. Finds the Melusi, but Trisha finds Skywalker. And meanwhile, could come back into the side as Deathhammer finds the other player. It's all now down to Envy.
Okay.
Pogmat. As that is going to be another KIRA Esports round win. Once again, these gunfights are just simply not how you take Theme Park's attack, folks. Doubling up on the push is what you need to be doing. Droning yourselves in, droning your players in as well. As a pause has been requested once again from the side of KIRA Esports. There you go. Pause is given. 5-3. KIRA now 2 rounds away from equalizing, and there you go. I think the pause was because they wanted the tactical timeout, and they have taken it. The first of the KIRA Esports tac timeouts of this map. And round 9, I mean, again, Shaheens are showing signs of not only slowing down, but the communication and coordination breaking down among them as well. All they still need to do is win 2 rounds. That's all they've needed for the last 3 rounds now. They had a 5-1 lead, and slowly but surely they are about to blow it if they aren't careful.
Yep. Still, man, Shaheen's having that lead and then allowing... this is what happened on the last map of Villa as well. They allowed the side of KIRA Esports to get on their nerves and, just take the victory away. I feel like Shaheen needs to, be on their, real... the right mindset, man, because you don't want that again to happen, right? You don't want that lead to just go away and make the scoreline 5-5 and take the map. Who knows? Like KIRA Esports take the map away from their hand, from their mouth, like straight up taking the victory away. So I guess if I'm not wrong, the IGN is Skywalker or Doctor. What I saw from the previous interview where CCV was talking with the roster of Shaheen. So yeah, the IGN needs to do a job. Like okay, it's done and dusted. We'll attack like how we do. We take up the drone work, we take up the utilities, right? We play our operators well, and then try to just not let KIRA Esports win more of the rounds from here. Make 6-5, make it 6-3, go to match point, and then win the entire map series for ourselves.
We'll just have to wait and see, won't we? For the time being, as the timeout comes to an end, we'll be going back into the round. As soon as we have the ready, from KIRA Esports' side, Shaheens, again, like we said, they can use this timeout to also talk about what went wrong from their side. Envy's given us the ready from the Shaheens end. And of course, we'll just have to see about KIRA. And I'll just make sure, that both teams are ready. Yes, there we go. The ready is given. And we are going to be going right back into the game, folks. Here we go. Round number 9 is in. It is first floor Armory Throne Room defense for KIRA, the side that they probably feel like has the most likely chance of being won by them. So the question is, how will they do it? And Shaheens, you've lost 3 straight rounds now. Can you turn things around?
I guess Shaheens has that, caliber that they can do, but puts me in a question mark for the side of KIRA Esports. Be behind 2 rounds and then taking the victory to equalize it. Not that easy for the side of KIRA Esports from my perspective.
I mean,
For now,
I'm pretty sure KIRA and Shaheens wouldn't have come to this game expecting an easy turnaround, right? But of
yeah.
course, that's kind of a given that you're at the Nations and every team is playing at maximum capacity. Shaheens right now, again, they need a couple rounds here. That's all they need. But the thing is, they need to win 1 round first because their confidence is going to be shot at the moment. Given how these rounds have been going, they are not going to be liking this one bit. As we move into action phase of round number 9, of course. Wow, excuse me, there had to take a second. My throat almost gave out on me, but still, taking proper measures to soothe my voice for the next couple of days. But that, of course, is a different issue altogether. Let's not get into that for now. Shaheens and KIRA, we'll just have to see how they play this one around. Again, Shaheens, the thing I was saying, right, is that they have to play it a little bit safer. They have to play it a little bit more, they have to increase the amount of teamwork that they're showing here, which is, to be fair, not a lot that we're seeing from them. Whatever attempts at teamwork they are doing, they end up funneling into big areas of sites that are already, compromised against them, and they just end up losing the round because of it. So they need to do less of that. They need to try and make sure that things go their way. Grenades out, and that's the way you start things off. Doctor gets the first kill, and that is going to be a third off the board.
Yeah, very good intrigue getting made from the side of Doctor. Now they have a little bit of the vertical control. They want to push in, try to open up the line of sight from the sledgehammer itself. Skywalker is also trying to hold up towards the side of maintenance area. I guess they have spotted a valve cam here, if I'm not wrong. So yeah, 3 of the guys already in toward the side of maintenance, going for that nade. Yes, they will be able to do it. Impact trick also happening in, but nope. Gonna be a little. Avindri takes a lot of damage with that nade. And the wall has been already opened up. This is going to be not very bad. Hey, he just prepared it. Cesar gets down. Makes it a 4v4. What? That was a nice kill coming in from the side of Mastro.
Okay, then.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's,
is it?
Yeah. That's a breach bug.
Yeah, I think that breach didn't actually go off properly. Not too sure about what's
It's
happening there,
open.
folks, because
It's open.
it might just be a visual thing, of course, at the end of the day, right? That it's actually open, but we're still seeing the wooden panel because the way the Maestro and the way Skywalker are both playing around that breach, it really seems to say that it is open. Wait, ideally in the sight. He's got one, and Deathamar's already taking a bit of damage. This could be big right now. This could be exactly what KIRA Esports needed. As Deathamar and Shrisha, they just need to somehow find a way to undo the damage, and Shrisha starts things off, finding Skywalker. Plant is going to happen, and he's going to get it off. That is something they can't do much about. They will need to try and change things up. There goes the Mozzie. It's now all up to Deathamar. All up to Shrisha, the last one standing. They're trying to find him, and they will do so. Doctor gets that kill. And finally, after so long, we have Shaheens winning a round. All is not lost for the Shaheens cause, as they now move it to match and series point, 1 round away from closing out this game.
Finally, man. Long, but new, but not that much new. Like, yes, I guess that definitely that wall was open. Was a small minor visual bug right there. But being on the match point, yep. KIRA Esports now looking very much shaky, looking very much unconfident with their overall play and how they just allowed that wall to be open. And Avindri and then already got 1 kill onto the side of Cesar, and he pre-fired with that energy over there. So yeah, overall, KIRA Esports needs to do something else, something very apart from Reese. For Shaheens, they are just able to get one here and there, make their space, get the vertical control, and get the plant going. In the last round, yes, there were only two guys inside the site, and that did allow every member of the Shaheens to get inside the objective and plant it outright in the open.
10 seconds left before insertion.
So now
All right
it's
then.
gonna
5
be
seconds left before insertion.
the side of initiation, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, it's gonna be the side of. Oh, sorry, I'm really sorry. It's gonna be the side of Bacon and Bunk. Have been picked up by side of KIRA Esports to defend on this match point objective. What do you think, Blackjack? Do you think Shaheens will be able to get this one, or maybe we see a 6-4, then 6-5, and then 7-5, back and forth here and there?
Man, you love throwing me under the bus for these predictions, don't you? It's hard to say. I want to say Shaheens walk away with the win here, but of course it's Bunk and Daycare. And we saw what happened on Bunk Daycare defense back in round number 7, didn't we? KIRA Esports
Yep.
kind of just did away with the competition with almost no difficulty, almost. It did come down to like a 1v3, if I recall correctly, but really, 1v3s, most of the time, the 3 people alive are going to be the ones to win, especially if your defense on theme park. So we'll just have to wait and see for now as Doctor tries to push Cafe, but of course the Banshee stopping him from doing a whole lot. He wants to get rid of it, and there we go. He knows where that Banshee is now. He's going to quickly take care of it in just a moment here with the grenade so that he doesn't fall in any danger. That is the important part. Drones are being used up left and right as it looks like we've got another visual issue here. It'll get resolved in just a minute, but Deathhammer finds Mighty Ellie in the meanwhile as the Ash goes down. That, of course, is a bit of a problem. As there you go, Envy finds one in return. Skywalker gets another, and Shrisha gets Envy. That's a refrag immediately. 3v3 now, as the defenders are sitting, I wouldn't say pretty, but they're sitting strongly in the site, trying to push up, and Skywalker gets one, but the push is in. Avibi gets another, gets traded, and Doctor finds Shrisha. And folks, there you have it. A massive fight indeed. But the fight has come to an end. That, of course, being Shaheens, being your winners here in match number 6 of the South Asia Nationals, folks. That is correct. Shaheens have won it out, and they will put 2 more points on board for themselves. KIRA Esports, not the worst outing for them on this match. They did still take a point, and that, of course, they'll be pretty happy with, but they could have done more, I feel like. Let's talk about that as we go into the highlights of the game here, folks. And, of course, for all of our viewers who may have missed the match and are just joining us now, it's a 2-1 in favor of the Shaheens. KIRA Esports, they fought hard, but ultimately at the final map, they fell. Shaheens winning 7... Ow, excuse me right there. 7 to... Yeah.
Overall,
7-4, I think it was the 7-3.
Yeah, overall,
my bad.
Overall, it was Shaheen's map only. I'm not being harsh to the side of KIRA Esports, but the way how they were playing in, not their day. I just want to say that it's just not their day today. Overall, we'll be going back to the drawing board. We'll be going back to the team Discord and just trying to speak up what's going wrong, what's went well for us, and come back stronger with the next game.
Yeah, I mean, they'll have to as well. I mean, even for the Shaheens, though, mind you, it wasn't the best outing for them. Similar to how the game went against Phalanx, they seem to have these phases where things kind of fell apart in terms of their coordination and communication. I mean, sure, odd plays like the Amaru coming in from out of nowhere that Vortex did in round number 6, you can't really, account for stuff like that all the time, right? Amaru is more of a wild card. That one round, yeah, all right, that's fine. But on the attack, Shaheens, I'm not sure what was going on for a few rounds there, as they seemed to, be struggling for a minute, almost with themselves, as they didn't know what to do. But as soon as they figured it out, of course, they turned things around very, very quickly. We had that tack pause being taken by KIRA, but of course, I think it ultimately helped Shaheens because they also got that time to discuss between themselves, right, what was going wrong and what they could do better. And I think they seem to have it figured out by the end, which of course allowed them the round win. and of course the match win as a result. 7-3, 8-7, 7-3. That's the scores at the end of this entire ordeal that was this match. So let's have a look at the statistics for map number 3 between the two teams here. And once again, it'll be, KIRA Esports have a pretty decent card. It's not the worst one, actually. 9-7 and 80% to Deathhammer. Avidvi 7-9 and 80%. 3-0 on entry. Deathhammer having the best entry out of the entire lobby right about now. And 1.20 survival rating, which is, of course, always very good. Atharv and Shrisha doing as much of support as they can. 60% cost, 5-9 and 6-8 respectively. Vortex in the middle, 8-8, 50%. But let's have a look at the Shaheen, shall we? Doctor, once again, 13-5, 60% cost, and 2-2 on entry. So he's gotten 2 entry kills. He's died twice on entry as well. And 1.47 survival rating. Caesar following up in second place at 9-7. 60%, 0-2. Envy, 7-8, 70%, doing a bit more support, playing a bit more of the flex role overall. 1-0 in entry. Mighty Ellie bringing in the rear with support, 6-6, 60%, 0-1 on the first kill rating. Skywalker having a bit of a quiet map, 6-9 KD, 40% KOST, 1-1 on entry, 0.68 survival rating. Overall, I would say pretty much every single one of these players performed very, very admirably today. And, hats off to them for giving us such a match to, watch and spectate and cast over here. Sure, we're all a little tired after how this game has gone, but it's the kind of tired that makes you at least feel a little bit satisfied that, hey, at least we got to watch a match like this. Not just watch, spectate, cast, and observe. As we go into player spotlight, the MVP, effectively speaking, of this matchup. And no surprises there, it is Doctor at 45 and 22.
Dude, this guy was something else. To look at that KD. Of course, as after the 3 maps overall, but 45-22, that's almost like what he was killing the entire team for 4 or 5 times after like 3 or 2 rounds every map here and now with a KPR of 1.29. Insanely good cost percentage of 77.14%. Main operator on the side of defense was definitely muted. Main operator on attack was Sophia. I think he was playing a lot of Lion. But nonetheless, it was a very well match, guys, between the side of KIRA Esports and Shaheens. Shaheens with a back-to-back victory. Let me remind you, folks, it was the side of yesterday. It was the side of yesterday where they won up against the side of Phalanx. That match also went up till the map number 3. That was a very exhausting one for the side of Shaheens as well. Not for today also. They went up against KIRA Esports, winning the entire series on a 2-1 score.
Absolutely. Of course, let's go into the map results to talk about what we've seen and, of course, to finish closing things out here. It was an interesting game that started out on a 7th in Oregon. Shaheens winning their map in such fashion. And then Villa, for a good while, it looked like it'd be a 7-4 finish, right? For a while there, we were thinking, 7-4, we're probably done here, right? And then KIRA started coming back, and they took round after round after round after round. 4 rounds straight. They made it 7-6. Shaheens won a round 7-7. And then, of course, KIRA won the final round. Defense on max OT. 8-7 was the final score. They pushed it to map number 3, but unfortunately for them, Theme Park simply did not pan out the way they were probably hoping. 7-3 to the Shaheens, as that, of course, wraps up the game for the night. The 6th match of the Nationals has been taken care of, and would you look at that? We're already 6 matches in and plenty more to go. But of course, this has to have been one of the better matches so far of the Nationals. I say so far because there's going to be greater games to come for sure. Yeah. And I can't wait to get to those as well. And, just the prospects, when there's 8 teams, the 8 of the best teams in the entire region going head to head against each other like this, there's always going to be that element of being absolutely mouth-watering games that are going to be coming up for us, for our viewers at home as well. We do hope you've thoroughly enjoyed today's matches, I should say. The Hunters game from earlier feels like a blink compared to this match overall. Hunters, they just completely shut it down. Right. They completely shut down Militants. Militants really didn't get too much of a say in their match, ultimately speaking, which is a bit of a shame. I do wish that they had a bit of a better performance. But speaking of the overall performance, let's have a look at the standings on the points table. The leaderboard has been updated, so let's have a look at it, folks. There you go. Now Shaheen sit at second place. The second team to get 4 points, 2 wins in a
Yeah.
row. Of course, their opponents, Militants and KIRA, have taken 1 map off of them, so each of them have 1 point. Militants, unfortunately, losing their game today, which means they sit at 1 point, and Hunters, of course, going all the way up to 6 points after their win. 3 matches and 3 wins. That's insane for the Hunters. Won't stop peaking, and Team UWU yet to get a game of their own. Of course, they'll be taking each other on tomorrow, and that makes for an interesting game indeed, as they are currently 7th and 8th place respectively on the table. So tomorrow, that game between Won't Stop Peaking and Team UWU expected to be a pretty long one, interestingly enough. At least that's how I feel about it. But with all that being said, folks, I think that just about wraps it up for the matches here today at day 3 of the South Asia Nationals, supported by Ubisoft, powered by Zotae Gaming, hosted here at the Esports Club alongside our broadcast partner logo. I've been your host, Blackjack. Joining me has been my co-host, Bullet, and of course, our producer, Assassin, and all of our admins at the back end. Big shout outs to them for sticking along and making this the best stream it could possibly be. With all that being said, we're going to be back tomorrow with 2 more matches. You know what they are. Make sure to follow us on our socials for more updates as well. And there you go. Let's have a look at the schedule, actually, just to refresh what to expect tomorrow. Of course, Hunters, all eyes on them, as they will be taking on Phalanx, a team that is one of the prospects for top 4, but that's the second game of the night. The first game is Team UWU versus Won't Stop Peaking. A couple of pretty interesting games right there. And with all that being said, we do hope you've enjoyed today's matches at day 3 of the South Asian Nationals. That's going to do it from us. We'll be back tomorrow at 5 p.m. Until then, stay tuned and good night.
I wait for someone to save. I wanna tell you something new. You drove us both into a wall. I Peace.